Abstinence boss is obsessed with me every night. During the day, Ruan Mingyue was Duan Qizhou's secretary, handling all his affairs. At night, she was his bedmate, sharing a passionate and intimate relationship with him. Ruan Mingyue knew that even though she was by his side day and night, Duan Qizhou was still a high branch that she could not reach. Chapter 1: The Last Time. This is the last time. Ruan Mingyue looked at the man pinning her against the sofa, her eyes filled with moisture, her voice pleading. The man's dark eyes darkened, his anger rising as he increased his movements, taking her even more thoroughly. Ruan Mingyue gripped his suit jacket, her body feeling like a lone boat adrift in a vast ocean, tossed about by crashing waves, swaying uncontrollably. As pleasure surged through her, she could only bite her lip to stifle any sound. Outside the lounge, the noise of the crowd echoed. Even though the door was locked, Ruan Mingyue still worried that someone would realize how long she and Duan Qizhou had been inside. Today was Duan Qizhou's father, Duan Qizhou, and her mother, Ruan Mingyue's wedding. In an hour, she and Duan Qizhou would become step-siblings in a blended family, but no one knew that before this, she had been Duan Qizhou's secret lover for 2 full years. Right after graduating, Ruan Mingyue joined Duan's corporation, starting as an intern. Through her exceptional work skills, she steadily rose to become the CEO's secretary. At first, she had no romantic feelings for Duan Qizhou, the aloof boss. Though he was tall, handsome, and seemed perfect in every way, she kept things professional. She knew well that men of his class were far beyond her reach. 2 years ago, on a business trip to Tong City with Duan Qizhou, she accidentally discovered her first love was cheating on her with a college roommate. Heartbroken, she drank too much and mistakenly entered the wrong room, ending up in Duan Qizhou's bed, and their relationship took a drastic turn. Later, Duan Qizhou asked if she would be willing to be with him. Ruan Mingyue's younger sister had a heart condition that required long-term treatment. During that time, Duan Qizhou helped her by contacting experts, looking after her sister, and bringing them warmth and hope. Ruan Mingyue thought, why not? Duan Qizhou was handsome, skilled, wealthy, and well-connected, far superior to her good-for-nothing ex-boyfriend who only criticized her sister for being a burden. Out of a sense of revenge and frustration, Ruan Mingyue agreed. From that point on, their relationship became uncontrollable. For the past 2 years, by day, she was his secretary, managing his business affairs. By night, she was his lover, entangled in a physical relationship. They never discussed emotions, and they didn't spend the night together. After each encounter, Duan Qizhou would leave first. Though their relationship was hidden, it carried no burden. Ruan Mingyue had thought they would continue like this until the day he found true love and got married, then they would part ways. But to her surprise, their parents fell in love first. Her mother, Ruan Mingyue, worked as a caregiver at a senior health care facility, where she met Duan Qizhou's father, Duan Qizhou. 5 years ago, Duan Qizhou had been in a car accident with his wife, Feng Suling. His wife became a vegetable, and he was left with a disability, living in the care facility. The accident left him bitter and depressed. Ruan Mingyue was Duan Qizhou's caregiver. Though she was 5 years younger than him, and her life had been hard with an unfortunate marriage, she remained optimistic and romantic. She would take Duan Qizhou on outings, showing him the mountains, rivers, and seasons, even taking him dancing in his wheelchair. Gradually, Duan Qizhou was healed, and he deeply fell in love with her. Not long after his wife's passing, Duan Qizhou proposed to Ruan Mingyue. When Ruan Mingyue found out her mother and Duan Qizhou's father were together, she decided to end her secret relationship with Duan Qizhou. She said, "We don't have any emotions, but Mom and Uncle Duan have true love. Of course, we must step aside for true love." Duan Qizhou was furious, perhaps feeling he should be the one in control of their relationship, not her. But after Ruan Mingyue insisted, he finally agreed to return to being just boss and secretary. Ruan Mingyue thought that would be the end of it. But today, as she stood next to her mother, dressed in a white gown, calling Duan Qizhou brother, he coldly smiled, turned, and pulled her into the lounge to claim her again, unnoticed. After the passion subsided, Ruan Mingyue lay slumped on the sofa, watching Duan Qizhou adjust his suit jacket, feeling uneasy. She truly feared that if their secret relationship was exposed, it might affect her mother's marriage. Her mother had endured so much in her first marriage, with constant abuse from Ruan Mingyue's father. After all these years, she finally found true love and a chance at happiness in her second life. Ruan Mingyue didn't want to become a stumbling block on her mother's path to happiness. Mr. Duan, this is the last time, okay? She pleaded. Duan Qizhou glanced at her from above, his gaze as cold as frozen snow. You don't need to remind me that this is the last time. You're just a tool to relieve my urges. Do you really think I need you? Duan Qizhou said, slamming the door as he left. Ruan Mingyue looked at his retreating back, a sudden pain piercing her heart, as if struck by a sharp object. Such pain had last appeared 2 years ago when she caught her first love cheating. How could this be? She and Duan Qizhou were supposed to be in a transactional relationship, so why did her heart hurt so much? Did she fall in love with Duan Qizhou? Wedding. Their wedding was held on the lawn. As Ruan Mingyue adjusted her wrinkled gown from the events in the lounge and walked outdoors, Duan Qizhou had already stood straight in his suit under the sun. Many guests wanted to approach him, but were intimidated by his aura, too afraid to come near. It was no surprise since Duan Qizhou took over Duan's corporation, he had elevated the entire group, and now, he was a man whose slightest frown could affect the economic climate of Rome City. These powerful figures naturally didn't want to miss any opportunity to please him. Ruan Mingyue turned her gaze and sat down in her seat. 3 minutes before the wedding ceremony began, her mother, Wen Meishan, walked down the aisle with her uncle Wen Guodao. Beneath her white veil, Wen Meishan had a face full of happiness. Ruan Mingyue was genuinely happy for her mother. Her mother had found happiness in middle age, showing that as long as one doesn't give up, a woman can always start anew at any point in life. As the wedding march played, the host announced loudly, "Now, let us welcome the bride." Wait. A bright female voice suddenly pierced the sweet atmosphere. All the guests turned around. At the back of the seating area, a young woman stood with 2 bodyguards. It was Duan Qizhou's younger sister, Duan Yuanxi. Duan Yuanxi was wearing a black dress, holding a photo of her late mother, Feng Suling, and marched down the red carpet. The crowd murmured. After all, this was a wedding, why was she wearing black and holding a photograph? It was so unlucky. 1111, what are you doing? Duan Qizhou, seated in a wheelchair, shouted angrily. Dad, don't be angry, Duan Yuanxi looked at him without fear. You're getting married, right? When you used to leave the house, Mom would always help you pick out your shirt and tie. Such a big thing as a wedding, shouldn't Mom be involved in making sure it's right? Otherwise, with your old eyes, how would you tell the difference between a person and a ghost? Listen to the nonsense you're speaking. I think you've gone mad. Am I mad, or are you the one who's lost it? You keep saying you love Mom, and now she's just gone, and you can't wait to marry this old fox. Shut your mouth. I want to shut up. Duan Yuanxi pointed at Wen Meishan. This woman doesn't know what kind of trick she used, but you're totally blinded by it. Do you really think she wants to marry you for your age or your inability to walk? No, she asks after your wealth, so she can get her hands on Duan's family assets when your legs give out. Some guests in the audience had already started recording the scene with their phones. Ruan Mingyue immediately looked at Duan Qizhou. He cared deeply about the Duan family's reputation, and if this were any other time, he would never allow such a scene to unfold. But today, Duan Qizhou remained seated, calmly watching his sister lose control, unmoving. He had no intention of stopping her. Ruan Mingyue suddenly understood. In the Duan family, no one truly welcomed her mother, Wen Meishan, into their household. 1111, please don't say that. Your dad and I truly love each other. When I met him, I didn't even know who he was or if he had money. What I loved was only him. Wen Meishan, in her wedding dress, rushed up to Duan Yuanxi and explained. Is that so? If you're not after the Duan family's wealth, then sign this agreement. Duan Yuanxi pulled out a document from her bag. Sign it in front of everyone, and promise that you and my dad will only hold a wedding, not register for marriage. If you two separate later, you won't get a single penny from the Duan family. Wen Meishan froze, looking for help from Duan Qizhou. Duan Qizhou was about to step forward but was blocked by Duan Yuanxi. Why? You won't sign? Didn't you say you're only after him and not his wealth? Having the wedding means my dad is yours now, isn't that enough? Surrounded by so many eyes, Wen Meishan had no way out. To prove herself, she could only nod. Fine, I'll sign. She took the pen from Duan Yuanxi and signed her name on the document. 1111, I've signed. Can we begin the ceremony now? No. Duan Yuanxi pointed at the photograph of Feng Suling. If you want to enter the Duan family, You'll have to kowtow to my mom's photo 3 times. This was too much. Ruan Mingyue couldn't stand seeing her mother, Wen Meishan, treated this way. She stood up and walked toward Duan Yuanqi. Stop it. Duan Yuanqi was about to retort when she noticed Ruan Mingyue's face. Step aside, Mingyue. Duan Qizhou's voice suddenly rang out, followed by a chilling gaze. Don't embarrass yourself. Ruan Mingyue stiffened, turning toward him. Is that the truth? You're a man. You should know what it means to love a woman. Chapter 2, You've been handled. The sound of police and ambulance sirens grew louder as the situation escalated, and their wedding was completely ruined. Ruan Mingyue was also taken to the police station for intentional harm. When she got into the police car, she saw Duan Qizhou helping Duan Yuanqi into the ambulance. Of course, between his own younger sister and an outsider like her, he would definitely choose the former. How could she foolishly think he would stand by her side? 2 hours later, Duan Qizhou's lawyer arrived at the police station. The lawyer, Mr. Jiang, was a top elder in the company's legal department. Ruan Mingyue had interacted with him on work matters before, so he was somewhat familiar. Little Ruan, Mr. Jiang said, why stir up trouble with Duan's little princess? Look, now you've gotten yourself into this mess. Ruan Mingyue didn't say much, only asking, did Mr. Duan send you to bail me out? Yes, Mr. Duan said after Miss Duan was checked at the hospital, she was fine, and they decided not to pursue the matter further. Thank you, sorry for the trouble. Not at all, said Lawyer Jiang, pointing across the street to a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Mr. Duan is waiting for you in the car. Ruan Mingyue walked to the car and opened the back door. Under the starry sky ceiling of the Phantom, Duan Qizhou, dressed in a white shirt and black trousers, looked noble and distinguished. He glanced at her and said, get in. Ruan Mingyue got in, and the warmth from the car's heating system made the air feel stifling. The two of them sat in silence. Suddenly, Duan Qizhou reached out and grabbed Ruan Mingyue's slim waist. What's wrong? Not happy. I dare not. Duan Qizhou sneered and repeated her words, dare not. I didn't push Miss Duan. She quickly clarified. That's not important. Then what is? Messing up the wedding is what matters, right? Ruan Mingyue, thinking about how her mother's wedding had been ruined, couldn't help raising her voice. Mr. Duan, you made this a bigger deal than it should be because you didn't want my mom to marry Uncle Duan, didn't you? Do you think my mom is marrying Uncle Duan for his money? What's wrong with thinking that? Duan Qizhou's tone grew colder. You've been sleeping for money all this time, isn't loving money your family's tradition? His words struck Ruan Mingyue like a knife. The pain reminded her once again of how much weight Duan Qizhou held in her heart. 2 years, over 700 days, spent together day and night, more time than many married couples. He was her first man and the only one in her life. Unknowingly, she had fallen in love with him. But to Duan Qizhou, she was just an employee by day and a tool for his desires by night. Someone who could be replaced with money at any time, someone completely insignificant. So he didn't care about her feelings at all and spoke to humiliate her like this. You can think of me this way, but you can't think of my mother that way. She is not the person you think she is. Not defending yourself, but defending others. Ruan Mingyue, you really know how to act. Since you're determined to break up, fine. I'll even give you a divorce settlement. Duan Qizhou threw a blank check at her. Fill in the amount as you like. Take it, and get out of the car. The check landed on Ruan Mingyue's lap, feeling as heavy as 1,000 pounds. She gripped the check tightly, pushed the car door open, and with tears in her eyes, forced a smile. Thank you, Mr. Duan, for your generosity. She got out of the car. The Rolls-Royce didn't linger, speeding away. Ruan Mingyue watched the car disappear and finally let the tears she had been holding back fall. When Ruan Mingyue returned to her apartment and took off her wrinkled wedding dress, her mother, Wen Meishan, called. Are you okay? I'm fine, I'm home now. Really, you shouldn't have gotten into it with her. 11 is still young, and you're older. Why bother arguing with her? Wen Meishan's voice carried a hint of displeasure. If you hadn't been so impulsive, this wouldn't have happened, and the wedding wouldn't have been cancelled. Ruan Mingyue could hardly believe her ears. These were her mother's words. Mom, I didn't push Duan Yuanqi. She jumped into the pool on her own and falsely accused me. I didn't mention that. From the beginning, you shouldn't have tried to stop her. She was bullying you. Shouldn't I care? Just bow your head a few times for the deceased. What's the big deal? That woman is powerful, but in the end, she has nothing. Her children can vent their anger, and that's it. Mom, Ruan Mingyue couldn't understand her mother. Are you really happy? The Duan family, with their terrible attitude, shows they don't welcome you into their family. It doesn't matter whether they welcome me or not. What's important is that your Uncle Duan and I are in love. The rest doesn't matter, as long as we are happy together. It seemed reasonable, but people often say a marriage without the blessing of elders can't last. What about a marriage without the blessing of younger generations? By the way, you, tomorrow, go to the Duan family and apologize to 1111. I'm not going. Ruan Mingyue immediately refused. No matter how she looked at it, she shouldn't be the one apologizing for today's events. You, don't be like this. Mom knows you're upset about apologizing, but think about me too. I've worked hard raising you and 1111. Now that I've finally gotten away from your father's nightmare and found someone like Uncle Duan who's caring and understanding, please do this for my happiness. Just bear with it, okay? But I really don't want to go. If she went to the Duan family, she'd definitely run into Duan Qizhou. She didn't want him to think she would sacrifice her principles for money. She didn't push Duan Yuanqi, and apologizing would only make her seem weaker. You, please, I beg you. Uncle Duan cares a lot for 1111. When 1111 fell into the water, he was already a little upset. I'm afraid there's a rift between them. Tomorrow, when Uncle Duan is home, just bring something to apologize to 1111. Once she forgives you, Uncle Duan will also let it go. Please, you. If you don't support me, who else will? You. Fine, I'll go. Family was always Ruan Mingyue's weakness, and in the end, she couldn't bear to refuse her mother. The next day, Ruan Mingyue brought something to the Duan family. She originally planned to apologize to Duan Yuanqi in front of Duan Qizhou so that Duan Qizhou would see her sincerity, and Duan Yuanqi wouldn't dare to make things difficult for her in front of her father. But unfortunately, as soon as she entered the courtyard, Duan Yuanqi blocked her way. What are you doing here? Duan Yuanqi crossed her arms and looked at her. I'm here to apologize. Har, Zhongmar, did you hear that? Duan Yuanqi looked at the maid beside her. She says she's here to apologize. Do you believe her? I don't believe it. A weasel wishing the chicken a happy new year can't have good intentions. Zhongmar, sharp as always, knew the Duan siblings and the grandmother didn't like Ruan Mingyue, so she immediately took a firm stance against Ruan Mingyue. I really came to apologize. Ruan Mingyue handed Duan Yuanqi the gift in her hand, a Chanel custom Kelly bag. Duan Yuanqi had been begging Duan Qizhou for it, but Duan Qizhou didn't agree, saying that a college student shouldn't be so flashy. A Chanel bag. This one costs at least 200,000. Ruan Mingyue, you're just a small secretary. Where did you get so much money to buy this? Duan Yuanqi didn't even glance at it before swatting the bag to the floor. Don't think you can fool me with a fake. This is not a fake. This bag was bought with the check Duan Qizhou gave her. He told her to fill in any amount, so she filled in the cost of the bag. She used his money to buy a gift for his sister, so it all worked out. Of course, she couldn't just tell Duan Yuanqi that. It's real. Believe it or not. Still trying to lie? Do you really think I'm that easy to deceive? Duan Yuanqi sneered. You think this gift can make me forgive you for what you did to me? Dream on. Chapter 3, Tired of it. Ruan Mingyue was still in shock. After changing her clothes, she hurriedly said goodbye to her mother and Duan Qizhou. Her mother, Ruan Mingyue, had wanted to chat with her for a while longer, but Ruan Mingyue was afraid that Duan Qizhou might lose control again. She didn't dare stay even for a second longer and quickly left the Duan family's home. Back in her rented apartment, she felt unwell, as if she had been beaten, her limbs sore and aching. She slept for a while, and when she woke up the next morning, her nose was stuffy, her head ached, and her throat hurt. She had clearly caught a cold. She had some Tylenol at home, took one, and then rushed off to work. Ruan Mingyue had gotten used to arriving at the office half an hour early every day, preparing the documents for the morning meeting for Duan Qizhou, and also making him a cup of hand-brewed coffee. "Secretary Ruan, have you heard? Mr. Duan is in a relationship." As soon as Ruan Mingyue entered the elevator, a colleague from the administrative department came up to her with some juicy gossip. Her heart skipped a beat, but she maintained a calm expression. "I don't know anything about Mr. Duan's private matters. It's all over the internet. It's that actress Cheng Yiling from Autumn Heart. I heard she sat in Mr. Duan's car last night and went to a concert with him," the colleague said, showing Ruan Mingyue an online news picture. Sure enough, in the picture, a beautiful female star was sitting in Duan Qizhou's Rolls-Royce. Ruan Mingyue felt a complex mix of emotions. Duan Qizhou had always disliked the public focusing too much on his private life. Whenever there was any gossip online, he would quickly have the news removed. For his scandal with Cheng Yiling to reach the employees of the company by the next day, it seemed like he didn't want to hide this happy news after all. "By the way, Secretary Xiao Ziting from your department is Cheng Yiling's cousin. She has been bragging to everyone this morning, saying that soon she'll be part of the royal family. You'd better watch out." Xiao Ziting had joined the secretary department the same year as Ruan Mingyue. Although her official title was also a CEO secretary, her abilities were not as good as Ruan Mingyue's, so Ruan Mingyue often outshone her at various events. This made Xiao Ziting harbor deep resentment towards Ruan Mingyue, to the point that even employees from other departments had heard about it. "Thanks for the heads up." After leaving the elevator, Ruan Mingyue walked into the secretary department. As expected, as soon as she entered, she overheard Xiao Ziting talking about Duan Qizhou and Cheng Yiling. "Mr. Duan is so good to my sister. Last night, he not only took her to a concert, but he also talked to a famous director about casting her in a movie. Wow, doesn't that mean your sister will be the boss's wife in the future?" "Of course. My sister is the first girlfriend of Mr. Duan to be photographed. Just think about it, if Mr. Duan didn't like her, would he casually spread rumors with someone?" Ruan Mingyue placed her bag on her desk and was about to go brew coffee for Duan Qizhou when Xiao Ziting called out to her. "Secretary Ruan, you're going to brew coffee for Mr. Duan, right? Can you make me a cup too?" Xiao Ziting said in an arrogant tone. "What? Don't you have hands?" Ruan Mingyue didn't buy into her royal family act. "Look at you, just brew one more cup. What's the big deal? Mr. Duan pays me, did you pay me? Once my sister marries Mr. Duan, she'll be the lady of the Duan family. So, when you're serving the lady's sister, is that really such a hardship? Are you in such a hurry to get tomorrow's lunch today? What do you mean?" "I mean, let us talk about the future, when it comes." Xiao Ziting's face turned red with anger. "You, remember your attitude. Don't regret it." Ruan Mingyue didn't bother to respond, turned around, and walked into the CEO's office. Duan Qizhou liked hand-brewed coffee. His office had a coffee set worth hundreds of thousands, and only Ruan Mingyue knew how to brew coffee that satisfied him. Xiao Ziting had always wanted to learn but could never get it right. Just as Ruan Mingyue finished brewing the coffee, the special elevator arrived. The people from the secretary department all moved to the elevator entrance to wait. When the elevator reached the 8th floor, Duan Qizhou stepped out, dressed in a dark patterned suit that exuded an air of cold nobility in the light. His assistant, Chu Fei, followed behind him. Ruan Mingyue and Xiao Ziting naturally followed behind them, entering the CEO's office together to wait. As usual, Duan Qizhou walked to his desk, took a sip of the coffee Ruan Mingyue had prepared, and, after setting the cup down, looked at Xiao Ziting. "Secretary Xiao, starting tomorrow, we're removing this coffee machine and replacing it with a tea set." Xiao Ziting was delighted. Finally, the hard-to-use coffee machine was going to be replaced. "Got it, Mr. Duan. But don't you like coffee?" she asked, intentionally. "I'm tired of it." When Duan Qizhou said this, his gaze happened to fall on Ruan Mingyue. Ruan Mingyue tightly pressed her lips together, unsure whether he was tired of coffee or of her brewing it for him. After the morning meeting, the day was filled with busy and tight work. Ruan Mingyue clearly noticed that Duan Qizhou was especially cold towards her today. No, it wasn't coldness, he was completely ignoring her. He treated her like she didn't exist. Whether it was handling documents or sending and receiving materials, Duan Qizhou bypassed her and directly gave orders to Xiao Ziting. Xiao Ziting, who had always been in a supporting role, was now suddenly elevated to a key position. She was so pleased with herself that her tail almost flew up to the sky. Ruan Mingyue, the wheel of fortune turns, your good days are over, Xiao Ziting sneered, cornering Ruan Mingyue in the break room as they were about to get off work. Not having to work but still getting paid, are you sure my good days haven't just begun? Secretary Xiao seems to enjoy working so much, why don't you do more? You'll be working harder in the future, Ruan Mingyue retorted before pushing past Xiao Ziting and striding out of the break room. Though she confronted Xiao Ziting boldly, Ruan Mingyue was still somewhat disappointed inside. She felt that Duan Qizhou had changed. Even when they had just gotten out of bed, dressed, and entered the office, they could separate personal matters from work, but now, he was clearly bringing personal emotions into work. Secretary Ruan. Duan Qizhou's assistant, Chu Fei, came to Ruan Mingyue's desk. Mr. Duan wants you to go with him. Where to? He didn't say. Okay. Ruan Mingyue grabbed her bag and followed Chu Fei downstairs. Duan Qizhou was already waiting in the car. She got in the passenger seat, turned around, and pretended to be calm as she greeted him, Mr. Duan. Duan Qizhou didn't respond, only told the driver, let us go. Understood. The car drove to Lanhuage, the largest jewelry store in Rongchen. Because Duan Qizhou was coming, they had cleared the store in advance. Mr. Duan. As soon as the store manager saw him, he rushed over. The necklace you requested is ready. Bring it here. Of course. The manager, wearing white gloves, handed a valuable sapphire necklace to Duan Qizhou. Duan Qizhou took the necklace and walked toward Ruan Mingyue. Take off the scarf, he ordered. Ruan Mingyue, dressed in a cream-colored suit dress, was wearing a light-colored scarf around her neck, but this scarf wasn't just for decoration, it was meant to cover the hickey on her neck. The hickey was left by Duan Qizhou the day before, during their time at the Duan family's house. Mr. Duan. Take it off. Ruan Mingyue had no choice but to remove the scarf in front of the manager. As soon as their hickey was exposed, the scene from the previous night, when he had pinned her to the bed, flashed through Duan Qizhou's mind. He felt a surge of heat, his body reacting instinctively. Although he didn't want to admit it, Ruan Mingyue's seductive body, no matter how many times they had been together, still tempted him. Duan Qizhou stepped forward, blocking the manager's view, and pulled Ruan Mingyue into his arms, gently draping the sapphire necklace around her neck. His warm fingertips brushed against her skin as he tucked her long hair behind her ear, causing her to shudder involuntarily. Her neck was always a sensitive spot for her. Every time they made love, whenever Duan Qizhou kissed her there, she immediately melted like spring water. He loved kissing her neck and left marks there from time to time. Slowly, the scarf became an indispensable item in her wardrobe. Nice. Duan Qizhou pulled her into his arms, his lips brushing against her ear as he whispered, you'll have to wear this necklace for the rest of your life. Chapter 4, One Night's Fighting Strength. When Ruan Mingyue left the cinema, her breath was hot, her head was heavy and her feet were lightheaded, and she had symptoms of a fever. Sure enough, when I got back to the rental house and took my temperature, it was already 39.3 degrees. She took a fever-reducing pill, covered herself with a quilt and went to sleep, thinking that she would feel better after sweating. However, she had just fallen asleep for a while when she was woken up by Duan Qizhou's phone call. Room 606 of Junting Hotel, send a box of condoms over. Duan Qizhou's voice was hoarse, as if he had been drinking. As Duan Qizhou's personal secretary, Ruan Mingyue had delivered things for him after get-off work before, such as car keys, stomach medicine, coats, these were all normal errands, but today, he actually asked her to deliver condoms, which was outrageous. Mr. Duan, Junting is such a big hotel, but it doesn't even have a box of condoms. Ruan Mingyue felt unwell and couldn't help but want to refuse. Why? You don't want to send it? That's not what I meant, it's just. Hurry up, it must be delivered within half an hour. As soon as he finished speaking, the other end hung up the phone. Ruan Mingyue got up and put on her clothes while cursing the capitalists for taking advantage of her. If it weren't for the fairly respectable salary, she would have definitely thrown a resignation letter in the capitalists' faces. Half an hour later, Ruan Mingyue appeared outside the presidential suite room 606 of Junting Hotel. She rang the doorbell and Duan Qizhou quickly came over to open the door. He was wearing a bathrobe with a slightly open collar, revealing his perfectly shaped chest muscles. He looked like he had already taken a shower and was ready to go, just waiting for their tools to commit the crime. I really didn't expect that he and Cheng Yiling would develop so quickly. After watching the movie, they went straight to their hotel to have sex. Where are the things? Duan Qizhou asked. It's all here. Ruan Mingyue handed a full shopping bag to Duan Qizhou. Duan Qizhou frowned. So many. Yes, because I don't know Mr. Duan's size, preferences and fighting power for one night, so I bought all the condoms on the supermarket shelves, a total of 58 boxes, spending 6,034. I will write the reimbursement form tomorrow and ask Mr. Duan to sign it for me. Ruan Mingyue looked calm as usual, and acted in a businesslike manner. Duan Qizhou grabbed her wrist and pulled her against the door frame. Shouldn't you know my size, preferences, and fighting ability in one night best? We've only been apart for a few days, and you've forgotten everything? Do you want me to help you recall it? As he spoke, his breath caressed her hair. Ruan Mingyue instinctively trembled. Duan Qizhou was too bold. His girlfriend was in the room just a few feet away, and he dared to touch her right at the door. Wasn't he afraid that Cheng Yiling would suddenly come out and see this scene? She pushed him away, pretending to be calm, and whispered, Mr. Duan, I'm doing this for your own good. If I buy a condom that's the right size for Mr. Duan and that he likes, his girlfriend will definitely think too much. I'm doing this for Mr. Duan's sake. Really? Duan Qizhou looked at her coldly. Secretary Ruan is as thoughtful as ever. This damn woman, not only did she not react at all when she heard that he was going to sleep with someone else, she was also thoughtful enough to prepare so many condoms for him. It seemed that she didn't care at all who he was with. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Duan. A night of love is worth 1,000 gold. I will not disturb you, Mr. Duan. Ruan Mingyue said this and turned and left. Duan Qizhou felt a surge of anger when he saw that she was constantly sending out signals that she wanted to draw a clear line between them. He turned around with a stern face and slammed the door. In the presidential suite, Duan Qizhou's good friend Luo Xiaodong was sitting on the sofa watching TV. What's wrong with Lu Qianhao and Qin Yiming? Why are they so slow in playing cards? Luo Xiaodong said, glancing at the plastic bag in Duan Qizhou's hand, who was outside just now. What's in your bag? Duan Qizhou didn't answer and threw the bag directly into Luo Xiaodong's arms. Luo Xiaodong opened the bag, rummaged through it, and said in shock, why are there so many condoms? Are you planning to switch to being a family planning dealer? You are the one who sells birth control. You're not a family planning dealer, so you want to use it yourself. Luo Xiaodong picked up a box and glanced at it. The size is so small. Qizhou, is yours this small? Qizhou, what's going on? It's strange that you, a busy man, took the initiative to make a card appointment today. You took off your clothes and took a shower and changed into a bathrobe as soon as you entered the room, and asked someone to send so many condoms over. Are you planning to do something bad to us? Let me make it clear first, I am straight, very straight. Shut up. Get out. Luo Xiaodong quickly threw down the bag of condoms, stood up and ran to the door. As he ran, he sent messages to Lu Qianhao and Qin Yiming, don't come here, guys. Duan Qizhou is not right. He seems to want to make us gay under the guise of playing cards. How scary. Lu Qianhao. Qin Yiming. After delivering the things, Ruan Mingyue went to get a taxi. As soon as she reached the side of the road, she felt dizzy and fell to the ground. A Maybach stopped right in front of her. A tall man got out of the car. He was wearing a striped suit, had handsome features and a remarkable temperament, just like a young man from a book. However, the gentleman's words were not friendly. Miss, my car hasn't even hit you yet, isn't it a little too early for you to faint? Qin Yiming looked down at Ruan Mingyue. This woman has an oval face, skin as white as jade, and is very beautiful. Who would have thought that she is so naughty and unruly at such a young age, and actually learned how to scam people and extort money? Qin Yiming just glanced at Luo Xiaodong's message distractedly. When he looked up again, the woman was already sitting in front of his car. However, his car was clearly 1 meter away from her, so there was no way he could hit her. Miss, if you want to scam me, please do it in a more decent manner. My car didn't even touch your clothes. The in-car surveillance camera is recording it. Even if the police come, you won't get any benefits. I advise you to get up quickly. Sir, you misunderstood. I'm not scamming you. Ruan Mingyue rubbed her temples and calmed herself down. I have a slight fever. I just fainted for a moment and fell right in front of your car. I didn't mean to scam you. Qin Yiming saw that her face was unusually red, and it looked like she really had a fever, so he immediately helped her up. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. It's okay, thank you for helping me. Ruan Mingyue thanked him and pushed him away. She wanted to cross the road to get a taxi on the other side. As soon as she took a step, her vision went dark and she fainted completely. When Qin Yiming saw the woman falling down, he subconsciously hugged her in his arms. The woman's body was very hot, like a stove, but her body fragrance seemed to be evaporated by the high temperature and lingered in his nose. He had never smelled such a pleasant scent before, light, warm, sweet and pure, like the crabapples that bloomed in the courtyard after being rained on. He felt as if his heart was hit by the faint fragrance, and a tingling sensation was awakening. Miss, are you okay? Wake up! Wake up! When Ruan Mingyue woke up again, she was already lying on a hospital bed. You finally woke up. Qin Yiming was sitting beside the bed. Seeing her wake up, he breathed a sigh of relief. Ruan Mingyue glanced at the bottle. Did you send me to the hospital? Yes, I couldn't open your phone and couldn't contact your family, so I had to send you to the hospital first. Don't worry, you're fine. The doctor just came to check you out. You have a cold and a fever. You fainted because the fever was too high. Thank you, sir. What's your name? Ruan Mingyue looked at him gratefully. Your surname is Qin. Thank you, Mr. Qin. My name is Ruan Mingyue. If it's convenient for you, let's add each other on WeChat. After I recover, I will treat you to a meal to express my gratitude. If another woman had said this, Qin Yiming would most likely have refused, but facing Ruan Mingyue, he couldn't say the word no. He admitted that he hadn't met a woman who looked so attractive for a long time. Good. The two added each other on WeChat. Qin Yiming was still a little curious. Miss Ruan, since you have a fever, why are you running out so late? It was almost 12 o'clock when he met her. Delivering something to my boss. Your boss is still exploiting you when you're sick after get off work. At this point, Ruan Mingyue became excited. Yes, my boss is the reincarnation of a vampire, and he is a super blood-sucking guy. Her expression was angry, like an angry bird. Qin Yiming was amused by her exaggerated expression. He found that she was not only good-looking, but also had an interesting personality. Although Duan Qizhou stood me up tonight, it was worth the trip to find an interesting beauty. Mr. Qin, I'm really sorry to bother you today. It's getting late. You should go back first. I have a friend who works in this hospital. I'll send her a message now and she will come to see me later. Ruan Mingyue said as she picked up her phone and found Shinjia's WeChat from the address book. Really? Don't make friends out of nothing just because you're afraid of bothering me. Qin Yiming smiled warmly. Since I'm meddling in your business, I'm prepared to be bothered. You don't have to feel burdened. Really, I actually have a friend who is a doctor here. In that case, I'll wait until your friend arrives before I leave. Okay, thank you. Shinjiazi had just gotten off the operating table when she saw Ruan Mingyue's message. She changed into sterile clothes and hurried to the ward. Seeing that Ruan Mingyue really had friends coming, Qin Yiming did not stay long and got up to say goodbye. Miss Ruan, I'm going back first. You should have a good rest. Okay, thank you Mr. Qin. Qin Yiming picked up his coat and went out. Shinjiazi stood by the bed, looking at Qin Yiming's tall and straight back, and shook Ruan Mingyue's hand. Yeah, who is this? The kind person who saved me on the road. This guy is so handsome, and not only handsome, but also so kind. Shinjiazi followed Qin Yiming with her eyes full of love. Why? Is she your cup of tea? Ruan Mingyue joked, if you like her, go after her. It's not too late. Shinjiazi's smile collapsed. I don't deserve it. Dr. Shin is beautiful and has a promising future, so why is she not worthy? I'm so busy every day, I don't have time for a relationship. But aren't you done with that guy? Now that you've found a new love interest, why don't you try to have a conversation? After all, your meeting is like something out of an idol drama. Forget it. Ruan Mingyue was not very interested. After all, she has slept with a top-notch man like Duan Qizhou. No matter how good other men are, they are not attractive to her eyes, let alone her heart. Seeing that she looked disillusioned with the world, Shinjiazi instantly became alert. Yeah, tell me the truth, are you really in love with Duan Qizhou? Shinjiazi and Ruan Mingyue have known each other since high school. They have been in love for many years and have no secrets from each other. Ruan Mingyue has never hidden the fact that she is with Duan Qizhou from Shinjiazi. Ruan Mingyue was silent for a few seconds, nodded, and then shook her head. What do you mean by nodding and shaking your head? It's impossible for him and I. Just know it's impossible. When Ruan Mingyue and Duan Qizhou were together, Shinjiazi felt that this was inappropriate. Men and women are two completely different species. Men can rationally separate sex and love, but women are mostly emotional and easily confuse the two. She was very afraid that Ruan Mingyue would be trapped in this relationship and lose her heart, and in the end gain nothing and end up with emotional pain. Her expectations were already very pessimistic, but who could have imagined that the situation between Ruan Mingyue and Duan Qizhou was even more outrageous? Not only did they fail to become lovers in the end, they also instantly became brother and sister, something that even novels wouldn't dare to write about. Let's not talk about me, but you. Why are you so busy every day? Ruan Mingyue deliberately avoided all topics related to Duan Qizhou. Shinjiazi saw it, so she cooperated with her and changed the subject. Yes, during this period, I had to undergo surgery and stay up late to write a paper. I was spinning around in the hospital like a top every day. It should be better after the mid-year job title evaluation. Take care of yourself. I see you've become thinner. It's okay, at least I haven't fainted in the street. Roll. Har har har. The two chatted for a while, and after Ruan Mingyue had the drip, her fever went away. Shinjiazi drove her home and stayed overnight at Ruan Mingyue's place. The next morning, they both got up and went to work. Although Ruan Mingyue's fever had subsided, she still had no strength in her body and felt limp and listless. Fortunately, Xiao Ziting was anxious to make her presence felt in front of Duan Qizhou, so she took away most of her work, giving her time to rest and adjust. For the first time, she realized how joyful it was to slack off at work. However, before she could catch the fish until the end of the day, Xiao Ziting came to her workstation in her high heels and said to her in a commanding tone, "Secretary Ruan, go pick up Mr. Jiang from Xinmin Group at Cheng'an Airport at 6 o'clock today." After saying that, she placed a piece of flight information in front of Ruan Mingyue and knocked on it hard to remind her to pay attention to the time. "Haven't you always been in charge of Xinmin Group's affairs? Why do you want me to pick you up at the airport?" Xiao Ziting seemed to be waiting for Ruan Mingyue to ask this question. She said proudly, "Because I have to accompany Mr. Duan to attend the Film and Television City event today, I don't have time to pick him up at the airport." The Film and Television City, that is the activities of the entertainment industry. Duan Qizhou never participated in entertainment industry activities before, but he broke his rules for Cheng Yiling again and again. It seemed that he really liked her. Why? Secretary Ruan is not happy. Xiao Ziting put her hands on her hips. "In the past, you always accompanied Mr. Duan on every trip. Don't even think about snatching my opportunity this time. Of course, you can't snatch it even if you try. I'm sure you can see how much Mr. Duan thinks of me since he started dating my sister. From now on, I will have the final say in the entire secretariat." Okay, you have the final say. I won't snatch your opportunity." Ruan Mingyue would rather take a big date to the airport to get some fresh air than to watch Duan Qizhou and Cheng Yi's affectionate love. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ziting smiled meaningfully. "You are sensible. Treat Mr. Jiang well. It's time for Secretary Ruan to come down to earth and experience the sufferings of the world." Chapter 5, Cephalexin and Alcohol. It was only when Ruan Mingyue met Jiang Yupeng, the head of Xinmin Group, that she understood what Xiao Ziting meant by her last and meaningful words, "experience the sufferings of the world." This Jiang Yupeng is an absolute old pervert. When the two met at the airport, he behaved like a decent person because there was a driver present. However, when they arrived at the hotel's dining box, his true colors began to show. "Boss Duan is so mean. I've been to Rongqing on business so many times, but this is the first time I've met Secretary Ruan." Jiang Yupeng put his hand on Ruan Mingyue's thigh and looked at her with lustful eyes. "But I understand Boss Duan. If I had such a beautiful secretary, I wouldn't be willing to bring her out to show her off." Ruan Mingyue pushed Jiang Yupeng's hand away calmly. "Mr. Jiang, you're joking. Mr. Duan treats all colleagues in the secretarial department equally. I didn't have the opportunity to meet Mr. Jiang before because I was not in charge of your company's business. Then let's meet more often in the future. Next time I come to Rongcheng on a business trip, I hope Secretary Ruan will receive me. He stretched out his hand again. Of course, of course. Ruan Mingyue had already greeted his whole family in her heart, but she still had a formal smile on her face. Mr. Jiang, try it. This is Rongcheng's special braised duck. I must try the dishes recommended by Secretary Ruan. However, it seems a bit boring to just eat without drinking. How about Secretary Ruan have a drink with me? Jiang Yupeng wanted to get her drunk so that he could control her. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang. I haven't been feeling well these 2 days. I took cefuroxime when I came here. I'm sure you must have heard that cefuroxime goes with alcohol. I'm leaving right away. Please be merciful, Mr. Jiang. I'm still young and want to see more of this beautiful world. Ruan Mingyue refused in a joking tone. It's just cefuroxime. What's there to be afraid of if you drink a little wine? I don't believe it's really that effective. Jiang Yupeng didn't buy Ruan Mingyue's trick. He directly opened a bottle of Maotai and filled Ruan Mingyue's small cup. Come on, Secretary Ruan, drink it boldly. If anything really happens, I will take full responsibility. Mr. Jiang, this is really not working. I really took the medicine. Secretary Ruan is not giving me face. Jiang Yupeng frowned. Secretary Xiao, who came to receive us before, always drank whenever he asked. He was very straightforward. Why are you being so shy and arrogant? Do you want me to call your general manager Duan before you listen to him? Mr. Jiang, that's not what I meant. If that's not what you mean, then drink it. Ruan Mingyue looked at the glass of wine in front of her and suddenly realized that although she had no official status with Duan Qizhou during the past 2 years, because of their special relationship, Duan Qizhou had blocked many disgusting faces for her, both openly and secretly. And now, they are separated, he will no longer protect her, and she has to face everything in the workplace on her own. Okay, Mr. Jiang, I'll drink, but let me make it clear first, I can't drink much, Mr. Jiang, please don't mind. No, I don't mind. Jiang Yupeng wished that she had a low alcohol tolerance so that he could get her drunk quickly and take her to their hotel to do whatever he wanted. Ruan Mingyue drank only 1 glass and then pretended to be dizzy and weak. Boss Jiang. I can't take it anymore. This wine is too strong. My heart is beating so fast after drinking it. I feel dizzy. No way, Secretary Ruan's alcohol tolerance is just child's play. I just told Mr. Jiang that I really can't drink. Mr. Duan knows that I can't drink much and is afraid that clients will laugh at me, so he rarely lets me out for social events. Jiang Yupeng believed it. He reached out and patted Ruan Mingyue on the back. Then I'll help you go upstairs to rest. Jiang Yupeng's room is on the 13th floor of the hotel. No need, Mr. Jiang. I'll take a taxi home. My boyfriend is waiting for me at home. Ruan Mingyue deliberately made up a boyfriend in order to dispel Jiang Yupeng's dirty thoughts, but unexpectedly, Jiang Yupeng didn't care at all. You send a message to your boyfriend and say that you are drunk and slept in the hotel. Mr. Jiang, Secretary Ruan. Jiang Yupeng interrupted her impatiently. How many years have you been working? You can't be unable to understand my subtext. I think you are pretty, but your brain is really not as good as that Secretary Xiao. Secretary Xiao is much smarter than you. Ruan Mingyue was secretly shocked. It turned out that Xiao Ziting always accompanied clients in this way. I'm warning you, if you don't satisfy me tonight, there will be no need to discuss the project between Xinmin and Duan's. Xinmin's project is one of Duan's 3 major projects this year. Ruan Mingyue knows that Duan has invested a lot of energy in research and development of this project. If the project really fails because of her, then she probably won't have to continue working at Duan. Don't be angry, Mr. Jiang. I understand what you mean. Please help me up to rest. I feel so dizzy that I can't even stand steadily. You are sensible. Jiang Yupeng grabbed Ruan Mingyue and led her out of the box. Of course, Ruan Mingyue would not sit idly by and wait for death. She pretended to lean on Jiang Yupeng, and when the two of them walked to their hotel front desk, she suddenly let out a very painful groan. Both staff members at the hotel's front desk looked at her. Ruan Mingyue grabbed herself by the collar and used all her acting skills to portray a person who was feeling short of breath and who seemed to be about to convulse and fall to the ground and die in the next second. Jiang Yupeng was closest to her. He could clearly feel her suddenly rapid breathing and see her tense jawline and the bulging veins in her neck. Damn, could it be that this woman really can't drink because she took cephalexin? R. Ruan Mingyue slid down from Jiang Yupeng's arms and knelt on the ground. What's wrong with you? The front desk staff rushed over. Do you need me to call 120? Yes. Call 120 quickly. She took cephalexin and drank alcohol. Before Ruan Mingyue could speak, Jiang Yupeng answered before her. Mr. Jiang, I. Don't talk. Go to the hospital first, it's important to see a doctor. Jiang Yupeng has been so frightened that all his evil thoughts have disappeared. He just hopes that nothing happens to Ruan Mingyue. He doesn't want to get hurt on this business trip and end up being unable to return home. Ruan Mingyue was taken to the hospital by ambulance. This was her second time in just 2 days. Shinjiazi was about to go out for dinner with her colleagues. When she saw Ruan Mingyue being carried down from the stretcher, she was so scared that she ran over quickly. Yeah, what's wrong with you? Do you have a high fever again? Shinjiazi grabbed her hand, looking anxious. She was fine when they separated in the morning to go to work. The patient took cefuroxime and drank alcohol, which caused him to have a convulsive shock reaction, answered the emergency doctor nearby. Ruan Mingyue held Shinjiazi's hand tightly and winked at her frantically at an angle where Jiang Yupeng couldn't see. Shinjiazi and Ruan Mingyue have been friends for many years, so they have some tacit understanding. She understood what she meant instantly. Doctor Hu, this person is my friend. Leave him to me and I will handle the rescue, said Shinjiazi. Doctor Hu from the emergency department looked at Shinjiazi suspiciously. Shinjiazi reached out and patted his shoulder, and Doctor Hu immediately understood what Shinjiazi meant. Okay, I'll leave it to you then. Good. Shinjiazi asked her colleagues to push Ruan Mingyue into the emetic room, closed the door, and isolated Jiang Yupeng outside. Ruan Mingyue, what's wrong with you? Shinjiazi asked softly. Hush. Ruan Mingyue sat up from the stretcher and pointed outside the door. The man outside is a client. He wanted to get me drunk and take me to a hotel. I had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. What? This pervert is looking at me. Shinjiazi rolled up her sleeves and was about to rush out, but was stopped by Ruan Mingyue. Auntie, calm down. He is an important client of Duan Corporation, I can't afford to offend him. No, did you really mix cefuroxime with wine? I only drank a little bit, and I took ceftriaxone in the morning, so it should be fine. What do you mean it's nothing? You're allergic. Shinjiazi pulled open Ruan Mingyue's collar and said, look at yourself in the mirror. You have rashes all over your neck. I'll prescribe some medicine for you. Take it quickly. Can I just get some medicine? Can you give me a more serious treatment? That way, that pervert will give up. Shinjiazi thought for a moment and said, your condition could be serious or minor. How about this? I'll open a ward for you, hang some glucose solution to speed up the metabolism of alcohol and drugs, and then give you oxygen to observe. Ruan Mingyue was sent to the ward for oxygen and intravenous drip. Jiang Yupeng was frightened when he saw her lying motionless on the hospital bed with her eyes closed. Doctor, how is she? What is your relationship to the patient? Colleague. It was the wine you drank with her, right? Shinjiazi looked at Jiang Yupeng angrily. Don't you know that drinking after taking cefuroxime will produce a disulfiram-like reaction? In severe cases, this can cause cardiac arrest and endanger life. Then will she die? No one can guarantee what will happen next, so we have to wait and see. Shinjiazi said this in a harsh voice, then turned and left. Jiang Yupeng suddenly felt uneasy. After all, Ruan Mingyue was Duan Qizhou's secretary. If anything happened to her, his cooperation with Duan would be affected. Although he was very confident when he threatened Ruan Mingyue just now, in fact, Xinmin Group needed the project they were working on more than Duan's. If something went wrong with the project, his company might not be able to continue this year. Thinking of this, Jiang Yupeng decided to call Duan Qizhou first to check in. Duan Qizhou is currently attending an event at the Film and Television City. Duan has an entertainment company that plans to go public this year. In addition to some of the company's artists, several company executives also attended the event with him today. As soon as Duan Qizhou arrived at the scene, he was invited to the stage to speak. After his speech, as he just stepped down and sat down, Xiao Ziting walked over. Mr. Duan, Mr. Jiang from Xinmin Group called and said he has something important to discuss with you. Xiao Ziting leaned over and handed the phone to Duan Qizhou's ear. Duan Qizhou took the call. Mr. Jiang. Boss Duan, this is bad. Your secretary is suffering from alcohol poisoning and is dying. Duan Qizhou glanced at Xiao Ziting beside him and asked, which secretary? Secretary Ruan. Duan Qizhou frowned immediately. Where is it? Bumrungrad Hospital. Duan Qizhou hung up the phone, turned to Xiao Ziting and said, immediately ask Chu Fei to arrange for the best experts in Rongqing to go to Kanmin Hospital. Yes, Mr. Duan. Duan Qizhou stood up and hurried out. Xiao Ziting followed him. Mr. Duan, Sister Yiling will be here soon, aren't you waiting for her? Duan Qizhou seemed not to hear and got into the car with big strides. Ruan Mingyue closed her eyes and dozed off for a while. Only when she saw that Jiang Yupeng didn't come in did she dare to open her eyes. Shenjiazi sent her a message saying that she had to go back to get some things and would come to see her later. She had just replied with an okay and put down her phone when the door of the ward was suddenly pushed open and several doctors in white coats rushed in. Ruan Mingyue closed her eyes immediately. This patient is Ruan Mingyue. It's her. Is it true that drinking alcohol after taking ceftriaxone can cause a disulfiram-like reaction and lead to shock? Yes. Has your stomach been pumped? No. If the situation is so serious, why don't you induce vomiting and gastric lavage? Send him to induce vomiting and gastric lavage to expel the alcohol that has not been absorbed by the stomach. Yes. Gastric lavage. Ruan Mingyue's skin instantly turned upside down. Where did these doctors come from? Why do they want to have their stomachs pumped over just because they have a disagreement? Shenjiazi, come back quickly and save me. Ruan Mingyue shouted silently. Just as she was thinking about how to open her eyes naturally and tell them that her condition was not that serious, there was a sound of hurried footsteps at the door. Mr. Duan. How is the person? Duan Qizhou's voice rang in my ears. How come even Duan Qizhou is here? Ruan Mingyue's nerves suddenly became more tense. She's still not awake. The emergency measures at Bumrungrad Hospital are not in place. We plan to send her to induce vomiting and have her stomach pumped. Duan Qizhou walked to the bedside and glanced at Ruan Mingyue lying on it. Her eyes were closed, her long eyelashes drooping like a feather fan, and the breathing mask covered half of her face, making her face look even smaller. Good. Duan Qizhou had just uttered half of his words when he felt someone grabbing the hem of his clothes tightly. He lowered his head and saw Ruan Mingyue's hand had quietly stretched out from under the sheets at some point and was holding him tightly. What tricks is this woman playing? You go out first. Duan Qizhou said to several experts. Mr. Duan, disulfiram can be life-threatening and we cannot delay it, said one of the older experts. Duan Qizhou glanced at Ruan Mingyue again and said, some people take cefuroxime and drink alcohol, and they think they have too long to live. There is no need to rush to save them. Several experts didn't understand. When Duan Qizhou sent people to pick them up from the central hospital just now, he was obviously in a hurry and was fighting against the devil to save them, but how could he suddenly become so calm now? Mr. Duan. Go out. Yes. After the ward was cleared, only Ruan Mingyue and Duan Qizhou were left. What's going on? Duan Qizhou looked at Ruan Mingyue lying on the hospital bed. Ruan Mingyue obediently took back her hand from him, took off the oxygen mask, and sat up from the hospital bed. Mr. Duan, my condition isn't that serious, she confessed. If it's not that serious, then why did Mr. Jiang call me and say you were dying? Ruan Mingyue blinked, not knowing whether she should tell Duan Qizhou the truth. Explain. You didn't say you wanted me to ask Mr. Jiang directly. I'll tell you. Ruan Mingyue quickly begged for mercy. If Duan Qizhou really went to ask Jiang Yupeng, who knows what disgusting excuses that disgusting guy would make up to shift the blame. Boss Jiang wanted to get me drunk and take me to a hotel. I couldn't refuse, but I didn't want to break up with him and affect the cooperation between the company and Xinmin, so I had to pretend to be poisoned by alcohol. Duan Qizhou's eyes flashed coldly. He wants to take you to a hotel. Okay, I get it, you take a rest. After Duan Qizhou finished speaking, he was about to walk out of the ward. Ruan Mingyue looked at his cold back and suddenly had a bad feeling. Mr. Duan. Ruan Mingyue quickly called out to him, "I'm not injured nor have I been violated. Please don't pursue the matter." Duan Qizhou turned around and laughed mockingly. "Secretary Ruan, do you think I would disregard the interests of the company and offend President Jiang for you?" I. Ruan Mingyue suddenly lost her confidence. "Don't think too highly of yourself." Duan Qizhou said this and walked out of the ward. Ruan Mingyue sat on the hospital bed and laughed at herself. Yes, she was really self-indulgent. She was just a small secretary. How could Duan Qizhou destroy his relationship with the client for her? The project between Xinmin Group and Duan's involved hundreds of millions of funds. Why did she do that? She must have had a brain short-circuit, which was why she had the illusion that Duan Qizhou was going to seek justice for her when he turned around just now. Chapter 6, A Man and a Woman Alone in a Room. Duan Qizhou walked out of the ward and his special assistant Chu Fei came over immediately. "Mr. Duan, is Secretary Ruan really not doing well?" Chu Fei looked sad. Duan Qizhou glanced at Chu Fei and said, "Why? Are you reluctant to part with it? After all, we are colleagues. She is so young." "Shut up, where's Jiang Yupeng?" "I just asked the driver to take him back to their hotel. He should still be in the car now." "Bring him back." "Yes, Mr. Duan." Half an hour later, Jiang Yupeng was taken to the hospital's open-air parking lot. As soon as he got off the car, he saw Duan Qizhou wearing a black coat, leaning against the car smoking. In the dark night, this man exuded an aura more terrifying than that of death. Jiang Yupeng suddenly began to tremble with guilt. "Mr. Duan." Duan Qizhou didn't respond. He threw the cigarette butt on the ground and crushed it gently with his foot. Then he winked at Chu Fei. Chu Fei immediately understood and handed him his black leather gloves. "Duan." "Mr. Duan." Jiang Yupeng watched Duan Qizhou put on his leather gloves slowly and nervously. "I didn't know Secretary Ruan had taken the medicine. I didn't ask her to drink. She insisted on toasting me." Bang! Duan Qizhou swung his fist and hit Jiang Yupeng on the cheek. Jiang Yupeng's mouth suddenly bled. He covered his face and explained in panic, "Boss Duan, it's true, it was really Secretary Ruan who forced me to drink. She not only drank, but she also tried to seduce me. It's not a pity for a woman like this to die from drinking. It will be a disaster for the company sooner or later if she stays in the company." Bang bang! With two powerful punches, Jiang Yupeng was knocked to the ground. Chu Fei on the side raised his hand to cover his eyes. He hadn't seen the boss personally teach someone a lesson for a long time. He didn't know whether to say that this man named Jiang was honored or unlucky. In short, he was definitely finished today. "Mr. Duan. I was wrong, I won't dare to do it again. Please spare my life." Jiang Yupeng also realized that he had provoked someone he shouldn't have provoked today. He rushed over and hugged Duan Qizhou's thighs. "Mr. Duan, I don't know if Secretary Ruan. She was his." "Shut up. You're not even worthy of mentioning her last name." Duan Qizhou brushed Jiang Yupeng away, took off his leather gloves, and threw them to Chu Fei. Chu Fei barely caught it, and there was a strong smell of blood on his leather gloves. "Clean it up." He gave the order coldly, seemingly referring to the pair of leather gloves, and also seemed to be referring to Jiang Yupeng who was kneeling on the ground. "Yes, Mr. Duan." After Ruan Mingyue finished the four-drip and saw that Jiang Yupeng had left, the crisis was over, so she told Shinjiazi that she wanted to be discharged from the hospital. "The staff who handles the discharge procedures have already left work, so we can't do it now. The rash on your body hasn't completely subsided yet. You might as well just sleep in the hospital for one night. It will be easier to deal with any problems. Anyway, the hospitalization fee for tonight has already been incurred. I can't sleep here, I'd better go home and sleep." "That's fine. Leave your medical insurance card with me. I'll help you with the discharge procedures tomorrow so you don't have to make another trip." "Good. I'm on duty and can't take you there. Go back and be careful. Call me if you feel unwell." "Okay, got it." Ruan Mingyue handed the medical insurance card to Shinjiazi, put on her coat and waited for the elevator. There were not many people in the corridor at this time, and the entire inpatient department was very quiet. The elevator came up from the underground parking lot, and the numbers jumped up one floor at a time without stopping in between. With a ding sound, the elevator stopped and the door opened quickly. Duan Qizhou was standing in the spacious sedan. He was wearing a dark blue suit with his coat casually draped over his arm. He looked elegant yet a bit cool. Mr. Duan. Why haven't you left yet? Ruan Mingyue was a little surprised. She thought that Duan Qizhou had left after he came to their hospital to confirm that she would not die. After all, there was an event at the film and television city today, and Cheng Yiling would also participate in the event. Where are you going? Duan Qizhou looked at her. Go home. Can I be discharged from the hospital now? The rash around her neck was still evident. After the 4 is done, there's nothing to worry about. I'm going to go home and sleep. I can't sleep in the hospital. Duan Qizhou didn't say anything else. He moved aside to make room for her. Ruan Mingyue walked into the elevator and they stood side by side. She could smell the faint scent of bitter tea on him, which was clean and high-end, diluting the smell of hospital disinfectant. Duan Qizhou pressed the button for the underground first floor, and Ruan Mingyue followed closely and pressed the button for the first floor. I send you. I'll take a taxi. They both spoke at the same time. Mr. Duan, I'll go back by myself. Ruan Mingyue glanced at her watch. The activities at the film and television city haven't ended yet. If you go, you should be able to catch up. I won't delay you. Won't it delay me? Yes. Ruan Mingyue had looked at the activity schedule of the film and television city. After the event, there would be a fireworks show, and Cheng Yiling would be one of the performing guests. Duan Qizhou snorted coldly, since you are so sensible, don't do stupid things like mixing cephalosporin with alcohol in the future. Ruan Mingyue could hear his anger and whispered back, I already said I had no choice. You're willing to take your own life when you have no other choice. He tugged at the collar of her shirt unhappily, exposing the red rash to the air. Who will be held accountable if you really die from drinking? Ruan Mingyue quickly pressed her collar. I know what I'm doing. How could I really risk my life for that old pervert? She looked at him and said, I'm just sorry for delaying Mr. Duan and Ms. Cheng's date today. After she finished speaking, she secretly observed Duan Qizhou's reaction with the corner of her eye, but Duan Qizhou was calm and didn't give her any expression. Instead, he directly cancelled the floor she pressed. The two came to the underground parking lot. Ruan Mingyue didn't want to be alone with Duan Qizhou, so she struggled again, Mr. Duan, I really can go back by myself. Duan Qizhou's eyes became colder, are you so afraid of me? No. Then shut up and get in the car. The house that Ruan Mingyue rented was in Qiulu Community. Qiulu Community is an old community with outdated infrastructure, but it has cheap rent and convenient transportation. Ruan Mingyue has been renting here since she started working at Duan's. Duan Qizhou's car stopped in front of the residential building where she lived. You live here? He glanced upwards through the windshield, his eyes clearly looking at the slums. Yes, Ms. Duan, thank you for sending me back. I can get up by myself. She said, and quickly unfastened her seat belt. But when she opened the passenger door, Duan Qizhou had already gotten out of the car before her. Mr. Duan. I'm taking you back, why don't you invite me upstairs for a cup of tea, he said, looking around. Mr. Duan, it's not a good idea to drink tea so late at night. Let's do it next time. Next time? How many times do you want me to send you? No, Mr. Duan, that's not what I meant. What I meant is that drinking tea at night will affect the nervous system, damage the digestive system, and may also cause endocrine disorders and lead to a decrease in the body's resistance. Ruan Mingyue tried her best to argue. Duan Qizhou looked at her quietly, are you done? That's all. Since drinking tea has so many harmful effects, forget it. Ruan Mingyue breathed a sigh of relief. Just when she thought she had successfully rejected Duan Qizhou, she heard this bastard gasp and then added, then go up and drink some water. There must be water, right? Seeing that he was taking it for granted, Ruan Mingyue also became rebellious and said bluntly, Boss Duan, it's so late, and you go to my house. It's not good for a man and a woman to be alone in the same room. It's so late, I sent you back but didn't take you upstairs. If anything happens to you, I will be the first suspect. We're already at the doorstep, how could an accident happen? The meaning of accident is unexpected. Who says there won't be accidents at home? There are so many news reports about women being persecuted in the corridors. Haven't you seen any of them? Although this neighborhood is run down, it's very safe. If anything happens, I can just open my throat and shout, and a neighbor will come out to rescue me. Really? If that's the case, you don't need to worry about anything. Duan Qizhou walked up to Ruan Mingyue and said coldly, "You tried every means to prevent me from going up, aren't you worried that I might do something to you? Since your community is so safe, what are you afraid of? If I have any ill intentions towards you, can't you just shout it out?" He knew how to control her, using her own spear to attack her own shield. Well, Ruan Mingyue knew that she was no match for Duan Qizhou, so she could only step aside and give in, reluctantly making a "please" gesture to him. "This is a small temple, please don't laugh at me, Mr. Duan." Duan Qizhou had no time to laugh at others. As soon as he reached the entrance of the corridor, he tripped. "Be careful." Ruan Mingyue grabbed his suit jacket. "Why is there not even a light here?" Duan Qizhou's words were full of disgust. "The voice-activated light is broken. The property management company won't come to repair it. There are only 2 property managers in this community. They are very old and eat sunflower seeds in the office every day. They don't do anything at all." Ruan Mingyue has become accustomed to this dark corridor and the inaction of the property managers. "Wait a moment, I'll take care of it for you." She took out her cell phone and turned on the flashlight to light the way for Duan Qizhou. But even so, Duan Qizhou tripped again when he went upstairs. "No elevator? The elevator is broken too." Ruan Mingyue looked at Duan Qizhou's increasingly uglier expression and couldn't help but laugh secretly. He deserved it. It was his own fault for coming here to seek trouble. "Don't laugh." "No. The light is bad, but I'm not blind. Although the neighborhood is shabby, Ruan Mingyue's rental house is clean and warm." As soon as Duan Qizhou entered the door, he smelled a faint fragrance. On the windowsill, in a square vase with glacier patterns, there is a bunch of snow-white freesias, and the fragrance comes from there. "Do you want to change your shoes?" he asked. "No, there are no men's slippers." Ruan Mingyue's words, "no men's slippers," finally made Duan Qizhou, who had been sulking all the way, relax a little. "Mr. Duan, please sit down. I'll go get you some water." Ruan Mingyue said this and walked into the kitchen. Duan Qizhou took the opportunity to look at the photo on her shelf. It was a photo of Ruan Mingyue, who was 13 or 14 years old, with her mother and sister. Ruan Mingyue has been a beauty since she was young, with 3-dimensional and delicate facial features, which is what is often called a strong-faced beauty on the internet. She does not look like her mother, Wang Meishan, at all. Wang Meishan's facial features are very flat, at most they can only be considered delicate, and there is not even a single similarity between the 2 faces. Wang Meishan's youngest daughter, Duan Qizhou, looks like she was carved from the same mold as Wang Meishan. "Mr. Duan, lemonade." Ruan Mingyue placed a glass of water in front of Duan Qizhou. Duan Qizhou retracted his gaze, picked up the water cup but did not drink it, just looked quietly at the painted glass cup in his hand. They have been together for 2 years, and this is Duan Qizhou's first time to visit her residence. He finds that the things used in Ruan Mingyue's home are very personal and very affordable. Looking around the entire living room, there was not a single valuable item in sight. Even the small stool at her feet had legs wrapped in colorful bandages. "Have I treated you unfairly in the past 2 years?" Duan Qizhou looked up at her. "What's the meaning? Why do you live here? Cheap. Is Duan's salary not enough for you to rent a decent house? I'm used to living here." Ruan Mingyue was telling the truth, she had really gotten used to it. If it weren't for the pretentious young master Duan Qizhou being here today, she wouldn't have needed to turn on the flashlight to go upstairs. "Where's the money you made?" "It took." "What about the money I gave you?" In the past 2 years, he has never treated her unfairly. In addition to paying for her sister's medical expenses, he would also deposit some extra pocket money into her card every month. All these pocket money totaled at least more than 20 million yuan. Although more than 20 million yuan is not a lot, it is enough for Ruan Mingyue to buy a decent house in Rongqing. Why should she live in such an old and shabby house? "Is Mr. Duan here to check the accounts today?" Ruan Mingyue became alert. "Is it because we broke up that you want the money back? I owe you this little money." "Then why are you asking me?" "Curious. I donated it. In the past 2 years, except for the money Duan Qizhou gave to Ruan Mingyue for her sister's medical treatment, the rest was donated by Ruan Mingyue." "Donated?" This was an answer Duan Qizhou had never expected. "Yes, I donated it all. She didn't want Duan Qizhou's money at all, and she didn't want their relationship to turn into a money for sex transaction. However, when she gave the money to Duan Qizhou, he didn't want it. After being rejected several times, she thought she might as well donate it. At least she could help those who really need help. You didn't save any for yourself. No. Why? Ill-gotten gains will bring disaster if taken, so I dare not keep them. What I gave you was ill-gotten gains. Duan Qizhou was so angry that he almost choked. Isn't it ill-gotten gains if they are obtained through improper means? Inappropriate means? Is being with him an improper approach? Very good, this woman is really dancing on the muzzle of his gun every minute and every second. When Ruan Mingyue saw that Duan Qizhou's face, which had finally warmed up, began to become gloomy again, she knew that he might have misunderstood. She was not saying that his money was ill-gotten gains, but she felt that his way of making money was immoral. She was about to explain when the doorbell suddenly rang. Who would ring the doorbell at this time? Ruan Mingyue walked to the door, looked out through the peephole, and found a middle-aged man standing outside. This man was the neighbor downstairs. Ruan Mingyue often saw him walking the dog in the community. The two of them were at most nodding acquaintances. They had no contact in normal times, and he had never suddenly come up and knock on the door. Hello. Ruan Mingyue opened the door and looked at the man. Excuse me, what can I do for you? Chapter 7 Calling her wife. The man looked at Ruan Mingyue and smiled innocently. Hello, Miss Ruan, have you just got back from get off work? Ruan Mingyue was stunned. She had never told her name to this man. How did he know her last name was Ruan? Yes, I just came back, but how do you know my last name is Ruan? Oh, I heard about you from the neighbors here. The man answered naturally, I have been living downstairs from you, and I have never had the chance to come up and say hello. My name is Fei Xinyao. Hello Mr. Fei, what can I do for you? Ruan Mingyue asked again. Fei Xinyao didn't answer. He looked through the crack in the door and suddenly asked, Ms. Ruan lives alone, right? Before Ruan Mingyue could react, Duan Qizhou suddenly stood up from the sofa and walked towards the door. Wife, who is it? Duan Qizhou walked to Ruan Mingyue, naturally put his arms around her shoulders, and held her in his arms. The two of them were very close, her back was against Duan Qizhou's chest, and she could even feel his heartbeat. Wife? Who is his wife? Ruan Mingyue raised her eyes and looked at Duan Qizhou suspiciously, not knowing what he was up to. Duan Qizhou put a little more force on the hand on her shoulder, as if to signal her. Oh, this is the neighbor downstairs. Ruan Mingyue took over his speech. So you're our neighbor downstairs. Duan Qizhou smiled at Fei Xinyao, hello. Fei Xinyao didn't expect that there was a man in Ruan Mingyue's house, and he subconsciously took a step back. We've been neighbors for so long, but I didn't know Miss Ruan was married. Fei Xinyao's expression was slightly tense. How come I've never seen Miss Ruan and her husband when I come in and out so often? I have been working on a business trip abroad. I was just transferred back yesterday and will live here from now on. Please take care of me, Mr. Fei. Duan Qizhou said. So that's how it is. No wonder. Fei Xinyao was a little hesitant. Although the man in front of him was smiling the whole time, he could tell at a glance that the smile did not reach his eyes. His eyes were also extremely cold and sharp, making people shiver unconsciously. Excuse me, Mr. Fei, why are you knocking on the door at this time? It's like this, there's a water leak downstairs, so I thought I'd come up to see what's going on. Miss Ruan, did you forget to turn off the faucet in the bathroom? No, I closed it when I went out this morning. Ruan Mingyue said, pushing away Duan Qizhou's hand. Mr. Fei, wait a moment, I'll go check it again. Okay, thank you for your help. Duan Qizhou and Fei Xinyao were the only ones left at the door. Fei Xinyao kept his head down, not daring to look Duan Qizhou in the eye. Ruan Mingyue went to the bathroom to check. If she remembered correctly, the doors were indeed closed when she left in the morning. Mr. Fei, the faucets are all fine. Okay, I got it. I'll ask the property management when the time comes. I won't disturb your rest. After Fei Xinyao finished speaking, he put on his big slippers, turned around and ran downstairs. Duan Qizhou closed the door and said to Ruan Mingyue, there is something wrong with this person. When you are alone in the future, don't open the door to strangers casually. Ruan Mingyue also felt that this neighbor was a little strange. She also understood that Duan Qizhou had deliberately called her his wife and made up the lie that he was on a business trip abroad, in fact, just to cover up the fact that she lived alone. Mr. Duan. Ruan Mingyue was just about to thank Duan Qizhou when Duan Qizhou's phone suddenly rang. It was the WeChat message alert tone, which rang several times in a row before stopping. The moment Duan Qizhou unlocked the screen to check, Ruan Mingyue caught a glimpse of Cheng Yiling's name. It was she who sent him the live video of the fireworks show. Duan Qizhou did not open the videos in front of Ruan Mingyue. Instead, he put away his phone and asked her, "What did you want to say just now?" "I want to say it's late, Mr. Duan, you should leave." Ruan Mingyue opened the door and tried to control her emotions. "Thank you, Mr. Duan, for sending me back today." After Duan Qizhou left, Ruan Mingyue sat on the sofa for a long time. He was only up for a moment, but her house seemed to be filled with his presence. The fireworks show of the film and television city was being broadcast on TV. Cheng Yiling was dancing gracefully under the dazzling fireworks, looking like an elf fallen into the mortal world. After Duan Qizhou leaves, he will probably go find Cheng Yiling. She should be happy. Duan Qizhou has his own girlfriend and will no longer be entangled with her. She no longer needs to worry about affecting her mother's marriage. Obviously everything is as she wished, but why does she feel so sad? After a night of daydreaming, Ruan Mingyue almost overslept the next morning. After getting up, she quickly washed, put on some light makeup, changed her shoes and went out. In the corridor, several workers were repairing the elevator and replacing the sensor lights with new ones. Ruan Mingyue felt strange. Was the sun rising from the west? "Master, why are you suddenly repairing the elevator?" she asked. "We don't know either. We received a notice from the property management last night saying that they are going to renovate the corridor of this building. Not only do they need to repair the elevator and lights, but they will also install surveillance cameras later." "Do you need to install surveillance? What's going on with the property management? Why are they suddenly willing to spend so much money overnight?" But no matter what, this is good news for the residents in the building. "Girl, you're blocking the way, please move aside." "Oh, okay, thank you for your hard work." Ruan Mingyue went downstairs and rushed to take the subway to work. She arrived at the company half an hour early again today, but Xiao Ziting arrived earlier than her. Isn't Ruan Mingyue known as the most capable secretary in the group? Why was she asked to pick up someone at the airport yesterday? Is the cooperation between Duan Corporation and Xinmin Group going to fail? The cooperation between Duan and Xinmin failed. That's a huge project worth hundreds of millions. Ruan Mingyue found it unlikely because Duan Qizhou had clearly said that the company's interests would not be affected by her offending clients. "I heard that Boss Jiang wanted to take advantage of her, but she refused, and then. TSK, does she think she's some noble princess who can't be touched? Which of our female colleagues in the company hasn't been touched and harassed when they went out to discuss business? Why did she do something weird?" Xiao Ziting said with disdain. "The most important thing is that she messed up Mr. Duan's schedule at the film and television city yesterday. My sister originally wanted to go on a date with Mr. Duan after the event, but in the end she didn't even meet him." Then your sister must be mad as hell." "It's not so bad, because Mr. Duan later sent someone to deliver gifts to please my sister. You all know how generous Mr. Duan is. A small gift is worth more than our annual salary." Ruan Mingyue felt a little sad when she heard this. As expected, after Duan Qizhou left her, he went to coax his girlfriend. It turns out that Mr. Duan is so good at coaxing his girlfriend. "I really envy your sister." "I'm not envious. Not everyone has the luck to date a high-quality man like Mr. Duan." Xiao Ziting was standing in the crowd, smiling triumphantly, but when she saw Ruan Mingyue coming in, her smile instantly disappeared. "Oh, someone ruined such a big project for Duan Corporation and Xinmin Group, and he still has the nerve to come to work." Xiao Ziting hugged her elbow and walked in front of Ruan Mingyue. "You are really shameless. If I were you, I would definitely resign immediately and apologize, and I would not continue to stay in the company. What did I do wrong that I should resign and apologize for? Duan and Xinmin Group were originally in friendly cooperation, but now the project has failed because of you." Xiao Ziting said, pushing Ruan Mingyue's shoulder hard. "You are not missing any limbs, are you made of gold? I can't even touch you." Ruan Mingyue took a deep breath and looked at Xiao Ziting. Boss Jiang from Xinmin kept praising Secretary Xiao last night, saying that Secretary Xiao was straightforward. At first I didn't know what straightforward meant, but later I learned that being straightforward means that when someone asks you to get a room, you agree without blinking. Maybe you are used to him sleeping with you, but I'm sorry, I don't accept unspoken rules in the workplace. When the colleagues around heard this shocking news, they all covered their mouths. No one had expected that Xiao Ziting would receive clients like this. What nonsense are you talking about? Xiao Ziting panicked, be careful or I'll sue you for defamation. Ruan Mingyue walked to her workstation calmly and put down her bag. I just relayed Mr. Jiang's words truthfully. Ruan Mingyue. I'm going to fight you. Xiao Ziting rushed over and wanted to hit Ruan Mingyue, but Ruan Mingyue grabbed her wrist with her backhand. How dare you do that with so many people watching you? I think you should be careful or I will sue you for intentional injury. After Ruan Mingyue finished speaking, she shook off Xiao Ziting's hand. Xiao Ziting was wearing high heels. She staggered a few steps and lost her balance and fell to the ground. Ruan Mingyue. Xiao Ziting was so angry that she got up and wanted to make trouble. Her colleagues in the office quickly ran over to stop her. Okay, Secretary Xiao, calm down. President Duan is coming soon. President Duan hates people arguing in the company the most. If he sees this, you and Secretary Ruan might be fired. Xiao Ziting pushed the colleague away and said, my sister is Mr. Duan's girlfriend, how could I be fired? If anyone is to be fired, it should be that bitch Ruan Mingyue. The colleague wanted to persuade him, but the light in the elevator reserved for the president came on. Duan Qizhou is here. Everyone looked serious and returned to their workstations. No matter how arrogant Xiao Ziting was, she didn't dare to do anything weird in front of Duan Qizhou. She tugged at her clothes and walked to the elevator with Ruan Mingyue to greet them. With a ding sound, the elevator door opened. Duan Qizhou came out wearing a dark striped suit and holding a gold and black dragon-headed cane. Oh my god, Mr. Duan, what's wrong with your foot? Xiao Ziting immediately went over to show concern. Duan Qizhou didn't say anything, but just glanced at Ruan Mingyue quietly. Ruan Mingyue felt like an innocent victim. No matter what she did, it had nothing to do with her. Mr. Duan sprained his foot. Chu Fei, who was following behind, answered for him. Oh my god, a sprain can be serious or minor. Mr. Duan, you must be careful. You are the backbone of our group, and nothing can happen to you. Xiao Ziting looked very worried. Ruan Mingyue felt that this woman was really exaggerating. Why didn't she realize before that Xiao Ziting was such a green tea? Duan Qizhou entered the office. Several colleagues began to discuss quietly how Duan Qizhou sprained his foot. Secretary Ruan. Chu Fei came out of the CEO's office. CEO Duan asked you to come in. Good. Ruan Mingyue walked into Duan Qizhou's office. Mr. Duan, you are looking for me. Duan Qizhou looked at the computer screen without raising his head. Issue a notice to cancel the cooperation with Xinmin Group. Ruan Mingyue didn't expect that Duan would really cancel the cooperation with Xinmin Group for her. She couldn't understand it. She had pretended to be alcohol poisoned yesterday to fool Jiang Yupeng. Duan Qizhou could obviously settle the matter peacefully, so why did he want to tear his face off? Boss Duan, didn't you say you wouldn't offend clients because of me? As soon as she finished speaking, Duan Qizhou handed her a document and then said, the electronic version of the document has been sent to your email and is attached to the notice. Ruan Mingyue opened the document given by Duan Qizhou and took a look. It clearly listed the evidence that Xinmin Group had falsified accounts during its cooperation with Duan. The reason why Duan cancelled the cooperation with Xinmin Group is that Xinmin Group falsified its accounts. Duan Qizhou looked at her meaningfully. Secretary Ruan, what did you say just now? Ruan Mingyue's cheeks instantly turned hot. It turned out that this was the reason why Duan and Xinmin Group cancelled their cooperation. She was being too sentimental again. No, I didn't say anything. He raised his lips slightly and said, go ahead and write the notice clearly, lest someone thinks like Secretary Ruan that you can influence Duan's project. Although Duan Qizhou's words did not sound pleasant, rumors were spreading throughout the company, and everyone thought that she was the one who destroyed the cooperation between Duan and Xinmin Group. The notice that Duan Qizhou asked her to issue could just rescue her from the rumors. Yes, Mr. Duan. Ruan Mingyue took the documents and walked out, but Duan Qizhou suddenly called her back. Etc. Is there anything else, Mr. Duan? Have the elevators and lights in your community been repaired? He asked. Ruan Mingyue reacted immediately. Did you ask them to repair it? Ruan Mingyue felt a warm feeling in her heart. Although she had already gotten used to the dark corridor, Duan Qizhou's move would make it much more convenient for her to go to and from get off work in the future, especially when she had to work overtime. Thank you, Mr. Duan. Thank me for what? Thank you for paying for the corridor repairs. Duan Qizhou glanced at her and said, "Do you think I did this for you again?" Ruan Mingyue was speechless for a moment. He pointed to the crutch beside him and said, "I twisted my ankle when I went downstairs yesterday, so I wanted to tidy up that corridor." It turned out that he had sprained his foot yesterday at her place. No wonder he looked at her with such resentment when he came in. "Secretary Ruan, please find time to go to the hospital. Being too sentimental is a disease. You bastard, he's lucky he just sprained his ankle." After Duan Qizhou paid for the repair of the corridor, residents of the entire building benefited from it. Everyone felt that the property management had finally done something humane. Only Ruan Mingyue knew that this had nothing to do with the property management, it was just that the god of wealth twisted his foot here. On Friday night, Sister Ruan Qiankue came to see Ruan Mingyue. As soon as she walked into the door of the residential building, she noticed the changes. "Sister, your elevator is finally fixed. I don't have to climb stairs anymore. Hooray. The doctor said that proper exercise is good for your health. Do you exercise at school?" "Of course, I go to the playground and walk 3 laps every morning and evening." Ruan Qiankue is now a freshman at Rongqing University. Knowing that she is in poor health, she leads a very disciplined life every day. "Yeah, that's good." The two sisters went into their house chatting. After entering their house, Ruan Mingyue ordered takeout and ate with her sister. "Have you contacted Mom recently?" Ruan Mingyue asked while picking up food for her sister. Ruan Qiankue's expression froze slightly, and his eyes avoided her. "No." "Are you still angry with Mom?" "No." Ruan Qiankue has been obedient since childhood and has a very good relationship with his mother, Wang Meishan. However, since Wang Meishan decided to marry Duan Qiumin, Ruan Qiankue suddenly became like a different person, avoiding Wang Meishan everywhere and unwilling to spend too much time with his mother. "Xiao Kue, I know you may not be able to accept Mom's remarriage, but although Mom is our mother, she is herself first. She can't live for us sisters all her life. She has the right to pursue her own happiness, understand?" "But..." Ruan Qiankue seemed to want to say something, but stopped. "But what?" "Nothing." Ruan Qiankue didn't want to talk about this topic too much, so she asked, "Sister, tomorrow is Saturday, do you want to go to the new library in the city with me to check in? I have to work overtime tomorrow." "Working overtime on Saturday?" Ruan Qiankue frowned. "Sister, after Mom married into the Duan family, that brother of the Duan family didn't make things difficult for you, right?" "No, don't think too much. It's not just me this Saturday. Many departments in the company have to work overtime. This week is the Duan Group's charity week. On Saturday, Duan Qizhou will go to their welfare home with several senior executives of the company to do charity. Ruan Mingyue will be responsible for accompanying and coordinating related matters." On Saturday morning, Ruan Mingyue followed the company's business car to their welfare home to inspect the on-site arrangements. "Sister Yaya! Sister Yaya!" As soon as the children in the welfare home saw Ruan Mingyue, they all rushed over. "Hey, babies, here I am again. Did you miss me?" "Think. I really want to. I really want to." Ruan Mingyue smiled and leaned over to touch their little heads. In the past 2 years, in addition to donating money, Ruan Mingyue would come to the welfare home to help whenever she was free on weekends, so the children here are very familiar and close to her. "Hey, why is Xiaocheng Kengzi not here today?" Ruan Mingyue could tell at a glance that there was one child missing from the group of children. Xiaochengzi is a 4-year-old girl who is introverted, shy and slow to warm up, but very beautiful. When Ruan Mingyue first came to the welfare home, Xiaochengzi would hide her head when she saw her. It was not until she was sick and Ruan Mingyue took care of her for a day that she gradually became familiar with Ruan Mingyue. After that, every time Ruan Mingyue came over, Xiaochengzi liked to stick to her. "A big star is coming to our place to shoot a commercial today." Xiaochengzi was chosen to play the big star's daughter. "She should be putting on makeup now." The older Jun answered. "Really? That's great." Ruan Mingyue was genuinely happy for Xiaochengzi and asked casually, "Which big star is it?" I don't know, I just saw that she was a pretty sister. Junjun stuck out his tongue, but not as pretty as Sister Ye. Ruan Mingyue smiled and pinched Junjun's face. Look at your sweet mouth. I'm telling the truth. Sister Ye is the most beautiful in our hearts. She's as beautiful as a fairy. Ruan Mingyue was so delighted that her heart burst into tears. At this moment, Junjun's twin brother came over and tugged at the hem of Ruan Mingyue's clothes. Sister Ye, I know the name of that famous star. Her name is Cheng Yiling. Chapter 8 Betting he will believe her. Cheng Yiling was sitting in the small garden of the welfare home. The shooting of the advertisement was halfway completed and it was now half-time. The male assistant Jack was holding an umbrella for her. Is Mr. Duan here? Cheng Yiling asked. No, I just went to see it. Why haven't you come yet? Send a message to Shi Ting to ask if her information is reliable. It was Xiao Ziting who told Cheng Yiling the news that Duan Qizhou was going to come to the welfare home to do charity work today, so Cheng Yiling specially persuaded the advertiser to change the filming location of the advertisement to the welfare home, so that she could pretend to meet Duan Qizhou by chance. Yes. Jack immediately edited the message to Xiao Ziting, and Xiao Ziting replied quickly, saying that Duan Qizhou was on the way. Cheng Yiling smiled when she heard that Duan Qizhou was coming soon. Yiling, prepare for the next shoot, the director shouted. Good. In the next scene, Cheng Yiling needs to act with a little kid. The child is called Xiao Qingzi. She was found temporarily in the welfare home to play the role of the daughter. The child only has one line, which is, Mom, can you please come and take me home? It was originally a simple scene, but because Xiao Qingzi stuttered and couldn't say the word Mom, Cheng Yiling had to NG 3 times. Hey, what's wrong with you? We chose you because you're pretty, but now you can't even say something so simple. Cheng Yiling stared at Xiao Qingzi. You don't have a mouth. Or do you not know how to call mom because you don't have a mother? Little Qingzi was placed at the door of the orphanage the day after she was born. She had never seen her biological mother and had never called her mom. Plus, there were so many people at the scene that she was frightened and trembled more and more, not daring to speak. I'm asking you a question, you dumb idiot. Cheng Yi raised his voice in anger. She was thinking about finishing the filming quickly so that she could meet Duan Qizhou by chance, but who knew that she would run into such a useless little bastard who wasted her time. Little Orange was so scared that he cried out, wow. Although the staff on the scene all felt that the little girl was a bit pitiful, no one dared to step forward to stop Cheng Yiling. After all, it had long been rumored in the circle that Cheng Yiling had recently become close to the president of the Duan Group and was expected to become the president's wife. Who would be so bored as to offend Duan Qizhou for an unrelated child? Why are you crying? Shut up. You're making so much noise. Cheng Yiling rubbed his temple and winked at his assistant Jack. Jack immediately stepped forward and pulled Little Orange aside. Little thing, I'm warning you, don't cry. Hurry up and perform the show well and don't waste everyone's time, otherwise I will beat you to death. Jack threatened ferociously. When Xiao Qingzi heard that she was going to be beaten to death, she cried even harder. Fuck, what a disobedient kid. Jack raised his hand and slapped Little Orange twice. Little Orange fell to the ground, cowering and trembling as he backed away. Jack was still not satisfied and wanted to pick him up and beat him again, but he heard a loud shout from the flower bed, stop. Let go of that kid. When Ruan Mingyue heard that Xiao Qingzi was chosen by the advertising crew to star in a commercial, she was a little worried whether the introverted girl could do the job. After she finished her coordination work with the dean, she wanted to go and visit Xiao Qingzi secretly. Unexpectedly, as soon as she arrived at the small garden, she saw a man slapping Xiao Qingzi twice. The sight of Little Orange trembling with fear reminded her of herself as a child, and this scene completely touched her heart. What are you doing? Are you a human being if you hit a child like this? Ruan Mingyue rushed over quickly, pushed the sissy man away, and picked up Xiao Qingzi. Little Qingzi's eyes were blurred with tears. After seeing clearly that the person coming was Ruan Mingyue, she quickly hugged her neck. Sister Ye. Sister Ye. I'm scared. Don't be afraid, Sister Ye will protect you. Ruan Mingyue hugged Xiao Qingzi tightly in her arms. Jack was pushed and stood firm, staring at Ruan Mingyue. Who are you? We are shooting a commercial here, no outsiders are allowed to approach, didn't you see the sign? Is it so great to film a commercial? Does filming a commercial justify abusing children? Which eye of yours saw me abusing a child? Don't try to quibble. Ruan Mingyue shook the phone in her hand. I have already filmed everything just now. When Jack heard Ruan Mingyue say that she had filmed a video of him beating his child, a trace of panic flashed in his eyes. In today's society, if you find any one of them abusing pets, children, or women and it ferments online, there is no way that righteous netizens will let him go. They can easily dig up his entire family history and make him die from the face of the earth. The key point is that once this matter ferments, it will definitely affect Cheng Yiling. Cheng Yiling has recently gained some resources thanks to Duan Qizhou. If she is implicated in today's incident, she will definitely not let him go. Give me your phone. Jack rushed forward and tried to snatch Ruan Mingyue's phone. Ruan Mingyue didn't tolerate him and kicked Jack directly on the knee. Her high heels were not to be underestimated, and the slender heels were definitely sharp weapons. Ouch. Jack covered his knee in pain. You crazy woman, give me the phone. If you want me to delete the video on your phone, you can do that, but you have to apologize to Xiao Qingzi first, and then slap yourself 10 times. You're crazy. Impossible. Jack rushed forward with all his strength, and Ruan Mingyue wanted to kick him again, but this time Jack was prepared and dodged. Ruan Mingyue's kick missed and was pushed back by Jack. Her balance was unstable and she was about to fall down while holding the little orange, but a big hand behind her held her steadily. What are you doing? A familiar voice came to my ears. Duan Qizhou is here. The welfare home is full of children. Duan Qizhou may want to blend in with the environment, so he deliberately doesn't seem too formal. His suit today is casual, and he doesn't wear a tie. But even so, he still exudes a noble and extraordinary temperament. The black and gold dragon-headed cane in his hand makes him look like a big boss in a Hong Kong movie. Mr. Duan, oh, you're here. Jack's expression changed instantly when he saw Duan Qizhou. Yiling has been waiting for you, I'll go tell her you're here. Duan Qizhou raised his cane and stopped the man. What happened just now? This time, he asked Ruan Mingyue. He beats the child. Ruan Mingyue pointed at Jack angrily. Jack was at a loss for a moment. At this time, Cheng Yiling on the other side also noticed Duan Qizhou's arrival. Mr. Duan. Cheng Yiling came over like a butterfly. Seeing Duan Qizhou's serious face, she asked softly, what happened? Ms. Cheng, your assistant beat the child. Ruan Mingyue saw it. When she had a conflict with this effeminate man just now, Cheng Yiling had been sitting in a folding chair and watching coldly. It was impossible for Cheng Yiling not to know about the beating of the child. In fact, it was very likely that Cheng Yiling instructed it. What do you mean by beating the child? Cheng Yiling immediately turned to look at Jack and said angrily, Jack, I asked you to get some candy to comfort the child, but you actually beat the child behind my back. I didn't hit him. Jack lacked confidence, but still denied it. Secretary Ruan, beating someone is no small matter. Do you have any evidence? Xiao Ziting chimed in. Sister Yaya has evidence. She took a picture of this bad uncle beating me. Little Orange suddenly spoke up bravely. Xiao Ziting and Cheng Yiling looked at each other, and their momentum instantly dropped. Since you have evidence, take it out. Duan Qizhou stretched out his hand towards Ruan Mingyue. Ruan Mingyue's scalp went numb. She actually had no evidence. When she saw Xiao Qingzi being beaten just now, she was so angry that she subconsciously spoke out to stop it. She had no time to take out her cell phone. She said she took the picture just to scare Jack. Who knew Duan Qizhou would suddenly appear? Now she was in a dilemma. Xiao Ziting noticed Ruan Mingyue's hesitation and sneered, didn't Secretary Ruan take the photo? Why are you still hesitating and unwilling to show it to me? Take it out. Duan Qizhou waved his hand in front of Ruan Mingyue again. Ruan Mingyue had no choice but to put Xiao Qingzi down, took out her cell phone, turned on the silent mode, clicked on a video she had taken before, and handed it to Duan Qizhou. Mr. Duan, the video is not very clear, but Xiao Qingzi just said that this bad uncle beat her. Adults may lie, but children are still so young, she will not lie. She could only gamble once, that Duan Qizhou would believe what she and Xiao Qingzi said, but she didn't know what her chances were. After all, Jack was his girlfriend's assistant. Duan Qizhou watched the video on his phone, his brows gradually furrowed into the shape of a character. No one dared to breathe, including Ruan Mingyue. About 10 seconds later, Duan Qizhou threw the phone back to Ruan Mingyue. Secretary Ruan. Boss Duan. Ruan Mingyue interrupted Duan Qizhou and pointed at Xiao Qingzi's swollen cheek. It's pitiful for a child to be without parents, and now she's been wronged like this. I hope Boss Duan will make a decision for her. Duan Qizhou glanced at the child, then at Ruan Mingyue, and finally his gaze fell on Jack. He said sternly, "The evidence is irrefutable, what else do you have to say?" "Mr. Duan, I was wrong. It's just that this child didn't cooperate and delayed the progress of our filming. I really had no choice but to hit her." Jack's true form was immediately revealed by Duan Qizhou's explosion. "You really hit the child?" Cheng Yiling jumped out and hit Jack hard. "How could you be so cruel? The child is so young, and you had the heart to do that. Apologize to the child now." Jack understood, squatted down along the steps Cheng Yiling gave him, and held Xiao Qingzi's shoulders. "Baby, I'm sorry, Uncle was too impulsive just now. I apologize to you. I will buy you a gift, okay? Do you like Barbie dolls? How about Uncle buying you a Barbie doll?" Xiao Qingzi looked at the man in front of her, who changed his expression at any time and felt that he was more terrifying when he smiled than when he was fierce. She was so scared that she shook off Jack's hand, hugged Ruan Mingyue's thigh tightly, and burst into tears. "Who told you that you can make up for hitting someone by apologizing and giving them some gifts?" Duan Qizhou stepped forward and said to Ruan Mingyue, "Cover the child's eyes." Before Ruan Mingyue could react, Duan Qizhou raised his hand and hit Jack on the back with his crutch. "Arr!" Jack screamed in pain. "Mr. Duan, I was wrong, I was really wrong, I won't dare to do it again next time." Duan Qizhou ignored his hypocritical confession and slapped him on the back several more times. Ruan Mingyue quickly covered Xiao Qingzi's eyes. "Arr!" Jack's wailing echoed throughout the small garden. Everyone watching the excitement felt relieved, except Cheng Yiling, who felt a little embarrassed. Duan Qizhou not only hit Jack, but also her face. "Mr. Duan, calm down and stop hitting me. It will tire your hands. Just call the police." Cheng Yiling grabbed Duan Qizhou's crutches. "Jack did something wrong, and he should be punished by law." "Yiling?" Jack was completely panicked. "It's obviously you." It was clearly she who winked at him and asked him to drag her out and give her a severe lesson. "Shut up." Cheng Yiling interrupted Jack and turned to the staff on the scene and said, "Call the police." Jack beat up the child in the welfare home. He admitted it himself. "We are all witnesses. We must not tolerate violence on the set." Ruan Mingyue looked at Cheng Yiling's expression of sacrificing her own relatives for the sake of justice, and secretly sighed that Cheng Yiling was definitely a higher level of green tea than Xiao Ziting. As expected, like sister. Jack was sent to the police station by the staff of the welfare home, and the incident was over. Everyone continued to be busy with their own things. Only Xiao Qingzi developed a deep psychological trauma. She kept holding Ruan Mingyue and was unwilling to let go. Ruan Mingyue tried to comfort her for a long time before her emotions eased. "Xiao Qingzi, you play with the other kids for a while. I still have work to do. I'll come to see you after I'm done with work, okay? Duan's charity activities are in progress, and Ruan Mingyue cannot leave for too long." "Good." After Xiao Qingzi nodded obediently, Ruan Mingyue went to the lobby of the welfare home. At this moment, the director of the welfare home was taking Duan Qizhou and several senior executives of the Duan family to visit the children's daily paintings and handicrafts, and media reporters followed them all the way. Ruan Mingyue stood on the edge of the crowd, looking at Duan Qizhou, who was the center of attention. He already had a look comparable to that of a male star in magazines, and today he looked even taller and more handsome. Perhaps it was because today, when it came to Jack beating up Xiao Qingzi, he did not blindly favor his girlfriend's staff, but chose to stand on the side of morality. As she was watching, Duan Qizhou seemed to sense something and suddenly looked over at her. The two looked at each other across the crowd. Ruan Mingyue quickly looked away. After the tour, the director of the welfare home took everyone to the cafeteria to taste the daily meals of the welfare home. The children were also eating. When Xiao Qingzi saw Ruan Mingyue, he put down his bowl and chopsticks and ran towards her. "Sister Yaya. Little Orange, are you done eating?" "I'm done eating. I'm a clean plate today." "That's great. Sister Yaya." Ruan Mingyue saw that Xiao Qingzi seemed to have something to say to her, so she squatted down to look at her and asked softly, "What's wrong?" "Today in the small garden, that handsome uncle saved me, and I drew a thank you card to give to him." "Sure, you can give it to him." Ruan Mingyue touched Xiaoqingzi's head. Our Xiaoqingzi is really great. He already knows how to be grateful at such a young age. But I don't dare to give it to him. Little Orange blushed and lowered her head. That uncle is always surrounded by a lot of people. I'm a little scared. Sister Yaya, can you help me give this card to him? Chapter 9 Kissing Hard. Should I go and see you off? Yes, I want you to help me deliver it. Ruan Mingyue thought for a moment and said, it would be more meaningful if you personally delivered the thank you card to your uncle. How about this, I'll take you to see him, okay? Xiaoqingzi was still shy, but nodded bravely with Ruan Mingyue's encouragement. After Duan Qizhou finished his meal, he went outside the cafeteria to smoke. When Ruan Mingyue walked up to him holding Xiaoqingzi's hand, he had just smoked half of his cigarette. When he saw them coming, Duan Qizhou put out the half-smoked cigarette. Something. He looked at Xiaoqingzi. Xiaoqingzi grabbed Ruan Mingyue's skirt tightly, as if she wanted to escape. Sister Yaya. Baby, be brave. Ruan Mingyue gently pushed Xiaoqingzi forward. Xiaoqingzi then handed the greeting card in his hand to Duan Qizhou. Uncle, this is for you, thank you for helping me today. Duan Qizhou squatted down and took Xiaoqingzi's card. He took a serious look at it and asked, did you draw this? Yes, uncle. It's a nice painting. Thank you, uncle. Do I look old? Duan Qizhou suddenly asked. Not old at all. Then why do you call me uncle? Duan Qizhou pointed at Ruan Mingyue, but call her sister. Xiaoqingzi was stunned for a moment and looked at Ruan Mingyue helplessly. Ruan Mingyue was about to speak when she saw Duan Qizhou gently rubbing Xiaoqingzi's hair and admonishing him, next time, don't call me uncle. Call me brother. Remember? I remember. Little Orange nodded obediently. Duan Qizhou played with Xiaoqingzi for a while. The staff of the welfare home were afraid that Xiaoqingzi would disturb Duan Qizhou, so they came and took Xiaoqingzi away under the pretext of taking a nap. Ruan Mingyue also wanted to leave, but Duan Qizhou grabbed her wrist. Boss Duan, what are you doing? She looked around, afraid that someone would see her. Secretary Ruan, don't you have anything to tell me? What? Ruan Mingyue was confused. Oh, I remember, I haven't thanked Mr. Duan yet. Thank you for your help today. You believed what Xiaoqingzi and I said even though you didn't see the video. If it weren't for you, I really don't know how to make Jack admit that he hit someone. That's it. What else? What's the meaning of the video you showed me? Mr. Duan, that was just a video I randomly clicked on. I don't know what you are talking about. You just clicked on such an interesting video? Is it interesting? Ruan Mingyue took out her cell phone and clicked on the video in the album. The video only played for 1 second before her eyes went dark and she almost fainted. In the video, Ruan Mingyue was wearing a silver-gray suspender nightgown without any underwear. The nightgown was made of silk and was very close to the skin. Her exquisite curves were fully displayed in the camera. This is the pajamas that Ruan Mingyue bought some time ago. Because they are very comfortable to wear, she shared the link with Shinjiarzi. As a result, Shinjiarzi said that she wanted to see the actual effect of wearing it, so Ruan Mingyue took this video for her in front of the mirror in the bathroom. What's even more ridiculous is that in order to let Shinjiarzi see the details clearly, she specially moved the camera to the neckline to capture the lace at the neckline. Who knew that she was in a hurry just now and actually clicked on this video to show Duan Qizhou? Mr. Duan, it's not what you think. Let me explain. Duan Qizhou didn't want to listen to her explanation. He pulled her in front of him, put his hand on her lower back, and whispered in her ear, Ruan Mingyue, if you want to get back to our past relationship, you don't have to use such a roundabout way. You can just tell me directly. I welcome it. His voice is like the devil's temptation, which can pull people into the game anytime and anywhere. Fortunately, Ruan Mingyue is rational enough. Duan Qizhou has a girlfriend and wants to go back to their past relationship with her. He doesn't respect her at all. He just lusties after her body and wants to change his taste occasionally. Thinking of this, her heart began to ache again. No. Ruan Mingyue pushed him away coldly. Please don't misunderstand, Mr. Duan. I don't want to go back to the past relationship with you at all. I just clicked the wrong video. She emphasized the word only and added, if I really wanted Mr. Duan to see this video, I would have sent it to you the day I shot it. Why wait until today? Who did you send this video to? Duan Qizhou asked. This is my private life. It has nothing to do with Mr. Duan. Ruan Mingyue. Duan Qizhou was about to lose his temper when the sound of high heels was heard in the corridor. Mr. Duan. It's Cheng Yiling who is here. Cheng Yiling had just finished filming a commercial and hadn't even had time to change or remove her makeup when she hurried to find Duan Qizhou. Mr. Duan, I'm going to get busy first. Ruan Mingyue seized the opportunity and ran away. Duan Qizhou looked at her back, feeling annoyed. He took out a cigarette box and lit another cigarette for himself. Mr. Duan, please smoke less. It's bad for your health. Cheng Yiling stepped forward and boldly tried to snatch Duan Qizhou's cigarette. Duan Qizhou brushed her hand away and looked at her coldly, spying on me. I didn't. Cheng Yiling said timidly. What a coincidence, you happen to be here to shoot a commercial. Cheng Yiling was speechless for a moment. It turned out that her little thoughts had not escaped Duan Qizhou's eyes. Mr. Duan, I just want to see you. Ms. Cheng, you don't think you and I are really dating, do you? I don't have any. How dare I marry Mr. Duan? Cheng Yiling is a newly signed artist of Xingyue Entertainment under Duan's umbrella. She was originally just an inconspicuous figure in the company, but half a month ago, her agent suddenly found her and said there was an opportunity to become famous overnight and asked her if she wanted it. Who in the entertainment industry wouldn't want the opportunity to become famous overnight? Cheng Yiling agreed without thinking, so that evening, she was arranged to go to the concert with Duan Qizhou, the president of Duan Group. The next day, the scandal between her and Duan Qizhou spread throughout the streets and alleys of Rongchen, and the three words, Cheng Yiling, went from being unknown to becoming famous all of a sudden. Just when she thought that good luck had fallen from the sky and she was finally going to become a phoenix, her agent found her again and warned her to put herself in the right position and not to cross the line. The agent said, Mr. Duan needs a woman to act out a scene, just an act. Why does he need to stage a scandal? I don't know. No one dares to ask about Mr. Duan's affairs. Then why me? No one knows this either. Cheng Yiling did not get the answer she wanted from her agent, but she thought that since Duan Qizhou chose her, it must mean that she had something special that could attract Duan Qizhou. If she seizes this opportunity and takes a chance, maybe she can really marry into a wealthy family. But who would have known that after just a few days, she would be slapped in the face by reality? After Cheng Yiling returned to the RV, she was so angry that she smashed the makeup mirror. Xiao Ziting patted her shoulder and said, Sister, don't be angry. I have already asked someone to take care of Jack. He won't say anything. I'm not worried about Jack saying something. So what's wrong with you, sister? Cheng Yiling was silent for a moment, and suddenly asked, Ting Ting, is the woman next to Qizhou really just his secretary? You mean Ruan Mingyue? Yes, it's this guy named Ruan. When Cheng Yiling met Ruan Mingyue for the first time, she felt a sense of crisis. This woman is so beautiful. Even in the entertainment industry where there are so many beautiful women, few female stars dare to use press releases to describe her beauty. How could Duan Qizhou be interested in such a beautiful woman when he is with her? That should be the case. I haven't heard that Mr. Duan and Ruan Mingyue have any relationship other than work. Is there any way to get this woman away from Qizhou? Sister, do you hate her? Before Cheng Yiling could say anything, Xiao Ziting added, but this Ruan Mingyue is really annoying. It was because of her that Mr. Duan left the last film and television city event and didn't wait for you. What? It's because of her? Yes, sister. It was because she had alcohol poisoning that President Duan went to the hospital to see her and didn't meet you. This damn vixen. Cheng Yiling was so angry that she almost exploded. She grabbed Xiao Ziting's hand and said, Ting Ting, you must get her out of the Duan family. Ruan Mingyue joined the company earlier than me. She has a lot of experience and strong abilities. Under normal circumstances, Mr. Duan would not fire her. Then create an abnormal situation, Ting Ting. You have read more books and are smarter than me. Think of a way. No matter what means you use, you must get rid of this bitch from Qizhou. Otherwise, the good things between Qizhou and me will be ruined by her sooner or later. I know, sister. In fact, I want this bitch to disappear from Duan's company more than you do. I will definitely find a chance to do it. However, you don't have to worry too much. Your top priority now is to firmly grasp Mr. Duan's heart. Mr. Duan still cares about you very much. Since he started dating you, he began to use me and distanced himself from Ruan Mingyue. Really? Cheng Yiling was delighted. Really? In the past, CEO Duan only drank the coffee she made. Now, in order to avoid too much contact with her, the coffee machine has been removed. Moreover, everyone knows about the scandal between you and CEO Duan. The entire company has tacitly accepted that you are the future boss lady of Duan Group. A bright smile appeared on Cheng Yiling's face again. Ting Ting, you and I are both children from poor families. We have come to this day step by step. We have sold our bodies, sacrificed our dignity, and endured so much injustice. Only we know it. No matter what, we must seize Duan Qizhou's trump card and change our fate. Don't worry, as long as you help me to secure the position of Duan's president's wife, I will not treat you unfairly. By then, you will be indispensable to all the glory, wealth, luxury and luxury. Thank you, sister. I will definitely help you. After the Welfare Home's charity event ended, Duan Qizhou flew to Sydney on a business trip, accompanied by Chu Fei. When Duan Qizhou was away, Ruan Mingyue clearly felt that Xiao Ziting was becoming more and more targeted at her. However, she was no pushover. When Xiao Ziting tried to plot against her, she would just counter her moves and not let Xiao Ziting gain any advantage. Another week passed quickly. On weekends, Ruan Mingyue spent the weekend doing laundry at home. She had looked at the weather forecast and it was sunny these days, but it would start to rain next week. She wanted to wash the sheets before it rained. After hanging up the sheets and quilt covers, Ruan Mingyue finally had some free time. She sat on the balcony and called her mother, Wang Meishan. Her mother, Wang Meishan, caught a bad cold a few days ago and has been running a fever. Ruan Mingyue sends messages to her mother every day to ask about her situation, but the replies she gets are always, not bad, or nothing, but she is still worried. Sure enough, as soon as the call was connected, Ruan Mingyue heard her mother Wang Meishan coughing so hard that she couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Mom, why is it so serious? Have you seen a doctor? I have. What did the doctor say? A little pneumonia. Then I need to hang water. Your uncle has invited a family doctor to come and is staying at home. Wang Meishan coughed a few more times and then said, It's okay, don't worry. How could Ruan Mingyue not be worried? Her mother's condition didn't sound very good. She immediately decided to go to Duan's house to see her mother. Although she could never go to Duan's house again after being threatened by Duan Qizhou last time, she had looked at Duan Qizhou's schedule and knew that Duan Qizhou's trip in Sydney would not end until next Monday. Duan Qizhou is not in the country, so she will definitely not meet him at Duan's house. Unfortunately, Ruan Mingyue's wishful thinking was wrong. As soon as she entered the Duan family's courtyard, she saw Duan Qizhou and Luo Xiaodong, the second young master of the Luo group, playing archery on the lawn. It was a sunny day with green grass. Both men were wearing white shirts and holding black bows. From a distance, they looked like young men in bright clothes riding horses. Why did Duan Qizhou come back early? Ruan Mingyue immediately lowered the brim of her fisherman's hat and prepared to quietly retreat from the gate. However, just as she took 2 steps back, an arrow flew from mid-air and landed right at her feet. The arrow is a carbon arrow, which is relatively safe, but Duan Qizhou's eyes are very dangerous. He saw her. It was not an accident that the arrow hit her feet, it was intentional. Come here. Duan Qizhou put down the bow in his hand and shouted at her. Seeing that she had been exposed, Ruan Mingyue had no choice but to walk towards Duan Qizhou. Qizhou, who is this? Luo Xiaodong looked at Ruan Mingyue with a smile on his face. Young Master Luo is a well-known playboy in Rongchen. He has seen countless beauties, but even so, the appearance of Ruan Mingyue still surprised him. Duan Qizhou did not answer, but directly held Ruan Mingyue's hand and pulled her to the metasequoia forest in front of the villa gate. Mr. Duan, let me go. Ruan Mingyue struggled hard but could not break free from Duan Qizhou's hand. Who asked you to come to the Duan family? Duan Qizhou pressed her against a metasequoia tree, his eyes sharp. Have you forgotten what I told you last time? Or do you really want me to kill you at the Duan family? No, my mother is sick. I just want to come and see her. If you don't think this is okay, I can leave now. Leave? You want to leave now that you've been delivered to your door? Duan Qizhou said this and leaned over to kiss Ruan Mingyue's lips. He kissed her very hard, as if he had accumulated a lot of anger, and her lips were about to be crushed by him. Ruan Mingyue didn't know what was wrong with Duan Qizhou. He was usually a very restrained person, but he could become so crazy when he occasionally lost control. She couldn't help but take a bite. Duan Qizhou let out a hiss and took a step back. Duan Qizhou, that's enough. Ruan Mingyue glared at him. My mother married into the Duan family, she didn't sell herself to them. She's sick, and I'm her daughter. I came to see what she did wrong. What the hell is wrong with you? After she finished speaking, she turned around and left without caring about Duan Qizhou's reaction. Chapter 10. She is not my sister. Luo Xiaodong stood in front of the target and witnessed the entire process of Duan Qizhou going crazy. For a moment, he wondered if there was something wrong with his eyes. That was Duan Qizhou, the Duan Qizhou who usually stayed away from women. It was bad enough that he had been involved in scandals with female stars recently, but today he actually dragged a woman into the metasequoia forest and forcefully kissed her. The key point was that it seemed that the woman had rejected him. So wonderful. There's something to talk about over drinks tonight. Duan Qizhou gently stroked the fresh wound on his lip and walked towards Luo Xiaodong. Luo Xiaodong immediately ran up to him to gossip. Qizhou, who was that just now? Stop gossiping. Duan Qizhou said bluntly, if you spread even a word of what I saw today, I'll kill you. TSK 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 TSK. Luo Xiaodong didn't buy his tricks and continued gossiping. Aren't you and Cheng Yiling having a hot relationship recently? How come there's such a beautiful sister? She is not my sister. Duan Qizhou said fiercely. This sister is not that sister. What I mean is. Luo Xiaodong suddenly realized, wait, could she be the stepsister brought by your stepmother? Luo Xiaodong, I'll say it again, she is not my sister. Her mother and my father didn't get married, their relationship has no legal significance, and neither does ours. So, she is really your stepmother's daughter. Buddy, are you crazy with hunger? No matter what, you can't do anything to her, right? Although Luo Xiaodong usually plays a lot, he never eats grass in his own backyard. You know shit. I'm not happy if you say that. We fought over each other's milk bottles when we were 1, stepped on puddles together when we were 3, and climbed trees together to rob bird nests when we were 6. We know each other so well. Don't I know you? You have a promiscuous face, but you've never even been in a relationship. Judging from the way you and her were just now, you two have been together for a long time, right? Duan Qizhou was silent. I'm asking you a question. If you play dead and don't tell me, I'm going to tell everyone what I just saw. You dare? Then will you tell me? 2 years. What? You two have been together for 2 years. Doesn't that mean you've been together earlier than your dad and your stepmother? Luo Xiaodong said bluntly, then why didn't you get married before your dad and his family? Duan Qizhou said nothing. Speak up. Now that things have come to this, what's the point of saying this? If it's meaningless, then why are you still entangled with her? Luo Xiaodong was even more puzzled. Aren't you rumored to be having an affair with that female star Cheng Yiling recently? What do you mean by this? Don't worry about it. How can I just ignore it? You have no experience in love at all. Can I give you some advice as a person who has been through it? Duan Qizhou sneered, don't come on, you. What's wrong with me? I've had so many girlfriends, how about you? Have you had any? Luo Xiaodong held his chin up and stared at Duan Qizhou, analyzing in a serious manner, from the looks of you, you obviously still like that girl just now, but your recent scandal with Cheng Yiling is spreading like wildfire, and the public relations department has shown no signs of getting involved. I guess, you did it on purpose, didn't you? Did you deliberately want to make that girl jealous? Duan Qizhou's eyes darkened, and then he avoided Luo Xiaodong's gaze. Har har, I got it right, didn't I? You are really a novice in love. What a lousy trick you used. It's so childish. Luo Xiaodong, that's enough, don't go too far. Don't act so arrogant. I'm teaching you the skills of love. Hurry up and lower your posture and take notes. Luo Xiaodong cleared his throat and said seriously, women nowadays are soft-hearted and don't take hardship. You should pamper them and coax them. Don't play the domineering CEO's game of taking them by force, playing hard to get, and abusing them physically and mentally. It's outdated. Ruan Mingyue originally wanted to go back directly, but then she thought, since she was already here and had some unpleasantness, she had to see her mother no matter what. My mother, Wang Meishan, is currently receiving an for drip in the room, and the new nanny, Sister Mai, is serving her. Mom. Yeah, why are you here? Wang Meishan was very surprised to see Ruan Mingyue. Come and see you. Didn't I tell you it's okay? After saying this, Wang Meishan covered her mouth and coughed twice. Drink some hot water. Ruan Mingyue poured a glass of water for her mother and handed it to her mouth. The wife is so blessed and the daughter is so filial, said the nanny, Sister Mai. Wang Meishan smiled and suddenly remembered something. By the way, yeah, tomorrow is your sister's birthday. I bought her another skirt and originally wanted to send it to her school tomorrow, but I can't go in my current condition. It's just right that you're here. Can you help me bring it to her? Okay, I just happen to have a gift for her, too. After they chatted for a while, Wang Meishan felt tired and started yawning. Seeing this, Ruan Mingyue stood up and said she wanted to go back. Yeah. Wang Meishan took Ruan Mingyue's hand, came close to her and whispered, when you see your sister, tell her to call me if she needs anything, and persuade her not to always ignore my messages. I see. Ruan Mingyue walked out of her mother's room and went downstairs. Duan Qizhou and the others had finished archery and were sitting in the living room drinking tea. She originally wanted to pretend that she didn't see it and just walked out quickly, but Duan Qizhou stood up and stopped her. Duan Qizhou, what do you want to do? She lowered her voice and glanced at Luo Xiaodong while speaking. Your friends are watching, do you really have to embarrass me in front of outsiders? I'll take you back, he said with a sullen face. Ruan Mingyue thought she had heard it wrong. Just a dozen minutes ago, he looked like he was going to eat her up, so why did he suddenly change his attitude? This made her feel strangely uncomfortable. No need, I'll go back by myself. After Ruan Mingyue finished speaking, she quickly walked out of the Duan family's hall. Duan Qizhou looked at her back with a frown. Seeing Duan Qizhou's frustration, Luo Xiaodong came over with a smile and put his arm around Duan Qizhou's shoulders. It's okay, brother. Coaxing a woman is a long-term project. You may not see the effect in 2 or 3 days, but as long as you are thick-skinned enough and persist long enough, women will be moved by you sooner or later. Duan Qizhou broke away from Luo Xiaodong's hand and said, stop feeding me these useless things. How can it be useless? You will know if it works if you try it. I'm not going to waste this time. On Monday, Ruan Mingyue took half a day off and planned to go to Rongqing University to visit her sister Ruan Qianque. After finishing her morning work, she took off her work ID card and prepared to leave work. Secretary Ruan. She was about to leave when Chu Fei came over and stopped her. What's wrong? Mr. Duan asked you to go to his office. Ruan Mingyue resisted the urge to roll her eyes and walked into Duan Qizhou's office. She really didn't know what this capitalist was going to do. He had clearly signed and approved the leave form. Didn't he see the words, she was taking a leave in the afternoon? Mr. Duan. Ruan Mingyue walked to Duan Qizhou's desk. What do you want to talk to me about? Duan Qizhou glanced at her and asked, are you taking a day off in the afternoon? Yes. Going to celebrate your sister's birthday. How do you know? Ruan Mingyue blurted out, and only after she finished speaking did she realize that she had exposed her whereabouts. Duan Qizhou heard Wang Meishan and Duan Qumin talking about this matter yesterday, and then he deduced the reason why Ruan Mingyue took a day off today. I just happened to be going to Rongqing University to do something. I'll take you there. No need, I'll take a taxi myself. Duan Qizhou seemed not to have heard her refusal. He stood up, picked up the coat on the hanger, and said to her, let's go. Mr. Duan, there's really no need. I was wrong. Duan Qizhou suddenly interrupted her. Ruan Mingyue was in a trance. What did you say? I was wrong. What happened yesterday was my fault. I apologize to you. Duan Qizhou finished his words in one breath, looking extremely unnatural. After hearing his apology, Ruan Mingyue's expression became unnatural. Who would have thought that she would be able to hear CEO Duan apologize to her in her lifetime? What happened to him today? Could it be that his brain was short-circuited, or that 2 nerves were connected? Mr. Duan, are you feeling unwell? Ruan Mingyue looked at him seriously. If you are not feeling well, I will call a doctor for you. Duan Qizhou. Luo Xiaodong, this bastard, really came up with a bad idea. He knew it wouldn't work, but now the arrow is on the string and he has to shoot. Don't waste time, I'll take you there. Duan Qizhou looked like he was going to do something urgent. Ruan Mingyue thought this person was really strange, but she did not refuse again. It takes at least an hour to take a taxi from here to Rongqing University. If someone wants to be a free driver, let him do it. The two took the elevator downstairs together. Mr. Duan, what are you doing near Rongqing University? Ruan Mingyue asked. Private matter. She said, oh, and wanted to ask for more clarification, but the elevator had already reached the underground parking lot. When she walked out of the elevator, Duan Qizhou gentlemanly held the elevator door for her, allowing her to walk out first. Ruan Mingyue has been Duan Qizhou's secretary for 2 years. She has always followed Duan Qizhou closely and has never enjoyed the opportunity of being held in the door by her boss. Boss Duan, what happened to you? Go. Okay. Ruan Mingyue did not dare to delay and walked out of the car quickly, but unexpectedly Duan Qizhou walked to the car before her and opened the door for her. Mr. Duan. Get in the car. Ruan Mingyue got into the car trembling with fear, always feeling that she might be sent to the deep mountains and forests and sold by Duan Qizhou in the next second. Fortunately, we had a safe journey. Duan Qizhou really sent her to Rongqing University. The car stopped in front of the school gate and Ruan Mingyue couldn't wait to get out. Mr. Duan, thank you for sending me off. Goodbye. Wait a minute. Duan Qizhou looked at the watch on his wrist and said to Ruan Mingyue, call me when you're done here, and I'll take you back on the way. No. Don't talk nonsense, I'll wait for your call. After Duan Qizhou finished speaking, he turned the car around and drove away. Ruan Mingyue felt very unfamiliar with Duan Qizhou today. However, this Duan Qizhou was much cuter than the crazy Duan Qizhou yesterday. She just didn't know how long he could keep it up. If they could continue to live in harmony like they do today, it would be a decent ending. When Ruan Mingyue arrived at the gate of Rongqing University, she did not rush in. Instead, she went to a nearby cake shop and bought a strawberry cake. My younger sister Ruan Xiangkui has loved strawberries since she was a child, including everything that tastes like strawberries. After buying the cake, Ruan Mingyue called her sister. Hello, sis. Where are you? I came to your school. Why are you here? Ruan Xiangkui's voice sounded surprised. Happy birthday to you. Wow, you're just in time. My roommates are treating me to a birthday dinner today. We're at the Sisyphus restaurant across from the school. Sis, come over here. Good. Ruan Mingyue went to Sisyphus restaurant with cakes and gifts. Ruan Xiangkui and his roommates were chatting in the box. After Ruan Mingyue went in, she gave Ruan Xiangkui the gifts from her mother Ruan Meishan and herself. Wow, Xiangkui, your mom bought this for you from Mingyue, right? Oh my god, what kind of family is this, 88,000 for a dress? Ruan Xiangkui, you usually live frugally and work 2 part-time jobs a day. We all thought you were Cinderella, but it turns out you are a rich little princess trying out life. Several roommates gathered around the Mingyue skirt and turned to joke with Ruan Xiangkui. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Ruan Xiangkui's eyes. It's fake, it's A grade. Ruan Xiangkui walked over, covered the gift box and put it aside. My mother is just a caregiver. Her annual salary is less than 88,000 yuan. Where did she get so much money to buy me such an expensive skirt? She doesn't even know what Mingyue is. She must have bought it when she saw the skirt was pretty while browsing Taobao. But the price on the tag is 88,000. The merchants are slapping up prices. Do you remember the last time we went to Garbage Street? We bought a coat for $35, but the tag on the coat said $580. Yeah, that's true. Several roommates had never seen what the real Mingyue looked like. After listening to Ruan Xiangkui's description, they immediately felt that the style of the skirt was a bit old-fashioned, and they would think twice about selling it to them for 88 yuan. My sister's gift is more practical. I like my sister's gift. Ruan Xiangkui said. The birthday gift that Ruan Mingyue gave to Ruan Xiangkui was a bottle of Jo Malone perfume, Blue Wind Chime, which has a fresh and literary scent, very suitable for Ruan Xiangkui, a literary young woman. As long as you like it. Ruan Mingyue and Ruan Xiangkui sat for a while. She had never even heard of many of the topics that today's college students talked about. The generation gap caused by age was too obvious. She used the excuse of going to the bathroom, quietly paid the bill, and then told Ruan Xiangkui that she was going back. Sister, I'll take you down. Ruan Qianque explained to his roommates, then went downstairs with Ruan Mingyue. Xiao Kuei, go back and have fun with your roommates. I've already paid the bill. Thank you, sis. It's okay, I'll go back then. Sister, wait. Ruan Qianque grabbed Ruan Mingyue's hand again. What's wrong? I don't want that Mayu. I'll send it to your company tomorrow and you can help me return it to her. Ruan Qianque looked displeased. Xiao Kuei, this is a gift from Mom. It's her birthday gift for you. If you give it back to her, she'll be sad. I don't want it. I'm not destined to be a princess. I can't wear such an expensive dress. Tell her for me not to bribe me with these things. I will never associate with her vain heart. Mom is not the kind of person you say she is. I wish she wasn't that kind of person, but she is. Xiaokui. Sister, you go back. I'll come to visit you during the holidays. Ruan Qianque didn't want to continue this topic. He waved to Ruan Mingyue, turned around and went back to the private room. Ruan Mingyue looked at her sister's figure and sighed deeply. She couldn't understand why others didn't understand Wen Meixin's decision to remarry, but even her sister Ruan Qianque was so disgusted and misunderstood her mother. Chapter 11 Ex-Boyfriend. Ruan Mingyue was just about to walk out of Sisyphus restaurant when she suddenly heard someone calling her from the front desk. Ruan Mingyue. Ruan Mingyue turned around when she heard the voice and saw two people she didn't want to see. These two people are Cheng Zifu and Qi 1111, her cheating ex-boyfriend and her college roommate who cheated on her. Sisyphus, it turns out that this small restaurant was opened by the two of them. Is it really you? Qi 1111 had a bright smile on her face, without any embarrassment or shame at all. Yes, if she knew what shame was, she would not have done such a thing as stealing someone else's boyfriend. Long time no see. Ruan Mingyue smiled at the two of them generously. Yeah, it's been a long time, yeah. Qi 1111 walked towards Ruan Mingyue with Cheng Zishuan on her arm. I've been wanting to contact you since graduation. Why did you block me? Ruan Mingyue thought, don't you know why I blocked you? And you still have the nerve to ask. Because I feel there is no need to contact him anymore, she said. How can there be no need to contact you? I've always wanted to find you to say sorry and thank you. Qi 1111 held Cheng Zishuan's arm tightly. Yeah, I'm sorry, I took Zishuan away back then, I really loved him too much, so I couldn't help but do that with him behind your back. Thank you for not pestering Zishuan and giving him to me, so we can have the happy life we have now. Oh, by the way, we have already obtained the marriage certificate. This restaurant is the wedding gift from Zishuan's father to us two young couples. We don't have to go to work now, we are already the boss and the boss's wife. Qi 1111's words made the flavor of tea soar into the sky. Ruan Mingyue almost vomited, but she would not allow herself to lose her composure. She knew that Qi 1111 was deliberately declaring war on her. This woman is still the same as she was back then, only caring about herself and not caring about other people's feelings at all. I should be thanking you for accepting my unwanted trash. Ruan Mingyue glanced at Cheng Zishuan, but I didn't expect that Cheng Zishuan would be so loyal this time. You two are still together and even got married. Who are you calling trash? Cheng Zishuan, who had been silent the whole time, glared at Ruan Mingyue angrily. Ruan Mingyue, stop acting like you're on the moral high ground. Think about it, why was I with someone else back then? Wasn't it because you pretended to be a saint and wouldn't let me touch you? Which man is as frustrated as I am when it comes to love? Shouldn't the first step for normal people to fall in love be to get to know each other? You think about those things in bed all day long, are you a beast? Ruan Mingyue, stop calling him trash and a beast all the time. Qi 1111 came to Cheng Zishuan's side. You want to belittle him just because you can't get him. Ruan Mingyue smiled and patted Qi 1111's shoulder. 1111, you have to know that a dog will never stop eating shit. Cheng Zishuan cheated on me back then, so he will definitely cheat on you behind your back. You've worked hard. Not only will you have to manage the restaurant in the future, but you'll also have to be on guard against mistresses. Ruan Mingyue, who are you calling shit? Qi 1111 was furious. Whoever wants to be eaten by Cheng Zishuan, that bastard, is shit. Ruan Mingyue. Qi 1111 waved her hand, wanting to hit Ruan Mingyue. Ruan Mingyue did not hide, and even put her face close to Qi 1111's hand. Are you going to hit me? Are you going to hit someone in your own store, boss lady? Fine, go ahead. I see that your restaurant doesn't have much business except for a few tables of students. I don't mind calling the police to increase your popularity. You? Cheng Zishuan pulled Qi 1111 over and said, "Okay, baby, don't bother with her. This woman is just jealous of us. No one wants her, so she's biting people like a mad dog." When Qi 1111 heard Cheng Zishuan say this, she immediately smiled and said, "Hubby, you are right. No one wants her. The saint girl has become a leftover woman. She can't stand seeing others doing well." Bite. The door to the restaurant was pushed open. A man in a dark blue suit walked in. The cut of the suit and the cufflinks on his cuffs showed that the attire was of considerable value. The key is that he is still very handsome. In this era where respect the clothes before respecting the person, his face actually brings honor to the clothes. It's Duan Qizhou. Ruan Mingyue was stunned. Why was Duan Qizhou here? The conversation between the three was interrupted by Duan Qizhou's arrival. Qi 1111 saw a guest coming in and was about to say, "Welcome," when she saw Ruan Mingyue in front of her suddenly walk up to the noble man and put her arm around his arm. "Didn't I say I would take a taxi back? Why did you come to pick me up?" Ruan Mingyue admitted that she was emotional at the moment and didn't want to lose out in front of this couple, so she held Duan Qizhou's arm to act. But when she looked up and met Duan Qizhou's dangerous eyes, she suddenly realized that she had not yet broken out of one situation, but impulsively pushed herself into another one. Duan Qizhou is a more difficult person to deal with than this couple. She regretted it and subconsciously moved back, but Duan Qizhou grabbed her into his arms. An intelligent elite like Duan Qizhou would not fail to understand the situation of the three people in front of him, especially Ruan Mingyue, who usually tries to avoid him but today took the initiative to have physical contact with him. This look of secretly competing with him must be hiding something fishy. "Because I'm worried about you being alone." He put his arm around Ruan Mingyue's waist and tied her bangs affectionately. Then he looked at Qi 1111 and Cheng Zishuan who were sitting opposite her and asked, "Did you meet any friends?" Ruan Mingyue shook her head. "I don't know him, and not everyone is worthy of being my friend." Duan Qizhou rarely saw her with spikes all over her body, and he couldn't help but take a closer look at the two people opposite her. Then, he recognized the man in front of him. 2 years ago, Ruan Mingyue broke into his room drunk and had sex with him. The next morning, when he woke up, he saw Ruan Mingyue sitting on the edge of the bed, hugging the quilt, silently shedding tears in front of a photo on her phone. This man is the man in the photo. It turned out that she met her ex-boyfriend. No wonder she suddenly became as prickly as a hedgehog. But why is she like this? Is it that you still can't forget the old love? Duan Qizhou couldn't help but hug her tighter. "Since she is an unimportant person, let's go," he said, leading her out of the restaurant. Duan Qizhou's Rolls-Royce was parked at the door of the restaurant. The moment the door opened, Qi 1111 and Cheng Zishuan saw it. The two looked at each other, jealousy in their eyes. "That's a Rolls-Royce. This car is enough to buy several of their stores. Anyone who can afford such a luxury car must be no ordinary rich person. How could Ruan Mingyue be so lucky to hook up with such a top wealthy man?" Ruan Mingyue walked to the other side of the car and made sure that Cheng Zishuan and Qi 1111 could not see them from this angle. She immediately pushed Duan Qizhou away and kept a distance from him. "Throw it away after use." Duan Qizhou looked unhappy. "No, Mr. Duan, I was just afraid of offending you." Ex-boyfriend. For Ruan Mingyue to admit that such a tasteless man like Cheng Zishuan was her ex-boyfriend was simply a great humiliation for her, but think about it, who hasn't liked a few scumbags when they were young? Yes. Still like him. How is that possible? Even if I like a dog passing by, I will never like him again. Ruan Mingyue said firmly. "Why do you still drag me into a show if you don't like it anymore? That girl was my roommate in college. My ex-boyfriend cheated on my roommate, and the two of them had an affair right under my nose, treating me like a fool. 2 years later, when I met them again, they were still flirting with each other in front of me. Do you think I was angry?" Ruan Mingyue said, rolling her eyes in the direction of the restaurant. Duan Qizhou laughed. "Are you gloating?" "No." "Then what are you laughing at?" "Nothing." Ruan Mingyue snorted softly. "You must be laughing at me for being stupid." "You're not stupid, he's stupid." Duan Qizhou looked at Ruan Mingyue and said lightly, "He missed you, he's stupid." Ruan Mingyue felt warm in her heart. Although Duan Qizhou had a cold face, he was quite good at comforting people. "Get in the car, I'll take you back," Duan Qizhou said. Ruan Mingyue actually didn't want to trouble Duan Qizhou to take her there, but when she thought that Cheng Zishuan and Qi 1111 might still be watching her through the window in some corner, she had no choice but to get in the car. After Duan Qizhou started the car, he did not take her back the same way. Ruan Mingyue didn't pay attention at first, until she passed 3 intersections and found that the car was not heading towards the street where she lived. Then she suddenly realized. "Mr. Duan, aren't you taking me home? This isn't the way back to my home. Where are you taking me? Let me take you to eat something first," Duan Qizhou said. "I'm not hungry." After Ruan Mingyue said this, her stomach growled. She was actually quite hungry. Just now in the restaurant, she was busy talking to her sister Ruan Xiankue and didn't eat anything. She only got a small piece of her sister's birthday cake. When Duan Qizhou heard her stomach growling, the corners of his lips curled slightly, but he didn't point it out. "I'm hungry," he said. Duan Qizhou had already moved the stairs to her feet, so there was no reason for Ruan Mingyue not to go down. The two came to the Windsor building, where the restaurant was on the 36th floor. The elevator goes up. Outside the glass cabin, the night sky is bright, and the night scene of the entire Rongqing is in sight. Ruan Mingyue was used to eating takeout. She could only dine in such high-end places when she went on business trips or attended dinner parties with Duan Qizhou. And this was the first time that she and he had dinner together for personal reasons, apart from work. The restaurant was as luxurious as Ruan Mingyue had imagined. All the diners inside were dressed exquisitely. She regretted not putting on lipstick before coming up. Duan Qizhou is the VVIP here and can dine in the exclusive box without making an appointment. As soon as the two of them walked through the quiet corridor, they saw a group of fashionable female college students walking towards them. These people didn't look much older than Ruan Xiankue, but their every move revealed the demeanor of rich girls. Ruan Mingyue recognized at a glance that the person in the lead was Duan Qizhou's sister Duan Yuanxi. Duan Yuanxi was talking to the short-haired girl next to him and did not notice Duan Qizhou and Ruan Mingyue. Ruan Mingyue took the opportunity to quickly turn into the bathroom nearby. She didn't want Duan Yuanxi to see her and Duan Qizhou together. Although today was a working day, and there were 1,000 reasons why she and Duan Qizhou were here as a secretary, the moment she saw Duan Yuanxi, she instinctively felt guilty and wanted to hide. "Elder brother." As soon as Ruan Mingyue walked away, Duan Yuanxi discovered Duan Qizhou. She immediately turned to the girls around her and said, "Haven't you been clamoring to meet my brother in person? Ding 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 ding, today I'll let you meet him in person." Duan Yuanxi's tone was blatantly boastful, but her boasting did not disgust her friends around her. After all, who would resist showing off if they had a brother like Duan Qizhou? Several girls were classmates of Duan Yuanxi and they often boasted about meeting Duan Qizhou and hooking up with him, and sometimes even called themselves Duan Yuanxi's sister-in-law. But when they really met Duan Qizhou, no one dared to act rashly. They even didn't dare to approach him and say hello. They could only pretend to sneak a peek at him casually. Duan Qizhou's appearance was too outstanding. The temperament he exuded was completely different from the young boys they met on the university campus. It was a mature demeanor that was accumulated over the years. His handsome and clear eyes could not hide his arrogance and calmness that looked down on everything. Seeing that her friends were afraid to approach her brother, Duan Yuanxi lifted her skirt and ran over. "Brother, who are you coming to dinner with? I seem to see a woman's shadow just now," Duan Yuanxi said, looking in the direction of the bathroom. "Do I need to tell you who I'm having dinner with?" He, that's not what I meant. I'm just curious. Did you come here with Cheng Yiling?" "My friends and I really like Cheng Yiling's The Legend of Qiuxian. My roommate is also her die-hard fan. If you came here with Cheng Yiling, can I take a photo with her?" "No." Duan Qizhou refused. "Hey, you're so stingy. The two of you are already full of scandals. It's only a matter of time before you bring her home. What's wrong with me meeting her in advance? It won't cost me a piece of meat." Duan Yuanxi was a little unhappy. On the one hand, her brother seemed to be very protective of Cheng Yiling, and she felt a sense of loss of favor. On the other hand, if she couldn't get a photo with Cheng Yiling, she would lose face in front of her friends. "Have you eaten?" Duan Qizhou changed the subject. "I've eaten, and I'm going shopping for a manicure." Duan Qizhou took out a black card and handed it to Duan Yuanxi. "Go ahead and have fun with your friends." Wow. Thanks, bro. When Duan Yuanqi saw the pocket money suddenly handed to him, his eyes lit up and he immediately stopped worrying about meeting Cheng Yiling. Sisters, let's go shopping. My brother is treating us today. You can pick any brand name bags and jewelry you want. There's no limit to how much you can spend. The girls were very happy. They thanked Duan Qizhou from afar and walked into the elevator hand in hand. Ruan Mingyue had been hiding in the bathroom. After she heard no more talking outside, she waited for a while before she dared to come out. Duan Yuanqi and the others have already left. She breathed a sigh of relief and was about to go to the box, but when she looked up, she saw Duan Qizhou leaning in the corridor, looking at her expressionlessly. Mr. Duan, You're so embarrassed to come out to eat with me. Chapter 12. Do you want me to stay? There was an oppressive feeling of impending storm in Duan Qizhou's eyes. Ruan Mingyue felt her scalp tingling when she saw him looking at her. Mr. Duan, I don't feel ashamed. I just don't want to cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Besides, I think Miss Duan wouldn't want to see me here. It's better to have less trouble than more. Duan Yuanqi disliked her in the first place. If she had seen her just now, she would have certainly made some sarcastic remarks. Ruan Mingyue didn't want to have a head-on conflict with her. Duan Qizhou didn't say anything, but Ruan Mingyue could feel that he no longer had the same interest as when he came. The restaurant is luxurious and romantic, but the meal was really tasteless. After dinner, Duan Qizhou sent Ruan Mingyue back home. Along the way, both of them were silent. After the car drove to the downstairs of the community, Ruan Mingyue thanked him and got out of the car, then hurried upstairs without looking back at Duan Qizhou. After returning home, she put down her bag, took off her coat, and quietly walked to the window to look at Duan Qizhou's car. His car was no longer there, he was gone. Ruan Mingyue stood at the window, quietly thinking about everything that happened today. Today was really thanks to Duan Qizhou. If it weren't for him, she would have been consumed by self-discipline for a long time because of meeting Cheng Zishuan and Qi 1111 again. The cell phone vibrated in my pocket. It was a message from my sister Ruan Xiankui, asking her if she had arrived home. Ruan Mingyue was just about to reply to her sister's message when she suddenly heard a soft "dawn" sound coming from the closet. Why is there a noise in the closet? Her heart was instantly lifted up and she had a bad feeling. Could it be that a thief broke in? No, that shouldn't be the case. When she left home in the morning, the doors and windows were locked. When she came back, she didn't see any signs of damage to the doors and windows. So how did the thief get in? She comforted herself that maybe the clothes just fell off the hanger. Ruan Mingyue walked around the bed and wanted to open the closet door to check, but when she reached the closet, she stopped because she smelled a smell that didn't belong to her room. It was a bit fishy, like the smell of not having a shower for several days. It seemed like their house had really been broken into by an outsider. Moreover, this person should be observing her through the crack of the closet door at this moment. If she is not careful, he will rush towards her. Ruan Mingyue tried to remain calm, pretending that she hadn't noticed anything, and turned around to walk out. As she walked, she quickly dialed Duan Qizhou's number. Duan Qizhou had just left and should not have gone far. If the person in the closet really rushed out now, asking Duan Qizhou for help would definitely be faster than asking the police. Unfortunately, before the call was connected, the person hiding in the closet had already discovered her intention, pushed open the door and jumped out. Ruan Mingyue ran to the door and tried to open it to escape, but the man grabbed her ponytail and dragged her back to the living room, where she fell to the ground. Ms. Ruan, don't go. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Ruan Mingyue raised her head and saw the man's face clearly. It was Fei Xinyao, her neighbor who lived downstairs from her. Mr. Fei, what are you doing in my house? I told you, I'll wait for you. Fei Xinyao was wearing a dirty long windbreaker with his calves exposed and a pair of large slippers on his feet. It seemed that he was not wearing any clothes under the windbreaker. When Ruan Mingyue thought about the fact that this person had been hiding in her closet, she felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. Please get out. This is my home. You are trespassing. I can call the police. Ruan Mingyue had a tough attitude, but Fei Xinyao was not afraid at all. He squatted down and looked at Ruan Mingyue at eye level. Ms. Ruan, don't be angry. I have no ill will towards you. I just like you. I have liked you for a long time. I have had a crush on you since you moved to this community. You are so beautiful, like a fairy. Fei Xinyao showed a silly smile on his face. I still remember that on the Mid-Autumn Festival 2 years ago, you saw me and smiled at me. It was the first time a woman smiled at me. I was thinking at that time that I must find a chance to confess my feelings to you. Maybe you are interested in me too, right? Ruan Mingyue got goosebumps all over her body. This Fei Xinyao was quite normal before, but now it seems that he has mental problems. I'm not interested in you. I'm married. You've met my husband. He'll be back soon. Please get out right now. No. Don't try to lie to me. That man is not your husband at all. I've been observing you for a long time. You go in and out alone every day, and you take the subway to and from work alone. The man who claimed to be your husband last time never stayed at your place. Fei Xinyao excitedly pinched Ruan Mingyue's chin. Miss Ruan, you are mine, and no other man can touch you. After I fell in love with you, I haven't gone out to find a prostitute. I am loyal to you and will keep my body for you. You must also belong to me completely and cleanly. After he finished speaking, he leaned towards Ruan Mingyue, wanting to kiss her face. Get lost. Ruan Mingyue smelled the odor on him and felt nauseous. She pushed Fei Xinyao away, got up and rushed to the door, trying to open it and go out. Unfortunately, she failed and was dragged back by Fei Xinyao again. Miss Ruan, I like you so much, why are you running away? Fei Xinyao's expression gradually became ferocious. He stretched out his hand and pinched Ruan Mingyue's neck. Do you dislike me? Do you? Ruan Mingyue had difficulty breathing for a moment. The memories of being beaten and choked by my father when I was young all came flooding back at this moment. She was very scared and wanted to shout for help, but no sound came out. At this moment, something even more disgusting happened. Fei Xinyao actually unbuttoned his windbreaker in front of her. Sure enough, just as Ruan Mingyue expected, there was nothing in his windbreaker. Miss Ruan, will you sleep with me? Come, let me pamper you. As he spoke, he pounced towards Ruan Mingyue, who dodged by turning sideways. You pervert! Don't come near me! Ruan Mingyue picked up a stool beside the table and threw it at Fei Xinyao. Fei Xinyao was unable to dodge and was hit directly. Ruan Mingyue took advantage of the moment when he fell to the ground in pain and rushed to the door. The door was locked from the inside. She was so nervous that her hands were shaking. She tried twice to pull the bolt open but failed, and Fei Xinyao attacked her again. Ms. Ruan! Don't run! You must stay with me tonight. Ruan Mingyue was grabbed by Fei Xinyao again. After all, there is a huge difference in strength between men and women. In a few seconds, she was pressed to the ground by Fei Xinyao and no matter how she struggled, she couldn't get free. Just when Ruan Mingyue thought that she could not escape his clutches this time, there was a loud bang and the door at the entrance was knocked open. Let her go. It's Duan Qizhou. Duan Qizhou rushed in and kicked Fei Xinyao on the shoulder. After Fei Xinyao fell to the ground, he pulled Ruan Mingyue up from the ground and protected her behind him. Ruan Mingyue's legs went weak and she held Duan Qizhou's arm tightly, which was her only support at this moment. Are you okay? Duan Qizhou glanced at her sideways. Apart from her messy hair, Ruan Mingyue's clothes were intact and there was no visible injury anywhere. It's okay, she said. I'm glad you're okay. You go out first. Duan Qizhou pushed Ruan Mingyue out the door and reminded her, don't come in if you hear any noise. Before Ruan Mingyue could react, Duan Qizhou had already returned to the living room and closed the door. The sound of fists hitting flesh and Fei Xinyao's painful howls and pleas for mercy were soon heard from inside the house. I was wrong. I was wrong, let me go, let me go. Let me go. Fei Xinyao's voice gradually weakened. Ruan Mingyue was afraid that someone might die, so she wanted to go in and stop Duan Qizhou. The moment she pushed the door, Duan Qizhou came out. He was wearing a white shirt and a suit vest, with his coat in his hand. He looked capable and calm, with no signs of having just been in a fight. How is he? Ruan Mingyue took a look through the half-open door. Fei Xinyao was curled up on the ground, holding his dirty windbreaker, with a bruised face and nose. Don't worry about him, the police will be here soon, said Duan Qizhou. Have you called the police? When Duan Qizhou received Ruan Mingyue's call, he was waiting for the red light at the traffic light intersection outside the community. When he heard the unusual conversation between Ruan Mingyue and a man in the receiver and realized that Ruan Mingyue was in danger, he used another mobile phone in the car to call the police. Then, he sped back to the downstairs of Ruan Mingyue's community and ran upstairs to save her. And he didn't hang up the phone all the way. My cell phone. I don't know where it went. Ruan Mingyue's cell phone fell to the ground when Fei Xinyao grabbed her hair. After that, there was chaos and she never saw her cell phone again. She had no idea that Duan Qizhou had answered her call. Duan Qizhou took out Ruan Mingyue's cell phone from his pocket and handed it to her. The phone fell under the coffee table. I just picked it up. Thanks. Ruan Mingyue took her phone. Even at the moment when she was rescued, the two of their phone screens were still in the state of a call. She was so moved that her nose started to ache. I really can't imagine what would have happened to her if Duan Qizhou hadn't arrived in time. Thank you. She choked up and thanked him again. Duan Qizhou looked at her without saying a word, but suddenly reached out and hugged her in his arms. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she seemed to be able to sense a hint of uneasiness from Duan Qizhou. No, it won't. This is Duan Qizhou, who can remain calm even when faced with a catastrophe. How could he be uneasy? Ruan Mingyue leaned quietly in Duan Qizhou's arms. His clean and familiar scent filled her nose, soothing her nerves. Under normal circumstances, she would have pushed him away, but at this moment, she couldn't bear to do so. Let her sink recklessly, even if only for a moment. The police arrived quickly. It turned out that Fei Xinyao was a repeat offender. He had harassed female residents in the same community more than once, but the previous times he was taken back to the police station and detained for a few days before being released. The news about Fei Xinyao spread throughout the community, but Ruan Mingyue went out to work early and came back late every day, and rarely chatted with residents in the community on weekends, so she had never heard about it. Ms. Ruan, don't worry. We will definitely punish Fei Xinyao severely this time. The female police officer who came to deal with the matter comforted Ruan Mingyue. Thanks. You're welcome. This is what we should do. The female police officer said, looking at Duan Qizhou, Sir, your girlfriend has been so frightened today. You must accompany her well and don't leave her alone. If you need psychological intervention, you can also contact us. Ruan Mingyue was about to explain that she was not Duan Qizhou's girlfriend when she saw Duan Qizhou nodded and said to the female police officer, thank you for your help. The police took Fei Xinyao away, and the neighbors who had been watching the excitement returned to their homes. Ruan Mingyue was looking at the traces of a fight on the floor of the living room. She was about to pick up the mop to clean it up when she saw Duan Qizhou walking towards her and snatching the mop from her hand. Don't waste your energy, just move. I'll find you a house with better security, said Duan Qizhou. No need, everyone has been captured, it's safe here. Then give me the key and I'll have someone come and clean it up. No. Before Ruan Mingyue could say no, the key on the shelf in the entrance hall was taken away by Duan Qizhou. Let's go, he said. Where are you going? Take you to the hotel and get a room. Mr. Duan, what are you talking about? What room do you want? Ruan Mingyue immediately regretted it. She should have pushed Duan Qizhou away when he hugged her just now. Now, he was going even further and wanted to take her to get a room. What are you thinking about? Duan Qizhou reached out and flicked Ruan Mingyue's forehead. What I mean is that you should stay in the hotel for the night and come back after you have cleaned up here. Ruan Mingyue thought about it and felt that Duan Qizhou's suggestion was a good one. No one knew when Fei Xinyao sneaked into her house, and no one knew what disgusting things he did in her house besides hiding in her closet. She still feels physically uncomfortable when she thinks of the smell coming out of the closet. If she sleeps facing the closet tonight, she will definitely suffer from insomnia. Ruan Mingyue simply packed her luggage and followed Duan Qizhou downstairs. Duan Qizhou has already arranged a hotel for us, which is 5 kilometers away from the community and is the best hotel in the area. Mr. Duan, thank you. I'm sorry for bothering you all day today. Give me the room card and I'll go up by myself. After arriving at the hotel, Ruan Mingyue said to Duan Qizhou. Duan Qizhou seemed not to hear her. He just picked up her luggage and went upstairs. After putting the luggage away, he showed no intention of leaving. Go take a shower, he said. Ruan Mingyue didn't move, and asked him carefully, Mr. Duan, you are not planning to stay here overnight. Do you want me to stay? Duan Qizhou looked at her. Ruan Mingyue looked into his dark eyes and her heart moved inexplicably. Today has been a day of ups and downs. First she met her scumbag ex-boyfriend, and then she met a pervert. She is still feeling frightened. It would be a lie to say that she doesn't need someone to accompany her. But this person cannot be him. No, I can do it alone. Ruan Mingyue forced a smile. The hotel is very safe, I'm not afraid. Duan Qizhou was silent for a few seconds, as if he was trying to figure out whether she was telling the truth or a lie. I really can. Ruan Mingyue emphasized. I'll wait until you fall asleep before I leave. Chapter 13 Nightmare. Duan Qizhou went straight to sit on the sofa. Ruan Mingyue was too lazy to chase him away. After all this trouble, she was exhausted and just wanted to take a shower and go to bed. She took her pajamas and went into the bathroom. After taking a shower and drying her hair, she simply applied some skin lotion. When she came out, she saw Duan Qizhou standing by the floor-to-ceiling window and making a phone call. He took off his coat and loosened his tie slightly, adding a touch of casualness to his gentle and noble temperament. But when he opened his mouth, his voice was colder than the night outside the window. Find someone to take good care of him in there, so he can learn a lesson. When he comes out, he should avoid women when he sees them. When Ruan Mingyue heard this, she knew that the person he asked someone to take care of must be Fei Xinyao. A pervert like Fei Xinyao will definitely not learn his lesson if he is simply locked up in jail for a period of time, and will most likely commit the crime again after he is released. For such people, the best way is to kill them permanently. Ruan Mingyue's figure was reflected in the floor-to-ceiling window. Duan Qizhou glanced sideways and saw her. He hung up the phone and turned around. I'm going to sleep, you go back, she said. Duan Qizhou looked at her. Her fair face was tinged with a hint of pink, her long curly hair was half dry and scattered behind her swan neck. Under the straps of her pajamas, there was a sexy neck and beautiful collarbone. It turns out to be this pajamas. Duan Qizhou suddenly said. Ruan Mingyue didn't react for a moment, until he approached her and the light in his eyes slowly dimmed. She realized what he meant. Oh, yes, she remembered, this pajamas was the suspender pajamas she wore when she recorded the Baya show video for Xinjiazi. He only watched the video for a few seconds and yet he still remembered it. Ruan Mingyue's face heated up rapidly. You can go now. She ruthlessly drove him away. Duan Qizhou raised his lips and praised her. She looks better in person than in the video. Ruan Mingyue ignored him, quickly lifted the quilt, lay down on the bed, closed her eyes and pretended to be asleep. The room soon fell silent. After a while, the lights were turned off and Ruan Mingyue heard light footsteps and the sounds of doors opening and closing. Duan Qizhou is gone. She turned over, hugged the quilt, and fell into a deep sleep. This sleep was extremely restless. She had many nightmares, but none of them were complete, like a disrupted puzzle, scattered all over. From time to time, a frightening picture flashed in her mind, and finally she pieced together the scene of Fei Xinyao and her father strangling her neck. Fear overwhelmed her like a surging tide. Ruan Mingyue sat up in shock from the bed, holding her neck with both hands, her whole body shaking uncontrollably. What's wrong? A tall black figure on the sofa stood up upon hearing the voice. Ruan Mingyue didn't expect that there was someone in the room, and she screamed again in fright. Who's there? She leaned over and tapped the bedside lamp. When the lights came on, she could see clearly that the person in the room was Duan Qizhou. He didn't leave? Didn't you leave? Ruan Mingyue asked. I just went downstairs to buy a pack of cigarettes. When he went out, he took the room card from the table. When he came upstairs after smoking downstairs, she was already asleep. You slept on the couch. Closed my eyes for a while. Ruan Mingyue couldn't imagine that this distinguished boss was actually sleeping on the sofa. He was usually a man who was very particular about the hotels he stayed in when on business trips. Why didn't you leave? I figured you might have a nightmare. Ruan Mingyue was amused. Boss Duan can predict the future. It's not that I can predict the future, but I know that you are very timid. Duan Qizhou walked to Ruan Mingyue's bedside and took a closer look at her. Although she was smiling, her face was pale and there were beads of sweat on her forehead. What kind of nightmare is so scary? Nothing. To be honest, the fear in her heart had faded a lot when she saw him. Ruan Mingyue. Duan Qizhou sat down on the edge of her bed. If you feel scared, just say so. In many cases, you don't need to be too stubborn. Ruan Mingyue was a little defensive. From childhood to adulthood, even her mother, Wang Meishan, had never said such words to her. What Wang Meishan said to her the most was, "You are a sister, you have to be strong, don't cry easily, don't say you are afraid easily, not many people will support you." This sentence ran through almost her entire childhood and youth and was engraved into her bones. So when she grew up, she got used to bearing everything on her own. No matter how scared she was, she would not easily show fear in front of others. Even if she encountered injustice, she would just swallow her grievances. "I am a little scared." Perhaps it was because Duan Qizhou's eyes were too tender under the dim yellow light. Ruan Mingyue couldn't help but express her true feelings. Afraid of Fei Xinyao. Yeah, and my dad. Her father, who once abused Ruan Mingyue, was her lifelong nightmare. Duan Qizhou knew that Ruan Mingyue's father was currently serving a sentence in Rongqing prison for domestic violence. 2 months ago, when his father Duan Quming proposed to marry Wang Meishan, he sent someone to investigate Wang Meishan's family situation. However, at that time, he did not expect that a casual sentence on the investigation document would become Ruan Mingyue's lingering nightmare. Secretary Ruan is really as timid as a sesame seed, afraid of this and that. Duan Qizhou looked at her. "Are you afraid of me too?" Ruan Mingyue looked at Duan Qizhou silently. "You're my boss, isn't it normal to be afraid of you? Then be afraid of me." He looked into her eyes. "Remember what I am doing now. Even if you have nightmares in the future, you will only dream about me." After Duan Qizhou finished speaking, he suddenly leaned over, grabbed the back of Ruan Mingyue's head, and kissed her. There was a faint smell of tobacco between his lips and teeth. The moment Ruan Mingyue opened her lips, his tongue swept in forcefully. Her breath and voice were taken away from her, and the only sound she could hear was his panting. The atmosphere was ambiguous, and as someone who had once been in an intimate relationship, Ruan Mingyue could clearly feel that Duan Qizhou's kiss was gradually becoming tainted with lust. "No." She pushed Duan Qizhou away and breathed in fresh air to calm her heartbeat. "Duan Qizhou, we can't." Duan Qizhou spoke before her and said her line. "Right. It's just that you think it's not possible." Duan Qizhou stared at her with dark eyes. "I think nothing is impossible." Ruan Mingyue lowered her head. She was already confused enough today, and Duan Qizhou's move was undoubtedly making things worse. However, his goal was achieved, and she was indeed more afraid of him. Because she could also clearly feel her own lust for him. What a dangerous thing this is. "Go away." Ruan Mingyue said, "You have successfully become my nightmare." After Duan Qizhou left, Ruan Mingyue couldn't fall asleep again. She just lay in bed with her eyes open until dawn. At dawn, she got up as usual, washed, put on makeup, and prepared to go to work. However, she was a little nervous when she went to work today because she had no idea how to face Duan Qizhou. After her mother Wang Meishan married Duan Qizhou's father Duan Quming, she finally got over her emotions. But last night, she lost her rationality and fell in love with Duan Qizhou again. This is a sign of a train derailment. If you are not careful, the train may be destroyed and people may die. She could never allow this to happen again. As soon as Ruan Mingyue arrived at the company, she was told that Duan Qizhou would fly to Sydney in the afternoon. It turned out that he did not finish his trip to Sydney last time and came back early, so this time he was going to finish it. Well, Duan Qizhou is on a business trip, so she doesn't have to see him and can temporarily relieve the awkward mood. In the afternoon, Ruan Mingyue received a message from Shinjiazi. Shinjiazi asked her when she would go to pick up her medical insurance card. Ruan Mingyue then remembered that the medical insurance card from her previous hospitalization was still with Shinjiazi and she had not picked it up yet. "Tomorrow," said Ruan Mingyue. "Tomorrow and tomorrow, Secretary Ruan, I think you have a serious procrastination problem. How about this, I'll take a day off today, and I'll buy some hot pot ingredients and go to your place to eat hot pot. I'll also bring your medical insurance card with me. I may not be able to eat hot pot at my place today." "What's the matter?" Ruan Mingyue told Shinjiazi that a perverted neighbor sneaked into her house yesterday. "What? There is such a disgusting thing." Shinjiazi was also scared. "It's really thanks to Duan Qizhou, otherwise you would be in trouble." "Yes. In that case, I should go to your place and keep you company. Give me a call when you get off work and I'll come find you." Seeing that Shinjiazi was determined to come, Ruan Mingyue did not refuse. After get off work, Ruan Mingyue and Shinjiazi met at the subway station, and Shinjiazi bought Ruan Mingyue her favorite West Street Napoleon. This is very hard to buy. Did you go out of your way to queue up for it? Ruan Mingyue was touched. She really likes to eat the banana Napoleon from that restaurant, but she is too lazy to queue up, so she can only eat it once a year. I bought this specifically to soothe your frightened soul. Thank you, sister. Ruan Mingyue hugged Shinjiazi and gave her a loving hug. Get lost, stop it. After getting off the subway, the two walked home. As soon as they entered the door, they were both stunned. Ruan Mingyue, are you sure this is your home? Ruan Mingyue looked down at the key in her hand and said, my spare key can get in, so it should be my house. Then why is it completely different from the last time I came here? The sofas and coffee tables in the living room have been replaced in the previous style. Ruan Mingyue's patched up stools are gone, and the floor is covered with a carpet that looks very valuable. Wait, let me take a look. Ruan Mingyue walked into the bedroom. The bedroom has also undergone a major change. The original small bed has been replaced with a more spacious double bed, and the 4-piece set on it is also brand new. The old wardrobe that had been contaminated by Feishan Yao has also disappeared, replaced with a more beautiful and modern new wardrobe. Are your clothes still there? Shinjiazi asked casually. Ruan Mingyue hurried over and opened the closet door. All her old clothes were gone. What was hanging in her closet now were new clothes that were exactly the same in brand and size as her old clothes. In other words, Duan Qizhou ordered people to replace everything that Feishan Yao might have touched. Has the wealthy snail girl come to your house? Shinjiazi sighed. Is this still the same shabby house I know? I dare not step on your carpet without changing my shoes. I always feel like I can't afford to step on it. I'll give you a call and ask. Ruan Mingyue walked to the window and called Duan Qizhou. Duan Qizhou had just landed in Sydney and was still on his way to their hotel. Is there something? His voice could not hide his fatigue from the long journey. How did you make my home like this? Like this? Like what? It's just. Ruan Mingyue didn't know how to express it for a moment. After thinking for a while, she said, it looks very expensive. Really? Wait till I come back and have a look. Duan Qizhou arranged for someone else to replace Ruan Mingyue's furniture. He only roughly stated the requirements, and he had never seen what the finished product looked like. Mr. Duan, let me make it clear first, you asked someone to make my room so luxurious, but I can't afford the furniture. Adding these things together, it would cost at least hundreds of thousands. Although Ruan Mingyue had a decent income as the president's secretary, this amount of money was beyond her ability to afford. Who said I'd charge you money? Then I can't ask for it for nothing, right? Then start deducting it from your salary from next month. What? Deduct it from my salary? Mr. Duan, I swear to God, I gave you the key to my house, not to blackmail you. It's not easy for us workers to earn a little money, you can't do this to me. Duan Qizhou leaned on the back seat of the car, rubbed his brow and smiled. It's not possible to do this or that, so what do you think is better? I won't tell you. Ruan Mingyue was completely disappointed. Between spending money and being disgusted, she would rather choose to continue using the wardrobe that Feishan Yao had avoided. Why make such a waste when you can just wash it away? Duan Qizhou is indeed a young master who is ignorant of the sufferings of the world. Okay, I didn't ask you to pay. Just think of it as me improving the accommodation environment for my employees. Duan Qizhou said. Okay, thank you, Mr. Duan. Ruan Mingyue no longer dared to be so noble. At this moment, not spending money was the most important thing. Mr. Duan, you are busy, I won't bother you anymore. Ruan Mingyue was about to hang up, but Duan Qizhou on the other end shouted, wait. Ruan Mingyue held her breath, hoping that he would not go back on his word. Did you have a nightmare later? Duan Qizhou's deep and magnetic voice came from the other end of the receiver. Ruan Mingyue had finally forgotten what happened in the hotel last night, but with his question, the memory of last night instantly came back to her mind. Remember what I'm doing now, and even if you have nightmares in the future, you will only dream about me. This is what he said to her last night. In connection with the question at this moment, could she understand that what he actually wanted to ask was, later, did you dream about me? No, this is too ambiguous. Duan Qizhou probably didn't mean this. No, I didn't fall asleep afterwards, said Ruan Mingyue. Can't sleep. Because of me? No. Why is that? Mr. Duan, are you very free? You have to find out the reasons for the employee's insomnia. Ruan Mingyue felt hot and coughed lightly, trying to cover up her guilt. Thank you, Mr. Duan, for improving my accommodation. I will work hard in the future. I'll hang up if there's nothing else. Bye. She finished her words in one breath and hung up the phone. Chapter 14. I am becoming more and more interested in you. Shinjiazi leaned against the door, folded her elbows and looked at Ruan Mingyue meaningfully. Yeah, what's going on? Didn't you break up? Why does Duan Qizhou seem to be paying more and more attention to you? Was he so caring before? Ruan Mingyue quickly shook her head. No, what are you thinking? Mr. Duan said that this is the boss's sympathy for the employees and he is improving the accommodation environment for them. Even a 3-year-old child wouldn't believe this, so how could you believe it? I believe it. Ruan Mingyue closed her eyes. What else could it be? Shinjiazi could see the disappointment that flashed across Ruan Mingyue's face. Yes, given the awkward relationship between Ruan Mingyue and Duan Qizhou now, this situation could only be explained as the boss being considerate of his employees. Any other reason would be unspeakable. Okay, no matter what it is, your small shabby house has been transformed into a small mansion, which is a good thing. I'll order some takeout and some wine, and we'll celebrate your happy housewarming. Shinjiazi, that's enough. If you want to drink, just say you want to drink. You're celebrating your new home, but you haven't moved yet, so how can you say you're moving? Shinjiazi laughed. Okay, you found out. I just wanted to drink. What's wrong? Did something happen? Ruan Mingyue noticed that Shinjiazi was in a bad mood. Shinjiazi is a doctor who holds a scalpel. She is quite sensitive about drinking. If she wasn't in a bad mood, she would never suggest drinking. Nothing. As soon as she finished speaking, her cell phone rang. It was a call from Shinjiazi's mother. Shinjiazi picked up the phone reluctantly, and heard her mother yelling on the other end, "Aren't you taking a day off today? I asked you to go on a blind date, but why didn't you go? Are you still waiting for that dead guy? Shinjiazi, I'm telling you, clear your mind. That guy died a long time ago, and has been reincarnated several times. Why are you still obsessed with him? Are you done?" Shinjiazi interrupted her mother coldly. "I've told you many times that I'm very busy every day now, so busy that I barely have time to sleep. I don't have the energy to go on blind dates. I beg you to let me go and stop arranging blind dates for me. I won't go even once." After Shinjiazi finished speaking, she hung up the phone regardless of her mother's reaction. Although Ruan Mingyue didn't hear everything clearly, she was able to understand the general idea of what was said because of the loud voice of Shinjiazi's mother coming out of the receiver. Her mother was forcing her to go on a blind date again, and she also mentioned Shinjiazi's deceased ex-boyfriend Luo Jinghuai. 5 years ago, when Shinjiazi had just graduated, she went to Country W to work as a battlefield doctor despite her family's opposition. There, she met Luo Jinghuai. Luo Jinghuai is a peacekeeping riot police officer assigned by China to Country W. He has saved Shinjiazi from danger more than once. Luo Jinghuai's bravery and sense of responsibility to shoulder the mission with great love deeply attracted Shinjiazi. Shinjiazi fell in love with Luo Jinghuai, and Luo Jinghuai was also attracted to Shinjiazi, a female doctor who looked sweet but had a strong character. The same ideals and beliefs made the two fall in love quickly. They spent a thrilling but happy year in a battlefield full of dangers. Luo Jinghuai and Shinjiazi agreed to get married when they returned home. But later, Luo Jinghuai unfortunately died. In an explosion attack, in order to save a child from Country W, he fell into the sea holding a bomb and never came back. Although Shinjiazi is positive and works hard now, it actually took her a very long time to get over the pain of losing Luo Jinghuai. Of course, it is also possible that she has never really gotten over it, and she just put on a mask of optimism and cheerfulness. If you want to drink, then drink. Ruan Mingyue said, "I have some sausages and peanuts in the refrigerator. I'll go make you some snacks." Good. That day, both Ruan Mingyue and Shinjiazi drank a lot of alcohol. When she got drunk, Shinjiazi hugged Ruan Mingyue and cried loudly. She said, Yeah, we are really a difficult relationship. The person I loved died, and the person you loved became your brother. We have experienced the pain of romance novels. She said it with such heartbreak that it broke Ruan Mingyue's heart as well. After waking up, Shen Jiazi had long forgotten what she had said, but that melancholy lingered in Ruan Mingyue's heart and could not be shaken off. She felt that what Shen Jiazi said was so right. They had really experienced all the hardships of reading romance novels. It was a pity that they were not the heroines, and after going through so many hardships, they could not have their own happy ending. Duan Qizhou stayed in Sydney for the next week. Ruan Mingyue had only seen him during video conferences. Even through the screen, she still felt a little embarrassed when she saw his face. She didn't know what was wrong with her. They had clearly slept together for 2 years and had done countless things more intimate than kissing before, but this time, she was at a loss what to do because of a kiss. She secretly hoped that Duan Qizhou would not come back so soon. Unfortunately, God likes to go against her, and Duan Qizhou came back on Monday morning. Ruan Mingyue had been checking contracts in the purchasing department that morning and didn't know Duan Qizhou had returned. She went to the tea room to make coffee and came out, just in time to run into Duan Qizhou. She was so scared that she quickly retreated back to the tea room. "Did you see a ghost?" Duan Qizhou followed closely behind. Ruan Mingyue smiled and said, "Mr. Duan, there's no need to say that about yourself." "Then why are you hiding?" "I wasn't hiding. I just suddenly remembered that I didn't put sugar in my coffee. It's too bitter to drink. I'll come in and put some more sugar in it." As she said that, she walked over, opened a small sugar bag, shook her hands, and poured all the sugar into her coffee. Duan Qizhou looked at her. "When did you eat so sweet?" "I've always liked sweet things." "Really?" He remembered that every time she went on a business trip with him, she would tell the staff not to add sugar when drinking coffee. Ruan Mingyue was stirring her coffee guiltily, not knowing how to prove herself when another colleague came in to pour water. "Mr. Duan." When the colleague saw Duan Qizhou, he immediately greeted him respectfully. Duan Qizhou said, "Hum," and turned to leave the tea room. Ruan Mingyue instantly felt like she was saved. "Why is Mr. Duan in the tea room? Doesn't he have everything in his office?" a colleague asked cautiously. "Have no idea. That's weird." The colleague walked over to pour the water, staring at Ruan Mingyue as he poured it. "Did Mr. Duan come in and scold you?" "No." "Then why is your face so red? Do you have a fever?" Ruan Mingyue stroked her cheek gently. "I just drank a sip of hot coffee and it burned me." The colleagues did not suspect anything, but Ruan Mingyue seemed to have done something wrong, and she was very uneasy when she walked out of the tea room. She felt that since the kiss that night, she was unable to face Duan Qizhou naturally. After lunch, Duan Qizhou, who had just returned to China, called a meeting of managers from various departments. In the spacious conference room, Duan Qizhou, wearing a high-end black suit, sat at the head seat at the conference table. Ruan Mingyue sat next to Duan Qizhou, responsible for taking minutes of the meeting. "We've got last quarter's financial report. Can anyone tell me why the revenue remains the same?" Duan Qizhou's voice was low and intimidating. The managers of various departments below were sitting upright, flipping through the documents in their hands. Under pressure, the CFO explained the contents of the financial report. Ruan Mingyue's fingers flew on the keyboard. Suddenly, there was a data that she doubted. She reached out to take the printed financial report to confirm it. Unexpectedly, Duan Qizhou also reached out to take the document, and their hands accidentally touched each other. Duan Qizhou glanced at her and Ruan Mingyue immediately retracted her hand. She appeared calm on the surface but was worried inside. Fortunately, everyone in the conference room was looking down at the documents in their hands and no one noticed this scene. After Duan Qizhou got the document, he flipped through 2 pages and said to Chu Fei casually, "Chu Fei, turn up the air conditioner temperature." "Yes, Mr. Duan." Ruan Mingyue rubbed her cold fingers and thought, could it be that Duan Qizhou thinks she is cold? In fact, she was not cold, but her body was a little weak, and her hands and feet were not warm in late winter and early spring every year. After the CFO's report, Duan Qizhou made adjustments to the Group's business in several major sectors, including finance, entertainment, technology, real estate, healthcare and education. "Secretary Xiao, please arrange your time and go to Tongcheng with Manager Du next week to arrange the Baiwei technology project," Duan Qizhou said to Xiao Ziting. Xiao Ziting's face suddenly showed difficulty. "Mr. Duan, I'm sorry, I may not be able to go on a business trip to Tongcheng. My mother broke her leg the day before yesterday, and there's no one at home to take care of her. I have to cook for her every day after work. Can you arrange for another colleague to go first? Xiao Ziting spoke sincerely, but in fact, the story about her mother's injured leg was all made up by her. She just didn't want to go on a business trip to Tongcheng. This trip to Tongcheng will take at least 7 or 8 days. She had finally squeezed out Ruan Mingyue and became the boss in the president's office. She was valued by Duan Qizhou. What if she went to Tongcheng and Ruan Mingyue took over the throne again? What should she do? She would never give Ruan Mingyue such an opportunity. However, Ruan Mingyue was the opposite of Xiao Ziting. She didn't want to stay at the foot of the imperial city, so she wanted to stay away from Duan Qizhou so that she could calm down her out-of-control heart. So, she went with the flow and said, "Mr. Duan, I can go on a business trip to Tongcheng for Secretary Xiao." Duan Qizhou calmly agreed, "Okay, then you go." After the meeting, Duan Qizhou was the first to leave the meeting room, followed by executives from various departments. Ruan Mingyue and Xiao Ziting stayed in the conference room to do their final storage and organization. "Secretary Ruan, you are smart enough to go to Tongcheng to monitor the project for me." Xiao Ziting leaned against the conference table with a condescending attitude, "But don't think I will thank you. After all, even if you don't take the initiative to ask, as long as I ask, Mr. Duan will definitely let you go. How much is your thank you per pound?" "You're saying it as if no one cares about your thank you. Oh, you look like you're not happy about going on a business trip to Tongcheng." The more unhappy Ruan Mingyue was, the more Xiao Ziting seemed to get some kind of satisfaction. "You're wrong. I really like going on business trips to Tongcheng. You're still trying to be stubborn. You just don't want to admit that you've been completely banished to the cold palace by Mr. Duan," Xiao Ziting said with a smile. "Still in the cold palace, Secretary Xiao, have you watched too much Legend of Zhenhuan? Please remember, I'm here to work, not to compete with you for favor." Ruan Mingyue quickly organized the documents on the conference table and walked out of the meeting room. Xiao Ziting looked at Ruan Mingyue's back and was so angry that her teeth were itching. She really hated this woman who always looked so nonchalant. She really hoped that Ruan Mingyue could stay in Tongcheng forever and not come back to bother her. Suddenly, her eyes flashed and a plan came to her mind. Xiao Ziting walked out of the meeting room and went to the rooftop to call her cousin Cheng Yiling. Cheng Yiling had no notice today and was shopping for shoes. When she saw Xiao Ziting's call, she immediately gestured to the salesgirl to leave first. The salesgirl didn't notice and half knelt at her feet to try on shoes for her. "I told you to go away, are you blind?" Seeing that the salesgirl didn't move, Cheng Yiling kicked her on the shoulder. The salesgirl fell to the ground in pain, looked up at Cheng Yiling in surprise, and was about to argue with her when the store manager came over, helped the salesgirl up, pulled her aside and signaled her to shut up. "Manager, is there anyone as arrogant as her? I'm a salesperson, not a beast. Why did she kick me so wantonly?" The salesgirl was dissatisfied. "Hush, haven't you heard? This is the future Mrs. Duan. The entire mall here belongs to the Duan Group. If you offend Mrs. Duan, how can you find a job in the future?" The salesgirl felt very aggrieved, but after listening to the store manager, she held back her tears and suppressed her anger. Cheng Yiling walked to the empty sofa and couldn't wait to answer Xiao Ziting's call. "Ting Ting, is it Mr. Duan who wants to see me?" "No." The smile on Cheng Yiling's face disappeared instantly, and her expression became even more grim. Duan Qizhou hasn't looked for Cheng Yiling since they met at the last welfare home event. She really wanted to meet Duan Qizhou to create more hype, but she didn't dare to contact Duan Qizhou actively. She could only go to her agent to ask about the situation. The agent knew nothing and just asked her to wait patiently. Wait patiently. It's easy for the agent to say. How could she be patient? She was trembling with fear every day, fearing that her position as a wealthy wife would be snatched away by someone else. After all, that was Duan Qizhou, the supreme meal ticket that many women dreamed of. "Then why did you come to me?" Cheng Yiling was full of resentment. "I asked you to quickly drive Ruan Mingyue, the vixen, out of the Duan family. Have you thought of a way?" "Of course I tried a way. I tried many methods, but this bitch was too smart. She didn't fall for it. Since we can't do it in the company, let's find a way outside the company. Ting Ting, Mr. Duan hasn't contacted me since the welfare home event. Do you know what this means? This means that I may become Mr. Duan's abandoned child. If I am really abandoned by Mr. Duan, then your life in Duan's company will not be as comfortable as it is now." We are grasshoppers on the same rope. Sister, I understand what you said. I called you today to tell you that I found a chance to get rid of Ruan Mingyue, but I need your help. Just tell me, I can do anything as long as I can get rid of this bitch. Chapter 15 Car Accident. Ruan Mingyue started packing her luggage as soon as she got home from get-off work. This trip to Tongcheng would take at least a week, so she entrusted all the flowers on the balcony to Shinjiazi. Shinjiazi wanted to chase her and hit her. I don't even have time to take care of myself, and I have to take care of your flowers. Do you have any conscience? Aren't you just trying to avoid the blind date your mom arranged for you? You can come over and sleep over when I'm not around, and water the flowers for me. Leave the key in the old place. Shinjiazi fell silent suddenly. That's a really good idea. The next morning, Ruan Mingyue packed her suitcase and took a taxi to the airport. She hasn't been on a business trip for a long time. Duan Qizhou used to take her wherever he went. Since they broke up, Duan Qizhou started taking Chu Fei with him and rarely took her with him. Ruan Mingyue also understood that if she didn't have that kind of need at night, she, a weak female secretary, would not be as convenient and useful as a male assistant. After boarding the plane, Ruan Mingyue turned off her cell phone and was just about to go to sleep when a middle-aged male passenger sitting next to her suddenly started taking off his shoes. It would have been fine if he just took off his shoes. He also put his feet on the small table in front of him. The air was suddenly filled with an indescribable smell. The surrounding passengers cast dissatisfied looks at the male passenger. Ruan Mingyue was sensitive to smells, and she was sitting closest to the male passenger, so she felt nauseous every minute. She endured the discomfort and sat there for a while with her eyes closed. Finally, she couldn't help it anymore and turned to the male passenger and said, "Brother, could you please put on your shoes?" The tone of this sentence couldn't be more normal, but unexpectedly, the male passenger was so shocked. Who said you can't take off your shoes on an airplane? Indeed, there is no such rule, but the cabin is a public area. It's not nice to take off your shoes and put your feet here. Can everyone show some consideration and understanding for each other? Why don't you understand me? Don't you know that some people's feet get swollen after flying for a long time? Yes, you are right. Some people's lower limbs will swell after flying for a long time. However, you just got on the plane, so your lower limbs shouldn't swell so quickly. Ruan Mingyue tried her best to control her emotions, hoping that the other party would feel that she was communicating with him rather than scolding him, but this elder brother refused to listen. Stop talking nonsense. What's wrong with me taking it off? If you can't stand the smell, put it back on. The man glared at Ruan Mingyue with a fierce look on his face. Seeing that the male passenger was so unreasonable, the passengers around him began to express their dissatisfaction and accused him of being uncivilized. Seeing that he had become the target of public criticism, the elder brother had no choice but to put on his shoes. As he put on his shoes, he sneered at Ruan Mingyue, "It's all because of you, a woman, who is causing trouble. The environment in economy class is like this. If you can't stand it, go sit in first class. If you can't afford first class, don't act so noble in front of me. Do you think you are some kind of princess?" As soon as he finished speaking, the stewardess came over. "Ms. Ruan, please move to the first class cabin. The crew has already upgraded your cabin. I wish you a pleasant journey." The man was stunned, and Ruan Mingyue was also stunned. She didn't say she wanted an upgrade, so why did she get an upgrade out of the blue? "Why did you upgrade my cabin?" Ruan Mingyue asked. The stewardess leaned over and whispered in Ruan Mingyue's ear, "It was Mr. Duan who handled it for you. Mr. Duan said that this is an employee benefit." Ruan Mingyue met Duan Qizhou in the first-class cabin. He was looking at documents on his iPad with a serious expression, giving off an aura of "do not disturb" while working. She didn't dare to disturb him and sat quietly beside him until he put down the iPad. "Mr. Duan, are you going to Tongcheng too?" Ruan Mingyue asked. On business trip. Or play. But wasn't the Tongcheng project handed over to me and Manager Du? Why do you want to fly there in person? Manager Du has something urgent to do and can't go. Ruan Mingyue was struck by lightning. She originally took the initiative to take on this job in Tongcheng in order to avoid Duan Qizhou, but Duan Qizhou also went there. Doesn't that mean she has gone through a big circle and still has to continue living a life where she doesn't see him when she looks up or sees him when she looks down? What's your expression? Duan Qizhou looked at her. It seems to me that you don't really want me to go on a business trip with you. How could that be? Ruan Mingyue laughed dryly and said, "It's my honor to be able to go on a business trip with Mr. Duan." Duan Qizhou didn't expose her and continued to read the information. Duan Qizhou had been working for an hour and a half on the plane. Ruan Mingyue had originally wanted to show off in front of her boss, but she couldn't hold on and fell asleep after flipping through a few pages of the documents in her bag. When she woke up, she heard a reminder that the plane was about to land. She stretched, and the coat covering her slipped down. She quickly picked it up with her arms. It was Duan Qizhou's coat. No one knew when he came over and covered her with it. "Mr. Duan, your coat." Ruan Mingyue put the coat in order and handed it to Duan Qizhou. "Thank you, Mr. Duan." Duan Qizhou took it calmly. His coat was stained with her fragrance, the scent of summer flowers and fruits, low-key yet warm. "After getting off the plane, there is a special car to pick you up." Ruan Mingyue had applied for the car by writing a dispatch order before she came. The driver's surname was Yu. He originally thought that he was going to pick up Ruan Mingyue alone, but when he got off the car, he saw that the big boss was also there, and he immediately became restrained. After Ruan Mingyue and Duan Qizhou got in the car, the driver, Master Yu, took them towards the hotel. Along the way, the two of them looked out the window and no one spoke. Suddenly, Ruan Mingyue felt that something was wrong with the car behind her. "Master Yu, is the car behind us following us?" Behind their car, there was a white sedan that had been following them since they came out of the airport. It was still following closely even after passing several intersections. "Really? Master Yu didn't notice?" "Yes." "Then, what should we do?" "Master Yu has been driving for the company for all these years and has never encountered a situation like this. Drive faster and get rid of him," Duan Qizhou said. "Yes, Mr. Duan." Master Yu stepped on the accelerator hard and the car speed increased immediately. After passing two more intersections, when Ruan Mingyue looked back, the car had disappeared. "The car is no longer following us. Maybe we are just going the same way," said Master Yu. Ruan Mingyue had just breathed a sigh of relief when a large truck suddenly rushed out from the direction of Central Avenue without warning and rammed straight into their car. "Master Yu, be careful!" Ruan Mingyue shouted. Seeing that the truck was about to hit their car, Duan Qizhou beside him quickly reached out, pulled Ruan Mingyue into his arms, and held her tightly. Bang! There was a loud noise beside my ears, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. Xiao Ziting was in the company, feeling restless all day and secretly a little excited. When she got off work yesterday, she secretly looked at Ruan Mingyue's vehicle dispatch list and sent the license plate number to her cousin Cheng Yiling in advance. She and Cheng Yiling had agreed that Cheng Yiling would arrange for someone to cause a car accident so that Ruan Mingyue would completely disappear from this world. By this time, Ruan Mingyue should have arrived in Tongcheng, and it's time for her cousin Cheng Yiling's people to take action. Xiao Ziting was looking forward to the good news from the company that Ruan Mingyue had died in a car accident. "Secretary Xiao." A colleague called her. "What's wrong? Any news?" Xiao Ziting jumped up excitedly. My colleague was confused for a moment. "What news?" "Oh, didn't you call me? I thought you had some news to tell me. I asked you to tell you that it's time for dinner. Are you going to eat?" Xiao Ziting looked at her watch and it was really time for dinner. Why hadn't the news of Ruan Mingyue's car accident come back yet? "Secretary Xiao." "Go, I'll go eat." Xiao Ziting and her colleagues took the elevator to the employee cafeteria on the second floor of Duan's. As soon as she entered, she saw Manager Du from the project department serving food. "Manager Du, didn't you go to Tongcheng? Wasn't this guy supposed to go to Tongcheng with Ruan Mingyue today? Why was he still eating in the restaurant? Mr. Duan informed me at the last minute that I don't need to go. Mr. Duan said he would go there himself." "What?" Xiao Ziting was shocked. "You mean, Mr. Duan went to Tongcheng with Secretary Ruan today?" "Right. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Xiao Ziting glared at Manager Du angrily and rushed out of the restaurant. Manager Du was stunned and confused. "What's wrong with you? You didn't ask me." After Xiao Ziting left the restaurant, she ran directly into the stairwell to call her cousin Cheng Yiling. No one answered Cheng Yiling's call for a while, and she was so anxious that she kept stamping her feet. "Answer it quickly. Answer it quickly," she prayed in a low voice. When it came to the fourth call, Cheng Yiling finally picked up the phone. Hey, Ting Ting, what's wrong? I'm catching up on my sleep, why are you calling so many times? Sister, have you sent anyone to Tongcheng? Yes. Didn't we agree to go there early in the morning? Hurry up and call to cancel it. Xiao Zitting interrupted Cheng Yiling before she could finish her words. Sister, hurry up and call them to cancel the operation. Why? We finally have a chance to get rid of that bitch Ruan Mingyue. If we don't act now, when she returns to the company, she will become a scourge for 1,000 years. Cheng Yiling was determined to kill Ruan Mingyue this time so that she would have no worries. Boss Duan is also going to Tongcheng. He will most likely be in the same car with Ruan Mingyue. You should cancel the trip. Xiao Zitting shouted anxiously, if anything happens to Boss Duan, we will be in trouble. What? Cheng Yiling also panicked, why would Mr. Duan go to Tongcheng together? Didn't they say that Ruan Mingyue and the project manager would go together? Boss Duan suddenly changed his schedule. He didn't inform anyone. I just got the news. It's not important. Anyway, tell them to cancel the operation. Okay, I'll call right away. Cheng Yiling hung up the phone with Xiao Zitting and was about to call the person she arranged when a message popped up on the screen. The task has been completed, please make the payment on time. Already executed. Hit. Did they hit Duan Qizhou as well? Cheng Yiling's legs went limp and he collapsed to the ground. Ruan Mingyue sat in the hospital corridor, wrapped in the blanket given to her by the nurse, still immersed in the fear of surviving the disaster. Just now, when they saw that the car was about to hit them, Master Yu made a quick decision and turned left. Although the car finally hit a tree, they avoided the truck. Mr. Duan, as long as your arm doesn't touch water in the next few days, there won't be any major problems after the wound heals. Duan Qizhou was escorted out of the office by their vice president. Just now, at the critical moment, Duan Qizhou protected Ruan Mingyue. His arm was cut by the broken car window glass and blood was flowing. Ruan Mingyue saw so much blood flowing down Duan Qizhou's fingers and couldn't stop it. Her heart was gripped at that moment. Fortunately, after going to the hospital for examination, the doctor said it was just a skin injury. Boss Duan. Ruan Mingyue stood up and walked in front of Duan Qizhou and their vice president. How is Master Yu? Master Yu's operation was very successful and there was basically nothing serious. The car's airbag popped out in time. Although he was hit, they were only minor injuries. He will stay in the hospital for a few days for observation and can be discharged if there is nothing serious, said the vice president. Ruan Mingyue breathed a sigh of relief. Today was really thrilling, but everyone is safe, which is a blessing in disguise. Ruan Mingyue and Duan Qizhou waited in the hospital for a while. Master Yu's family rushed to the hospital after hearing the news. Duan Qizhou had already ordered people to take care of everything. Even the 1 million yuan as a reward for Master Yu's fearlessness in the face of danger had been transferred to Master Yu's salary account. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Master Yu's wife kept expressing her gratitude after seeing Duan Qizhou. 1 million is not enough for Duan Qizhou to buy a watch, but for Master Yu's family, it is an important income to reduce the pressure of mortgage. After Duan Qizhou settled Master Yu, he took Ruan Mingyue away from the hospital. The company arranged another car to pick them up. Although Ruan Mingyue was not injured in the car accident, the scene of the large truck crashing straight towards them left her with a strong visual impact and psychological trauma. She was a little scared when she saw the car. What's wrong? Duan Qizhou noticed her frown. Fine. I say you are very brave, and you really are. You don't dare to take a car. Duan Qizhou saw through her little thoughts at a glance. He held the car door and looked at her, smiling and asking, what? Shall we walk to the hotel? Ruan Mingyue quickly got into the car. Duan Qizhou also got on the car. Mr. Duan. Explain. Don't you think today's car accident is strange? Ruan Mingyue asked. Although the truck driver later insisted that he was too tired and did not see the condition of the car clearly, Ruan Mingyue always felt that this explanation was too far-fetched. At the moment of the accident, she clearly felt that the driver wanted to kill the people in the car. You don't have to worry about this. We have already asked someone to investigate it, said Duan Qizhou. Ruan Mingyue nodded. Yes, he must have thought of everything she could think of. The driver took them to their hotel. As soon as she got off the car, Ruan Mingyue was stunned for a moment when she saw the grand gate of the hotel. Mr. Duan, this is not the place I booked. I asked Chu Fei to rebook the hotel. You and I will stay at Junting. Duan Qizhou interrupted Ruan Mingyue. Junting is the best hotel in Tongcheng. Duan Qizhou always stays at Junting when he comes to Tongcheng on business, while Ruan Mingyue originally booked an ordinary business hotel. Going on a business trip with the boss, the air ticket can be upgraded and the hotel can be upgraded. This is originally a good thing, but Ruan Mingyue has complicated feelings. Because 2 years ago, her first night with Duan Qizhou happened in Junting. Chapter 16, Accidental Discharge. The hotel staff knew that Duan Qizhou was going to check in today and had already greeted him at the front desk. Ruan Mingyue felt even more complicated after getting the room card. What was going on? How could it be such a coincidence that the room number was exactly the same as the one they had stayed in 2 years ago? Could it be that Duan Qizhou did this on purpose? She couldn't help but look at Duan Qizhou. He was listening to the hotel manager talking to him while typing quickly on the screen of his mobile phone to reply to messages. His eyes were deep and his expression was serious. It should be work information. Ruan Mingyue curled her lips in self-deprecation, thinking that she was a bit petty. How could a busy man like Duan Qizhou, who was busy with all kinds of things, remember something as trivial as the room number from 2 years ago? The hotel staff took their luggage to the 8th floor, and Ruan Mingyue and Duan Qizhou returned to their rooms. Someone at the company headquarters already knew that she and Duan Qizhou had a car accident after coming to Tongcheng today. Several colleagues who usually had a good relationship with her sent messages to inquire about her situation. Even Xiao Ziting sent her a message. However, Xiao Ziting did not come to care about her. She came to scold her specifically after hearing that Duan Qizhou was injured while saving Ruan Mingyue. She said, "Ruan Mingyue, how dare you let Mr. Duan protect you from danger? Shouldn't you save Mr. Duan at this time? You are so shameless." Ruan Mingyue was speechless. She even forgot when she added Xiao Ziting's personal WeChat. It was so unlucky that she quickly blocked Xiao Ziting's WeChat. Anyway, work communication could be done on DingTalk. However, when talking about Duan Qizhou being injured because of her, Ruan Mingyue felt really bad. When the car accident happened today, Duan Qizhou subconsciously held her in his arms. She still felt touched when she thought about it. At that moment, even if Duan Qizhou was as powerful as he was, he would not know whether the truck would really hit her in the next second, but he still used his body to protect her. The cut on his arm caused by the broken glass was also a cut on her heart. Ruan Mingyue couldn't help but take out her cell phone to send a message to Duan Qizhou. "Mr. Duan, is your hand okay?" "Not good." Duan Qizhou replied quickly. Her heart suddenly lifted again. "Why is it not good?" "Pain." Ruan Mingyue thought about what the vice president had casually said in the hospital today, that if the pain was really severe, she could take a painkiller to relieve the pain. She immediately called the hotel, but the hotel replied that they did not provide painkillers. If needed, please buy them at the pharmacy or place an order on Meituan. After hanging up the phone, Ruan Mingyue ordered a box of ibuprofen on Meituan. After a while, the delivery guy called her and said that the medicine had been delivered to the hotel lobby and asked her to pick it up. Ruan Mingyue put on her coat and went downstairs. After getting the ibuprofen, she sent a message to Duan Qizhou. "Mr. Duan, I bought a box of painkillers. Is it convenient for me to send it to you now?" He replied, "Convenient." Ruan Mingyue took the medicine and went to the next door to knock on the door. When Duan Qizhou opened the door, he was wearing a shirt, but all the buttons of the shirt were unbuttoned, and it seemed that he was just about to take a shower. Is this what he meant by convenience? Why did Ruan Mingyue feel that it was not convenient for him at all at this moment? "Mr. Duan, painkillers." Ruan Mingyue handed him the medicine box and said without looking away, "Just take one pill." Duan Qizhou did not take the medicine box, but turned and went into their house. "Come in," he said. Ruan Mingyue looked at his disheveled figure and hesitated. "What are you doing here?" "Help me undress." "Mr. Duan, I'm afraid this is not possible. My shirt is caught." Duan Qizhou turned around and showed her his injured arm. Ruan Mingyue looked over and saw that, sure enough, a piece of gauze on his arm was caught by the cufflinks on his shirt, and the two little things were entangled with each other. That's probably why he has his shirt all unbuttoned but hasn't taken it off yet. She was wondering why Duan Qizhou was so showy as to open the door for her with his clothes half-dressed. Ruan Mingyue quickly followed him in, dealt with this little trouble for him, and helped him take off his shirt. Duan Qizhou has been exercising all year round and has a typical body shape with broad shoulders and narrow waist. He looks thin when dressed and has muscles when undressed, and is full of sexual energy. Ruan Mingyue has been sleeping with Duan Qizhou for 2 years. Logically, she should be tired of touching his abdominal muscles and pectoral muscles, but for some reason, her heart still beats faster every time she sees him taking off his clothes. Mr. Duan, remember to take your medicine. I'm going back first. Ruan Mingyue turned around and prepared to leave, but Duan Qizhou's arms suddenly came around and tightly held her waist. Mr. Duan. She subconsciously wanted to push him away, but he was so cunning that he used his injured arm to wrap around her. She looked at the faint red color on the gauze and didn't dare to use any force at all. Duan Qizhou hugged her and sat on the sofa, pressing her on his thighs. Ruan Mingyue was wearing a chiffon skirt today. It was a very light fabric, a thin layer that spread over his trousers. She could feel the temperature of his thighs, which was aggressive. Do you remember? Duan Qizhou pushed aside the hair on the back of her neck and placed a kiss on her snow-white skin. 2 years ago, it was in this room. It was in this room that she became his woman. That absurd and passionate night marked the beginning of their entanglement. She remembered, of course she remembered. It turns out that he hadn't forgotten either. Ruan Mingyue suddenly realized that it was not a coincidence at all that they booked the same room as 2 years ago when they came to Tongcheng on a business trip this time. It was completely intentional by Duan Qizhou. He deliberately brought her here to revisit the old place. Mr. Duan. Duan Qizhou kissed her neck slowly and leisurely, his hand lurking under her skirt and caressing her gently. Ruan Mingyue softened all of a sudden. She leaned her back against his shoulder and turned her face away, not wanting him to see the unbearable and restrained expression on her face. Boss Duan, we agreed to separate. I regret it. Mr. Duan. It's wet. Duan Qizhou pulled Ruan Mingyue over, brushed aside her skirt, and asked her to sit with her legs spread facing him. How dare you say that you don't want me to touch you? Ruan Mingyue's cheeks were burning hot and her whole body was trembling. The answer that she was too ashamed to give was all written in her wet eyes. Duan Qizhou reached out and pinched her chin, making her lie up to meet his kiss. He kissed her more passionately than any other time, and Ruan Mingyue was so enchanted by him that she lost control of her own tongue. In the quiet room, the breathing of the two people became heavier. Ruan Mingyue wanted to struggle, but Duan Qizhou's arms were like an airtight net, trapping all her rationality. Follow me again, like the old days, okay? He coaxed in a low voice. Be his lover like in the past. How is that possible? Ruan Mingyue suddenly came to her senses. She pushed Duan Qizhou away forcefully. Without bothering to straighten out the wrinkles on her sweater, she lifted her skirt and ran out of his room. Crazy. Ruan Mingyue felt that Duan Qizhou was crazy, and she was crazy too. She should have pushed Duan Qizhou away the first second he hugged her, but she allowed the situation to develop to the most embarrassing level. They almost had a gun fired accidentally and fell asleep again in the same place. But now she is completely awake. Duan Qizhou frequently crossed the line to tease her, not because he loved her so much, but because he was used to her body. He just wanted her to continue to be his secret lover. Ruan Mingyue was a little sad, but also glad that he didn't love her. If he also loves her, then they are two people who cannot be in love with each other. But now, at least Duan Qizhou does not need to endure the pain of unrequited love like her. Ruan Mingyue couldn't sleep all night again. When she woke up the next morning, she used so much powder puff that her hands were sore, but she could only barely cover her dark circles. As a result, her makeup that day was heavier than usual. After changing clothes and going downstairs, Ruan Mingyue met Duan Qizhou and Kuyarn, the person in charge of the Tongcheng project, in the hotel restaurant. She deliberately didn't have breakfast with them, but Kuyarn saw her at a glance and waved to her enthusiastically, Secretary Ruan, here. Ruan Mingyue pretended not to hear, but Kuyarn actually called her directly. Well, there was no other way, she could only sit over there. Mr. Duan, good morning. She greeted Duan Qizhou naturally, pretending nothing had happened. Duan Qizhou didn't even look at her and cut the steak on the plate with a cold face. Morning, Manager Ku. Ruan Mingyue could only turn around and greet Kuyarn, long time no see. Yeah, it's been a long time. The last time we met was at the end of the year when we went to the Rongqing headquarters for the annual meeting. Kuyarn didn't realize that Duan Qizhou's aura had suddenly changed. He smiled and praised Ruan Mingyue, Secretary Ruan is getting more and more beautiful. Thanks. Did you sleep well last night? Kuyang knew how to chat. Ruan Mingyue rubbed her fingers together and lied with her eyes open, I slept very well. Anyway, the dark circles are covered up, so I won't be caught if I tell a little lie. Duan Qizhou's face turned even uglier when he heard this. He didn't close his eyes the whole night, but she slept so well. Are you scared by the car accident yesterday? Kuyang asked again. It's okay, thanks to Mr. Duan. Ruan Mingyue said, subconsciously looking at Duan Qizhou's arm. Perhaps because the gauze on his arm was inconvenient, he did not wear a three-piece suit today. Instead, he wore a dark grey sweater with a white t-shirt underneath, which looked casual yet businesslike. Kuyang just noticed that Duan Qizhou had an injury on his arm and asked hurriedly, Mr. Duan, is your hand injured? It's okay. Duan Qizhou said calmly, as if this minor injury was not worth mentioning to him. Ruan Mingyue wondered who was the one who said his hand hurt yesterday. If he had been as calm as he is now, she would not have gone to his room to bring him painkillers, and the accidental discharge of the gun last night would not have happened. Was it part of his plan to lure her to his room by crying out in pain? This man was truly a very powerful person, and she was no match for him at all. Mr. Duan, your hand is injured, so just take a rest today. I will coordinate with Secretary Ruan on the project matters. Kuyang said. No, as planned, we will prepare for the meeting in half an hour. Yes, Mr. Duan. Duan Qizhou ate the last piece of steak on the plate with asparagus, put down his knife and fork gracefully, said to the other two people at the table, eat slowly, then got up and left the restaurant. Kuyang looked at Duan Qizhou's back and whispered to Ruan Mingyue, Mr. Duan is indeed a well-known workaholic. He works so hard even though he is injured. Ruan Mingyue smiled and didn't respond. She has become accustomed to Duan Qizhou's workaholic nature. In the past 2 years that she has been with Duan Qizhou, it is really rare to see Duan Qizhou spend too much time on things other than work. If she had to name one thing, it would definitely be booking a theater to accompany Cheng Yiling to the movies. But he obviously likes Cheng Yiling so much, why does he want to have another lover besides Cheng Yiling? After a whole day of lengthy meetings and tedious contract procedures, Ruan Mingyue was already mentally distracted, and the pain of last night's insomnia was completely exposed at this moment. After work, Duan Qizhou, Kuyang and others went out to eat together. Ruan Mingyue was too sleepy, so she did not go and went back to the hotel alone. As soon as she walked into the hotel, she saw a tightly wrapped woman sitting in the lobby. The woman was wearing an ankle-length black dress, a baseball cap, sunglasses and a mask. Only her two hands were exposed. Because the woman's outfit was so unique, Ruan Mingyue couldn't help but look at her a little more. Who knew that with just one glance, the woman also looked at her? Secretary Ruan. The woman called her. Ruan Mingyue heard the voice and recognized it as Cheng Yiling. Ms. Cheng, why are you here? Where is Mr. Duan? Cheng Yiling asked, I'm here to see Mr. Duan. Mr. Duan has gone to eat. As soon as Ruan Mingyue finished speaking, she saw Duan Qizhou's car stopped in front of the hotel. Duan Qizhou got out of the car, threw the car keys to the doorman, and walked straight into the hotel lobby. Didn't you say he went out to eat? Cheng Yiling snorted coldly, Secretary Ruan is really scheming, even if he wants to lie. Ruan Mingyue was speechless. When she left, Duan Qizhou clearly got in the car with Kuyang and the others. Who knew he suddenly came back? Mr. Duan. Cheng Yiling immediately went to greet him. Duan Qizhou came back to find Ruan Mingyue, but suddenly a tightly wrapped woman rushed over, and he subconsciously stopped. Who? He glanced at Cheng Yiling, but didn't recognize her for a moment. Mr. Duan, it's me. Cheng Yiling was a little embarrassed and didn't care that there might be paparazzi around, so she took off her sunglasses immediately. Why are you here? I heard from Tingting that you were in a car accident, so I flew over to see you. Cheng Yiling looked Duan Qizhou up and down, how is he? Are you injured anywhere? Is it serious? Fine. Although Cheng Yiling had already heard from Xiao Ziting that Duan Qizhou was fine, she was not completely relieved until she heard him confirm it in person. Fortunately, Duan Qizhou was lucky. If he really had an accident, wouldn't she be tearing up her own meal ticket with her own hands? Mr. Duan, have you had dinner? Cheng Yiling's tone was a little coquettish. I flew here for more than 2 hours and haven't eaten anything yet. I'm starving. How about we go have dinner together? Duan Qizhou glanced in the direction where Ruan Mingyue was standing. Before he could answer, he saw Ruan Mingyue yawn and turn around and walk away. Very good, nothing is more important than her sleeping. It seems that this woman really doesn't care about him at all, and doesn't care who he is with. Chapter 17, A Fait Accompli. Ruan Mingyue was standing far away and couldn't hear what they were saying at all. She didn't want to listen either. She was exhausted after a day's work and was too lazy to stay here and watch them being so affectionate. She just wanted to go upstairs and sleep quickly. Mr. Duan. Cheng Yiling became more dissatisfied when he saw Duan Qizhou looking in Ruan Mingyue's direction. As expected, a woman's sixth sense is always right. Duan Qizhou really has feelings for his beautiful secretary that go beyond the relationship of colleagues. Mr. Duan, can we go have dinner together? Cheng Yiling boldly held Duan Qizhou's arm and asked again. As luck would have it, she just happened to touch his wound. Duan Qizhou frowned and pushed her away. Cheng Yiling realized something and was startled. Did I touch your wound? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Ms. Cheng, I told you not to follow me. You have overstepped the boundaries. From today on, our partnership ends. He tried his best to control himself, but still showed a hint of impatience. Someone will contact you in 2 days. You can choose the money, house, or car you want. Please shut up. Also, don't show up in front of me again. The last sentence is more like a warning. After Duan Qizhou finished speaking, he turned and left. Cheng Yiling's heart was beating fast. She couldn't believe that she was being sent away like this. Her dream of marrying into a wealthy family had not even really begun, but it was already shattered. Mr. Duan. She wanted to chase him, but she saw a paparazzi holding a camera facing the direction where she was standing outside the floor-to-ceiling glass of the hotel lobby. If the paparazzi caught her looking miserable and dumped, she would never be able to hold her head up in the entertainment industry again. Thinking of this, Cheng Yiling calmly put on her sunglasses, raised her head and walked in the other direction where Duan Qizhou left. She tried her best to pretend that she was also very angry. In this way, even if the paparazzi wanted to tell a story based on the picture, they could only make an article saying that the couple had a quarrel and parted on bad terms. What couple doesn't quarrel? Quarrels show that their feelings are real. The staff brought by Cheng Yiling were waiting outside. Only after she got into the car and closed the curtain did her emotions completely collapse. No, because of the scandal with Duan Qizhou, her resources in the circle had just improved visibly, and she was unwilling to be reduced to her original state again. House, car and money, no matter how good or how much Duan Qizhou gave them, they were all one time, but what she wanted was a long-term meal ticket and a baka. She must find a way to win Duan Qizhou back. Duan Qizhou was able to choose her from so many female stars, which means that he must have a good impression of her. She just needs to reawaken his good impression of her. Cheng Yiling called Xiao Ziting. Ting Ting, please check which room Mr. Duan lives in at Junting. Sister, what do you want to do? I want to make it a done deal. Ruan Mingyue originally thought that since Cheng Yiling had come all their way to Tongcheng, Duan Qizhou would have to skip work for a day or so to spend time with his girlfriend. But strangely, he still stayed with the project team every day, attending meetings from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., listening to reports, and going to the laboratory for on-site inspections, with no intention of taking time out to spend time with his girlfriend. Sometimes I think that if I want to maintain a romantic relationship with a man like this, I must have an independent and strong spiritual core. Which woman doesn't want her boyfriend to spend more time with her? Mr. Duan, you need to change the medicine on your hand today. Ruan Mingyue reminded Duan Qizhou after finishing the morning work. That day in the hospital, she remembered the doctor saying that the dressing should be changed after 3 days. Duan Qizhou himself would not remember these little things, but she was his secretary and it was her job to remember them. Duan Qizhou said, Then I'll send a car. Is that okay at 1 p.m.? He said, again. After she abruptly stopped their almost out-of-control intimacy that night, Duan Qizhou was very cold to her in the past 2 days. Apart from work discussions, he would not even glance at her. Ruan Mingyue did not expect him to care about her. Compared to their heart-wrenching experience that night, she would rather he ignored her like this for the rest of his life. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Ruan Mingyue accompanied Duan Qizhou to their hospital to change the dressing, and their vice president personally received them again. While they were changing the dressing, Ruan Mingyue was waiting outside holding Duan Qizhou's coat. As soon as she sat down on the chair in the corridor, she heard someone calling her name. Yeah. Ruan Mingyue looked up and saw a woman in a nurse's uniform standing in front of her. It was Zhuang Xiao, her other roommate in college. Ruan Mingyue stood up and greeted Zhuang Xiao indifferently. Zhuang Xiao and Qi 1111 are good friends. Back then, she was the first person to know that Qi 1111 and Cheng Zishuan were cheating on her behind her back. However, Zhuang Xiao not only pretended not to know, she even helped Qi 1111 cover up, allowing her to date Cheng Zishuan under Ruan Mingyue's nose. I mentioned you when I was chatting with 1111 a few days ago. I didn't expect to meet you in real life. Zhuang Xiao did not shy away from mentioning Qi 1111 in front of Ruan Mingyue. I heard from 1111 that you have a very rich boyfriend who drives a Rolls-Royce. Is that true? Ruan Mingyue never expected that there would be a follow-up to the last encounter with Qi 1111 and Cheng Zishuan. At that time, she dragged Duan Qizhou to act for the sake of face. Now, the boomerang was shot at her and she had nowhere to hide. She wasn't sure whether the person inside was willing to continue acting with her. Why aren't you talking? Zhuang Xiao looked at her with a smile. Could it be that you've broken up? That's right, these rich guys don't have any persistence. Although you look okay, the last thing rich guys need is beautiful women. They are probably just playing with you. As soon as Zhuang Xiao finished speaking, the door of the dressing room opened and Duan Qizhou and the vice president walked out together. Mr. Duan, change the medicine again in 3 days. It won't be a big deal. Just be careful not to let it come into contact with water, said the vice president. Okay, please, Vice Dean. It should be. Duan Qizhou said goodbye to the vice president without even looking at Ruan Mingyue. He naturally took the coat from her arms and held her hand. His palms were warm and dry, like a breeze on a spring day. Ruan Mingyue stared at him in a daze. What's wrong? He looked at Zhuang Xiao, your friend. College roommate. Duan Qizhou nodded silently to Zhuang Xiao as a greeting. Zhuang Xiao's eyes immediately froze on Duan Qizhou's face. What kind of peerless beauty is this man? Why is he so handsome? When Qi 1111 told her on WeChat that day that Ruan Mingyue was dating a super rich man, she sneered and said, why would someone so rich date Ruan Mingyue? Could it be that he is an old man in his 70s or 80s who is attracted by her youth? Qi 1111 was vague and did not give a clear answer, so Zhuang Xiao thought she was acknowledging that the rich man Ruan Mingyue was with was an old man. But when I saw him today, I found that this rich man was so young, so handsome and so elegant. The key point is, what kind of big shot can make the vice president come in person to change the medicine? Any nurse in the hospital could do the job of changing the dressings, but the vice president specially postponed the Wednesday meeting by half an hour for this man. His background is evident from this. Duan Qizhou took Ruan Mingyue's hand and walked out of the hospital. This time, before Ruan Mingyue could break free from his hand, he let go first. The driver was waiting at the door. He got into the car without looking back at her, as if his hand had loosened and their connection was broken. Ruan Mingyue also got into the car. Her mood suddenly became very complicated. It would have been fine if Duan Qizhou didn't help her, but he helped her silently, and she felt an indescribable guilt in her heart. Although she pushed him away and ran away that night, she actually didn't need to feel guilty at all. Mr. Duan. Ruan Mingyue sat in the passenger seat and looked back at Duan Qizhou. Duan Qizhou was replying to a message on his phone, and he said without even looking up, go ahead. Thank you Mr. Duan for helping me again. Then what? If Mr. Duan needs my help in the future, I will do my best. Duan Qizhou sneered inaudibly, raised his head and looked at her. Do you think I need your help? This statement is a bit too confident, but because he is Duan Qizhou, there is no fault in his logic. Is there anything else that even a dignified Duan Qizhou cannot solve? If even he couldn't solve it, then there was no way she could solve it. Therefore, needing her help was a ridiculous statement even for politeness. Maybe there will be a need, she said. At this time, Ruan Mingyue didn't know that her words would come true. After they arrived at the hotel, they went back to their rooms. Ruan Mingyue still had some documents to sort out, so in order to save time, she ordered the hotel's delivery service and planned to have dinner in the room. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the doorbell rang. She thought it was the hotel delivery staff, but when she opened the door, it was Duan Qizhou standing outside. Mr. Duan. Why are you here? Ruan Mingyue looked at Duan Qizhou and felt that something seemed wrong with him. Duan Qizhou's cheeks were unusually red and his eyes were moist, as if he was drunk, but there was no trace of alcohol in the air. "Mr. Duan. I was drugged," he said in a hoarse voice. "Drug? What drug?" "Aphrodisiac." Ruan Mingyue was stunned, a little bit unable to believe that this kind of plot that only happened in novels and TV dramas was actually happening before her eyes. She couldn't even imagine who was so bold as to attack Duan Qizhou. "I'll take you to their hospital." She immediately turned back to get her coat and cell phone. "It's too late." Duan Qizhou grabbed her wrist. "The drug is very strong. I can't make it to their hospital." "What should we do then?" He held onto the door frame, holding onto the last bit of his rationality, and asked her in a negotiating tone, "Can you let me in?" Ruan Mingyue's brain was working rapidly, weighing the pros and cons. Duan Qizhou's words contained too much meaning. If she let him into her room, they would definitely be blamed tonight. But if she doesn't let him in, will something really happen to him? Ruan Mingyue clearly saw the red bloodshot on the whites of his eyes, which became more and more obvious. "Mr. Duan, isn't your girlfriend in Tongcheng? She is more suitable than me to help you solve your current troubles," Ruan Mingyue said. "I don't have a girlfriend." "Isn't Miss Cheng Yiling your girlfriend?" "She is not." "You broke up." "I have never been with her." "You haven't been together before? Then why did you take her to the movies before? Why did you give her jewelry? Why?" "Ruan Mingyue, at this time, you still have to ask 100,000 whys." Duan Qizhou interrupted her and took a step closer to her. "Who said during the day that if I need your help in the future, you must do your best?" Ruan Mingyue blushed, and finally understood the mystery of the saying, "You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want." "Mr. Duan, that's not what I'm referring to. You go back on your word and don't help someone in need." "I? Forget it." Duan Qizhou ran out of patience and turned to walk to his room. "Come and collect my body in an hour." Ruan Mingyue completely softened her heart. She stepped forward and grabbed Duan Qizhou. "Come in." As soon as the door closed, Duan Qizhou kissed her fiercely. His whole body was burning hot and his breath was scorching, as if someone had set a fire inside him that was now burning fiercely. "Mr. Duan." Ruan Mingyue's lips and tongue were sore from his kiss, and her whole body was limp. The raging fire and the effects of the medicine seemed to spread from his body, and she became a little out of control. "No, that can't be done." Her last bit of sanity reminded her. "Duan Qizhou." Ruan Mingyue pushed him away, held his cheeks, and said to him, "I will help you, but not in the way you think." "What's the meaning?" "Come with me." Ruan Mingyue pulled him into the bathroom and turned on the shower. The cold water from the shower poured down, and she took off all the clothes on Duan Qizhou. The two were soon drenched in cold water. Although Ruan Mingyue did not take off her clothes, she was wearing a white silk shirt today. When the shirt came into contact with water, it became transparent. Duan Qizhou could clearly see all the ups and downs of the scenery under her shirt. He felt like he was about to explode. "Ruan Mingyue, what do you want?" Ruan Mingyue didn't answer. Her soft left arm wrapped around his neck like a vine, while her other hand quietly reached down. The moment Duan Qizhou was held tightly by her, he felt as if an electric current had passed through his body. In the past 2 years, whenever Duan Qizhou wanted something during Ruan Mingyue's menstrual period, she would find other ways to help him solve the problem. Over time, they had already formed a tacit understanding that outsiders could not achieve. He almost forgot that she had such a seductive ability. The bathroom was filled with the sound of gurgling water, mixed with the broken moans of men and women, and the air was filled with spring. Both of them were immersed in each other's world and didn't hear the food delivery staff outside the door ringing the doorbell over and over again. Duan Qizhou's cell phone was also soaked in water along with his clothes. Cheng Yiling stood at the door of room 808 fully armed, almost blowing up Duan Qizhou's phone, but all she could get was a mechanical and cold reply, "The number you dialed is currently unavailable." People passing in the corridor were looking at her. Cheng Yiling is going crazy. She waited for several days and finally got a chance to drug Duan Qizhou's food, but at the critical moment, Duan Qizhou disappeared. Not to mention that the matter had already been settled, she couldn't even enter Duan Qizhou's room. Where did he go? Chapter 18 Broken Rules. It took Duan Qizhou countless times that night to release all the medicinal properties in his body. After that, he took a shower, dried his body, and fell asleep on Ruan Mingyue's bed. Ruan Mingyue was also exhausted, but she was not sleepy at all. She didn't know how to face Duan Qizhou next. It was bad enough that she had been teased by him time and time again and lost her bottom line, but today he completely broke her rules. How could she have the face to reject him righteously in the future? The man on the bed breathed steadily and looked handsome even in his sleep. She sat on the sofa with her knees hugged, looking at him from afar, and after a while, she suddenly jumped up and booked a ticket back to Rongqing. She knew that this was a bit willful, but she felt that she could not continue to work with Duan Qizhou for the time being, and she needed more time to calm down and adjust her mentality. While Duan Qizhou was asleep, Ruan Mingyue secretly packed her luggage and left the room. When she got on the plane, she sent a message to Duan Qizhou asking for leave. Because Duan Qizhou was in charge personally these days, the project progressed very quickly and she had already completed a lot of work in advance. Even if she was not there in the future, it would not have much impact. After more than 2 hours of flight, Ruan Mingyue landed and returned home. During the day she was away, Shenjiazi took good care of the flowers and plants on her balcony. She even added a few pots of tulips. The tender pink flowers had already bloomed, which made people happy. Ruan Mingyue was watering the flowers when she heard the door of her house open. Feeling guilty, she thought it was Duan Qizhou chasing her. She was so scared that she dropped the kettle in her hand, spilling water all over the floor. "Why are you back? Didn't you say you would be on a business trip for a week?" It was Shenjiazi who came in. I finished the work ahead of schedule and came back." Shenjiazi looked at her suspiciously. "Really? Why do I feel like you're weird?" "No, there's nothing strange about it." Ruan Mingyue laughed dryly and took a mop to clean the water on the floor. "Why did you come back at noon today? Did you get off work?" "I haven't gotten off work yet. I left my USB drive here with you yesterday. I'll come get it and leave soon." Shenjiazi walked to the coffee table, took the USB drive and put it in her bag. "Would you like to eat something? Should I order takeout?" "No, I've eaten in the hospital cafeteria." "Okay, I'll just eat something." Shenjiazi came over, leaned against the glass door of the balcony, and looked at Ruan Mingyue seriously. "Are you really okay?" "It's okay. But why do I feel like you're a little guilty?" Ruan Mingyue secretly lamented that this woman had such a sharp eye, but she decided to keep it secret to the end. 2 years ago, she could tell Shenjiazi openly that she and Duan Qizhou were together, but now she can't, because she really doesn't know how to tell Shenjiazi. "I don't feel guilty at all. I'm just tired. You should go to work immediately. I'll eat something, take a shower, and go to bed." "Okay, I'm leaving now. Call me if you need anything." "Good." Shenjiazi is gone. After mopping the floor, Ruan Mingyue picked up her cell phone to check the time. It's time for Duan Qizhou to wake up. Duan Qizhou slept particularly deeply and woke up at noon. His phone was soaked in water yesterday, but fortunately the body of the phone was waterproof and had no impact. As soon as he opened his phone, he saw a lot of work information, interspersed with a message from Ruan Mingyue. He was clearly in her room. Why was she still messaging him? Duan Qizhou sat up from the bed and found that all her things in the room had been cleaned up and she was gone. "Mr. Duan, I'm not feeling well. I need to take 3 days off." Her message was very straightforward. He could even imagine her stubbornness as she typed those words into her phone. "You have to approve it whether you want to or not." Duan Qizhou was not at all unhappy about her sudden absence and passive resistance. She had worked hard enough last night, probably using up all her energy for the next 3 days. After Duan Qizhou and Ruan Mingyue broke up, he has been in a state of abstinence. He has been suppressing his desire for a long time, and the drug he took last night was so strong that he thought he would break her slender arms several times. But she persisted and spent the whole night dealing with his excessive desire for him, just like every night they were together before. "Where do you feel uncomfortable?" "Your hand," he asked. This information is somewhat unorthodox. Ruan Mingyue didn't reply, and Duan Qizhou didn't care. Now he had a more important thing to figure out, which was who drugged him. He made a phone call. The hotel was soon in a state of shock. This was Duan Qizhou. His staying at Junting was a sign of condescension, but someone drugged this distinguished guest in their hotel. This must be investigated thoroughly. Duan Qizhou returned to his room and changed his clothes. His arm came into contact with water last night and he needed to change the bandage. Ruan Mingyue was not there, and he was too lazy to go to the hospital again, so he called the doctor and asked him to come directly to the hotel. After changing the medicine, he drank a cup of black coffee and went to the company for a meeting. As soon as Ku Yang saw him, he asked about Ruan Mingyue. "Boss Duan, isn't Secretary Ruan coming to work today?" "No." "What's wrong with her?" "My hand was injured, so I went back." "Ah? How could you get hurt for no reason?" Duan Qizhou didn't answer. Ku Yang made a tsk sound to himself, thinking that the feng shui of Tongcheng might not be suitable for these two people from Rongchen, otherwise they wouldn't have injured their hands one after another after coming here. The meeting again lasted until the evening. Duan Qizhou compressed the next few days' schedule into one day. He knew that she was avoiding him on purpose, but he still wanted to go back early to see to what extent her hand was injured that she needed to take 3 days off. When he returned to their hotel from the company, their hotel manager was already waiting in the lobby in fear and trepidation. He apologized again for what happened yesterday, and then told Duan Qizhou that the person who had drugged him had been found. The person who drugged the patient was a staff member from the hotel's catering department. He was a die-hard fan of Cheng Yiling and had been used by Cheng Yiling for a long time. He fought against black fans, stalkers and opponents on her behalf online. He was completely like a gun to Cheng Yiling, shooting wherever he pointed. This time, it was Cheng Yiling who instructed to put drugs in Duan Qizhou's food. The surveillance camera in the corridor also captured Miss Cheng lingering at your door last night. She must be trying to take advantage of this opportunity to attack you. The hotel manager looked at Duan Qizhou cautiously. "Mr. Duan, how do you think we should deal with this? Because the outside world has been saying that Cheng Yiling is Duan Qizhou's girlfriend, it is hard for the hotel manager not to doubt whether this is just a little interest between them as a couple, but because of poor communication, this misunderstanding arose. Call the police." Duan Qizhou was merciless. The hotel manager was shocked. Isn't she his girlfriend? Why did he call the police? Before the staff could react, a fully armed woman wearing a hat and mask rushed out of the lobby and ran straight towards Duan Qizhou. "Boss Duan, don't call the police. I was wrong. I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again." Cheng Yiling waited for a long time at Duan Qizhou's door last night, but no one showed up, so she booked a room in Junting and slept there. But when she woke up today, she heard the assistant tell her that the person she sent to drug the woman had been caught by the hotel, and asked her to go to Duan Qizhou to plead for mercy, so as to prevent the matter from getting bigger and bigger. She was so frightened that she didn't even have time to put on makeup. She put on a mask and a hat and hurried downstairs when she heard Duan Qizhou say he was going to call the police. "How can I call the police? She also wants to be a glamorous female star, and she also wants to marry into a wealthy family in a glamorous way. Mr. Duan, I just like you too much and I don't want to leave you, so I came up with such a stupid idea. Please forgive me once, and I will never dare to do it again." Cheng Yiling rushed over and tried to hug Duan Qizhou, but was blocked by the human wall formed by the hotel staff. She was a star after all, and was respected as Teacher Cheng at various events, but in front of Duan Qizhou, she was like a disgusting fly. If he frowned, everyone would want to come over and slap her to death. People who are out of reach should not be climbed easily. Just one wrong step can lead to them being smashed to pieces. She thought everything was too simple. A man like this could not be obtained by just sleeping with him. "Boss Duan, please, let me go. Please. I told you not to appear in front of me again." Duan Qizhou's eyes were cold. "Ms. Cheng, you have overstepped the boundaries again." "Mr. Duan, I won't do that again. I really won't bother you anymore." Duan Qizhou was too lazy to listen to her finish her words. He winked at the staff and Cheng Yiling was pulled away. The news that Cheng Yiling offended Duan Qizhou and went crazy begging for mercy in the hotel quickly made headlines in the entertainment section. It was the second day of her vacation when Ruan Mingyue saw the news. She thought of Duan Qizhou saying that night that Cheng Yiling was not his girlfriend. She didn't quite believe it at the time, but now that she calmed down and thought about it, it made sense. What girlfriend would need to resort to such despicable means as giving her aphrodisiacs to sleep with her boyfriend? Duan Qizhou wasn't incompetent and needed drugs to help him. But if Cheng Yiling was not Duan Qizhou's girlfriend, then what about Duan Qizhou taking her to the movies, giving her jewelry gifts, and other things he did to coax his girlfriend? Ruan Mingyue felt that she was increasingly unable to understand Duan Qizhou, this unfathomable man. As she was thinking, her cell phone suddenly rang. "It's Duan Qizhou calling." Ruan Mingyue looked at the 3 words, Duan Qizhou, jumping on the screen and suddenly felt that the phone was hot. She quickly threw it on the sofa, walked away and pretended not to hear it. The ringing lasted for a while and finally stopped. She had just breathed a sigh of relief when her cell phone rang again. He is so anxious to find her, could it be something about work? Ruan Mingyue thought about it, took a deep breath and decided to take the call. It would be bad if she was really delayed by work. She picked up the phone, but found that this time it was not Duan Qizhou calling, but her mother Ruan Mingyue. Mom. Ruan Mingyue picked up the phone. Yeah, are you busy? No, I'm taking a day off today. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? In Ruan Mingyue's subconscious mind, Ruan Mingyue was also a work robot, especially in the first few years of her work. Except when she was not feeling well and would rest at home, she basically worked 365 days a year, and she would even go out to work part-time on weekends and holidays. No, I was on a business trip for 2 days. I just came back and felt a little tired, so I took a day off. Okay, don't be too tired. Now is not the same as before. Ruan Mingyue nodded. Her mother's words, "It's not like before now," made her deeply feel her mother's confidence, which is the confidence that only women with happy marriages can have. Mom, what do you want from me? The Qingming festival is coming soon. Every year before the Qingming festival, the Duan family goes to the temple to burn incense and pray for blessings. This is the custom of the Duan family. Your uncle Duan said that this year you and Xiaokui will go with us. When Ruan Mingyue heard this, she felt an inexplicable rejection. Mom, I don't. Listen to what I have to say. Ruan Mingyue interrupted Ruan Mingyue and continued before she could refuse. Your uncle Duan is willing to invite you and Xiaokui to go together, which means he really treats you two as his own children. I am very happy that he can think of you at the Duan family activities. Like your uncle Duan, I hope that you and Xiaokui can integrate into the Duan family as soon as possible. But Xiaokui has a stubborn personality. You know that she didn't show up when I held the wedding and begged her so much. She will definitely not go to the temple to pray this time. So I can't not go, right? Ruan Mingyue asked in self-deprecation. Yes, if your uncle Duan spoke up, but in the end neither of you two sisters showed up, what would he think? Would he think that you two didn't care about him as his stepfather at all? And that you didn't want to be his family? Ruan Mingyue sighed. I've called Xiaokui, but she didn't even answer my call. I can't count on her. Yeah, you're more sensible than your sister. You can't offend Mom. Mom, but I don't want to go either. I have nothing to say to those people from the Duan family, and it would be awkward to meet them. Can't you just find a reason to help Xiaokui and me reject them? You also work at Duan's, and you see Qizhou all the time. How can it be awkward to meet? Yeah, are you like your sister, unwilling to support Mom's marriage? Ruan Mingyue felt overwhelmed. Her mother had no idea what was going on between her and Duan Qizhou. If she knew, she would probably try to stop her even if she wanted to go. Mom. Ruan Mingyue wanted to try to persuade her mother again when Duan Qizhou called again. Why did he look for her? As smart as he was, didn't he know that she asked for leave to avoid him? Forget it, she should just agree to the Duan family's family activities. Ruan Mingyue thought that if she appeared at the Duan family's family activities as a member of the Duan family, it might be a strong warning to Duan Qizhou. She had to let him know that as a brother, he couldn't push her like that anymore. Mom, I'll go.